My uncle convinced my dying grandfather to disinherit me, then asked me to loan him money. The absolute cruelty demonstrated by my father's brother, a manipulative man named Douglas Chen, 58, during my grandfather's final months, has cost me an inheritance I'd been promised my entire life, and revealed family dynamics so toxic that I've questioned every relationship I thought I understood. I'm 34, and what Douglas did by exploiting my grandfather's dementia and physical decline to rewrite estate plans in his favor is so calculated and legally sophisticated that I've spent 18 months fighting to undo the damage while watching Douglas spend money that should have been distributed among all the grandchildren equally. My paternal grandfather, James Chen, built a successful importing business over 40 years and accumulated significant wealth. He had two sons, my father Michael, who died in a car accident when I was 16, and Douglas, who worked in the family business until a falling out led to his firing 20 years ago. My grandfather never fully reconciled with Douglas after that split, maintaining distant but civil relations. I was my grandfather's only grandchild. My father was an only child before he died, and Douglas never had children. Grandfather and I were extremely close after my father's death. He helped raise me through my teenage years, paid for my college education, and treated me like the son he'd lost. He told me repeatedly that I'd inherit the bulk of his estate, continuing the family legacy my father should have carried forward. Grandfather's estate was substantial, approximately $3.2 million, including the business, real estate holdings, investments, and personal property. He'd established a clear will 15 years ago, leaving 70% to me, 20% to Douglas, and 10% to various charities. The distribution reflected our respective relationships with him and recognized that Douglas had been estranged from the family business for decades. 3 years ago, grandfather began showing signs of cognitive decline. Small memory lapses at first, then more significant confusion about recent events. He was diagnosed with vascular dementia that would progressively worsen. The neurologist said grandfather's lucid periods would become less frequent over time, and that he'd eventually need full-time care. Grandfather lived independently for the first year after diagnosis, with home health aides helping during the day. I visited several times weekly, managing his finances and medical care. Douglas rarely visited and showed little interest in grandfather's well-being. Their relationship remained distant, with Douglas calling occasionally, but never providing hands-on support. As grandfather's dementia progressed, he became more vulnerable to suggestion and confusion. Some days he was sharp and remembered everything clearly. Other days, he couldn't remember what year it was, or that my father had died. The variability made it difficult to assess his capacity for major decisions. 2 years ago, during a particularly bad cognitive period, Douglas suddenly became very attentive to grandfather. He started visiting multiple times per week, often when I wasn't there. He'd take grandfather to medical appointments, out to lunch, and on errands. I was initially grateful for Douglas's renewed interest in family, thinking perhaps grandfather's illness had motivated him to repair their relationship. Then, 18 months ago, everything changed. Grandfather's lawyer contacted me saying grandfather had updated his will with significant changes. The new will left 60% of the estate to Douglas, 30% to me, and 10% to charities. Grandfather had executed the new will during one of Douglas's solo visits to the lawyer's office. I was shocked and devastated. I immediately called grandfather to discuss it, but he was confused about the will change. Some conversations he'd say Douglas had been helping him update his affairs, and that Douglas deserved more because he was family. Other conversations he'd ask me why Douglas was suddenly around so much, and whether I trusted him. Grandfather's inconsistency made it clear he wasn't thinking clearly when he'd changed the will. I suspected Douglas had taken advantage of a confused, vulnerable elderly man during a poor cognitive period. I consulted with an elder law attorney about challenging the will on grounds of undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. My attorney said proving undue influence would require showing Douglas had access and opportunity during grandfather's vulnerable state, that grandfather's decision was inconsistent with his long-term intentions, and that Douglas actively manipulated the outcome. We had strong evidence on all three elements, but couldn't challenge the will until after grandfather's death. I increased my involvement in grandfather's care, trying to limit Douglas's unsupervised access. But grandfather still had some autonomy and would insist on seeing Douglas despite my concerns. Douglas was skilled at appearing helpful and concerned while isolating grandfather from me during visits. 6 months later, grandfather updated his will again. This time, it left 80% to Douglas, 15% to me, and 5% to charity. My portion had been reduced from the original 70% to just 15%. Douglas had systematically convinced a confused elderly man to disinherit his only grandchild in favor of the estranged son. I tried to get legal guardianship to protect grandfather from further manipulation, but the court process was slow and complicated. Grandfather still had good days where he seemed competent, making it difficult to prove he needed a guardian. Douglas fought the guardianship petition, claiming I was trying to control grandfather for financial reasons. Grandfather died 8 months ago, before the guardianship case was resolved. The final will left Douglas 80% of the $3.2 million estate, approximately $2.56 million. I received 15%, approximately $480,000. The charities received the remaining $160,000. I immediately filed a will contest alleging undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. My attorney gathered medical records showing grandfather's dementia progression, testimony from his doctors about his cognitive state, and evidence of Douglas's sudden increased involvement during grandfather's decline. We also showed the dramatic shift in estate planning that contradicted 30 years of consistent intentions. Douglas's defense was that he'd reconnected with grandfather during his final years, and that grandfather had genuinely wanted to repair their relationship through the estate changes. Douglas produced the lawyer who drafted both will updates, testifying that grandfather had seemed lucid during the appointments and had clearly expressed his wishes to benefit Douglas. The case has been in litigation for 10 months. It's expensive and emotionally exhausting. I've spent over $95,000 in legal fees fighting to restore the estate distribution grandfather intended before his dementia made him vulnerable to manipulation. Douglas has spent lavishly from his inheritance, buying a new house, expensive cars, and taking luxury vacations while the will contest proceeds. My lawyer says we have a strong case, but that will contests are difficult and uncertain. We need to prove grandfather lacked capacity or was unduly influenced at the specific times he signed the updated wills. Douglas's lawyer will argue grandfather made informed decisions during lucid periods, and that my contest is sour grapes over not inheriting as much as I expected. The emotional toll has been enormous. I'm fighting not just for money, but for my grandfather's true intentions and my father's memory. Grandfather promised me that inheritance to honor my father and recognize our close relationship. Douglas stole that through manipulation of a vulnerable old man. Then, 2 weeks ago, Douglas had the audacity to contact me asking for a loan. He said, despite inheriting $2.56 million, he'd overextended financially and needed $150,000 to avoid foreclosure on his new house. He said family should help family, and that once the estate was fully settled, he'd pay me back with interest. The request was stunning in its shamelessness. Douglas had manipulated our demented grandfather to steal my inheritance, and now wanted me to loan him money to support the lavish lifestyle he'd bought with that stolen wealth. He acted like our will contest was just a minor family disagreement, rather than him committing elder abuse for financial gain. I refused immediately, and Douglas became hostile. He said I was being vindictive, and that refusing to help him while fighting over money proved I only cared about the inheritance, not family. He claimed grandfather would be disappointed in me for not supporting Douglas when he needed help. The irony was absurd. Douglas was lecturing me about family obligations while defending his manipulation of a dying man's confusion. He wanted me to enable his financial irresponsibility while he fought to keep wealth he'd obtained through exploitation. My mother, who divorced into the family but remained close with grandfather, thinks I should negotiate a settlement with Douglas rather than continue litigation. She says, even if I win the will contest, I'll have spent so much on legal fees that I won't come out much ahead. She suggests Douglas might settle for a 50-50 split if I offer to drop the case. A 50-50 split would give me $1.6 million instead of the $480,000 from the current will, or the $2.24 million I should have received under the original will. It would be more than I have now, but less than what grandfather intended for me. My mother frames it as pragmatic compromise. My attorney says trial is scheduled in 4 months and that we have good chances of winning. However, appeals could extend the case for years and cost another $75,000 in fees. The attorney thinks Douglas might be willing to settle because he's spending his inheritance rapidly and can't afford prolonged litigation either. But settling feels like validating Douglas's manipulation. He exploited a vulnerable elderly man and should face full accountability, not negotiate a compromise that lets him keep half the money he stole. Every dollar Douglas keeps is a reward for elder abuse. Some family friends think I should settle for practical reasons. They say I'll end up with more money than continued litigation might yield after legal fees. They argue that proving undue influence is difficult and that compromise is better than risk. Other friends think I should fight to trial on principle. They say Douglas committed clear elder abuse and that settling enables his behavior. They argue that letting him keep significant amounts of money stolen through manipulation is morally wrong, regardless of practical considerations. My therapist asks what grandfather would want. Would he want me spending years in litigation and hundreds of thousands in legal fees fighting over his estate? Or would he want me to find resolution and move forward with my life? She doesn't push either direction, but encourages me to think about what actually honors grandfather's memory. I'm also considering Douglas's loan request in this context. He's asking for $150,000 while we fight over $2 million in disputed inheritance. Some part of me wonders if loaning him money with strict terms might give me leverage in settlement negotiations. If Douglas is desperate enough to ask me for money, perhaps he's desperate enough to settle the will contest on better terms. But loaning Douglas money feels like being complicit in his financial mismanagement and rewarding his manipulation. It would also give him resources to continue fighting the will contest, potentially working against my own interests. Douglas sent a follow-up message saying he needs an answer about the loan within 2 weeks or he'll face foreclosure. He said if I refuse to help him, he'll have no choice but to fight the will contest to the bitter end because he needs every dollar he can keep. He's essentially threatening to make the litigation as expensive and prolonged as possible if I don't loan him money. The threat feels like another manipulation. Douglas is trying to use financial pressure to extract money from me while simultaneously defending his theft of my inheritance. But there's pragmatic reality behind the threat. If Douglas loses his house and faces financial crisis, he'll fight desperately in the will contest because he'll have nothing to lose. My attorney says Douglas's financial desperation might make him more willing to settle the will contest. If he's overextended and facing foreclosure, a reasonable settlement that gives him guaranteed funds might be more attractive than years of litigation. But my attorney also warns that lending Douglas money would create additional complications, and that I should keep the loan request completely separate from the estate dispute. The loan deadline Douglas set is 12 days away. The settlement negotiations in the will contest are ongoing, but haven't produced any formal offers yet. I'm facing decisions about whether to loan Douglas money, whether to settle the will contest, and how much more time and money to invest in fighting for what grandfather originally intended. Some days, I want to reject Douglas's loan request, fight the will contest to trial, and make him face full consequences for manipulating our grandfather. Other days, I'm exhausted by the fight and tempted to settle for 50-50 just to end the stress and move forward with my life. I think about my grandfather in his final years, confused and vulnerable, being systematically manipulated by Douglas. I think about my father and how grandfather wanted to honor his memory through my inheritance. I think about whether fighting Douglas honors that memory or just creates more family destruction. The practical calculations suggest settlement might maximize my financial outcome. The principled arguments suggest fighting to trial is necessary for justice, and Douglas's loan request adds another layer of complexity to an already impossible situation. I have 12 days to respond to Douglas's loan request and 4 months until trial if we don't settle. I genuinely don't know whether to fight or compromise, whether to help Douglas or refuse him, whether justice or pragmatism should guide my decisions. What I do know is that Douglas manipulated a dying man and stole my inheritance. Everything else is trying to figure out how to respond to that fundamental wrong in a way I can live with for the rest of my life. My sister convinced our parents I was addicted to drugs to take control of family business. The calculated character assassination orchestrated by my younger sister, a manipulative woman named Hannah Rodriguez, 29, has cost me my position in our family's restaurant business, destroyed my relationship with our parents, and left me fighting to prove my sobriety while she runs the company I was supposed to inherit. I'm 33, and what Hannah did by fabricating evidence of drug addiction and convincing our aging parents I was unfit to lead the business we built together is so methodically cruel that I've spent the past 14 months rebuilding my reputation while watching her expand the restaurants using strategies I developed. Our parents immigrated from Mexico 40 years ago and opened their first taqueria 35 years ago, with nothing but determination and family recipes. They built Rodriguez Family Restaurants into a successful local chain of 5 locations through decades of hard work. Hannah and I both grew up working in the restaurants, learning every aspect of the business from dishwashing to management. I went to business school and returned to work full-time in the family business at 25. Over 8 years, I'd modernized operations, implemented new marketing strategies, and expanded from 3 locations to 5. I was the operational leader while our father, now 67, remained the public face, and our mother, 64, managed finances. Hannah worked part-time at the restaurants while pursuing her own interests, never showing much commitment to the family business. 2 years ago, our parents started discussing succession planning. They were approaching retirement and needed to decide who'd take over leadership. I was the obvious choice given my full-time commitment, business education, and operational leadership. Hannah had worked maybe 20 hours per week for years and had no comparable experience or investment in the business. Dad told me privately he planned to make me CEO with majority ownership, giving Hannah a minority stake to ensure she benefited from the family business, but recognizing my greater contribution. The arrangement seemed fair and reflected our respective roles. Hannah would receive approximately 30% ownership, while I'd get 60%, with our parents retaining 10% for retirement income. I should have anticipated Hannah would fight this arrangement, but I didn't expect the sophistication of her sabotage. Hannah began telling our parents she was concerned about my well-being and hinting that I was struggling with substance abuse. She'd mention I seemed tired or unfocused at work, suggest I was losing weight, and express worry about my stress levels. Our parents, who'd worked alongside me for years without any concerns, started paying closer attention. Hannah would point out normal behaviors as potential signs of drug use. If I left work early for an appointment, she'd suggest I was being secretive. If I was energized about a new project, she'd imply I seemed manic. If I was tired after a long shift, she'd hint I was crashing from drugs. The suggestions were subtle at first, planting seeds of doubt without making direct accusations. But over months, Hannah built a narrative that I was hiding an addiction that was affecting my judgment and reliability. She positioned herself as the concerned sister trying to protect the family business from my alleged impairment. Then, Hannah escalated dramatically. She found drug paraphernalia in my office at our main restaurant location. She brought our parents to my office when I wasn't there and showed them a small plastic bag with white powder residue hidden in my desk drawer. She said she'd discovered it while looking for file folders and had been horrified to confirm her suspicions about my drug use. I had no idea where the drugs came from because I'd never used cocaine or any illegal drugs. The paraphernalia was planted, obviously by Hannah, but I couldn't prove it. Our parents were devastated and confronted me immediately. I denied everything and insisted I'd been set up, but my denials sounded exactly like what an addict would say. Hannah suggested I take a drug test to prove my sobriety if I was telling the truth. I agreed immediately, confident the test would vindicate me. But when the test came back, it showed positive for cocaine metabolites. I was stunned and insisted the test must be wrong or contaminated. I demanded a retest at a different lab. The second test also showed positive for cocaine. I couldn't understand how that was possible when I'd never used cocaine in my life. I later learned Hannah had access to my water bottle at work and could have spiked my drinks with cocaine before I took the tests. She'd manufactured not just the planted evidence, but also contaminated test results. Our parents believed the drug tests over my denials. The physical evidence combined with Hannah's months of expressing concern created an overwhelming case that I was an addict in denial. Dad told me I needed to enter rehab and step away from the business until I'd addressed my addiction and could prove sustained sobriety. I was devastated and furious. I insisted I'd been framed and that Hannah had orchestrated everything to take control of the business. But to our parents, my accusations sounded like paranoid deflection from an addict refusing to admit his problem. The more I protested, the more I seemed to confirm their belief that I was in denial about addiction. Hannah volunteered to step up and manage operations while I was supposedly in treatment. She positioned herself as the responsible sister, saving the family business during crisis. Our parents were grateful for her willingness to sacrifice her time to cover for her addicted brother. I refused to go to rehab for an addiction I didn't have. Instead, I hired a lawyer and a private investigator to prove Hannah had framed me. I had my apartment and car searched by investigators for any hidden drugs to prove my living spaces were clean. I submitted to weekly drug tests at an independent lab to document ongoing sobriety. I gathered evidence to show Hannah's claims were fabricated. The investigation took 4 months and cost me over $30,000. The PI discovered Hannah had purchased cocaine from a dealer she'd found through her boyfriend's connections. Security footage from the restaurant showed Hannah entering my office alone the day before she discovered the planted drugs. The PI also found the lab Hannah had used for my drug tests had questionable practices and had been cited previously for contaminated samples. Most damningly, the PI interviewed 2 of Hannah's friends who said she'd explicitly discussed her plan to frame me as a drug addict to take control of the family business. One friend had text messages where Hannah outlined her strategy for planting drugs and contaminating my test results. The friend had thought Hannah was joking and was horrified to learn she'd actually executed the plan. I presented all the evidence to our parents, including the witness testimonies, security footage, and documentation of Hannah's drug purchases. I showed them the clean drug tests from the independent lab covering 4 months of verified sobriety. The evidence was overwhelming that Hannah had systematically framed me. Our parents were devastated all over again, this time by the realization that their younger daughter had committed fraud and framed her brother. Dad confronted Hannah with the evidence, and she initially denied everything, then broke down and admitted the framing scheme. She claimed she'd been desperate because she felt I was getting everything despite her also being part of the family. Hannah's justification was that the business should have been split equally, regardless of our different levels of contribution. She felt entitled to 50% ownership and leadership role simply by virtue of being their daughter. When it became clear Dad planned to give me majority control, she decided to eliminate me as competition through the fake addiction narrative. The confession vindicated me, but didn't undo the damage. 4 months had passed, with Hannah managing operations and making decisions. She'd implemented some of her own strategies, hired her friends into management positions, and positioned herself with employees and vendors as the company leader. Reversing her authority wouldn't be simple or quick. I demanded Hannah be removed from any role in the business and prosecuted for fraud, planting drugs, and poisoning. Our parents were torn between appropriate consequences for Hannah's crimes and the reality that prosecuting their daughter would destroy what remained of our family. Dad begged me to handle the situation privately without criminal charges. I filed a police report documenting Hannah's confession and the evidence of her framing me. I wanted a formal record, even if criminal prosecution didn't proceed. The detective said the case was strong, but that family business disputes complicated prosecution decisions. The DA would have to decide whether to pursue charges or treat it as a civil matter. Meanwhile, I had to address the business situation. Hannah had been managing operations for 4 months and had made significant changes, some positive and some damaging. She'd alienated 2 of our longtime managers who'd been loyal to me. She'd entered contracts with new vendors at higher prices. She'd changed menu items and marketing approaches. Undoing her decisions while restoring my authority would create chaos. Our parents proposed a compromise that felt like another betrayal. They suggested Hannah remain in a senior operational role to avoid the disruption of removing her completely, while I'd become CEO with ultimate authority. They'd adjust the ownership structure to give me 50% and Hannah 40%, with them keeping 10%. They framed this as punishing Hannah by reducing her intended stake while avoiding the nuclear option of removing her entirely. I was outraged. Hannah had committed serious crimes to frame me as a drug addict and should face criminal prosecution, not a slightly reduced ownership stake. Allowing her to remain in any leadership role rewarded her fraud and validated her tactics. I wanted her completely removed from the business and prosecuted for what she'd done. But our parents said prosecuting Hannah would destroy the family and damage the business. Employees, customers, and vendors would learn about the scandal. The Rodriguez Family Restaurants brand was built on family values and trust. Public criminal charges against one family member by another would undermine everything our parents had built. Dad said if I insisted on prosecuting Hannah and removing her from the business, he'd rather sell the entire company to an outside buyer and retire. He couldn't handle the stress of family warfare and criminal cases. He'd liquidate everything and split the proceeds equally between Hannah and me, ending the Rodriguez family business rather than watching his children destroy each other. The threat put me in an impossible position. I could insist on justice for Hannah's crimes and lose the family business entirely, or I could accept the compromise that gave me leadership but kept my fraudulent sister in a senior role. Neither option felt acceptable, but those were my only choices. I took 2 weeks to decide, consulting with lawyers, therapists, and business advisors. Everyone acknowledged the situation was terrible, but opinions varied on the best path forward. Some said protecting the business justified compromising on Hannah's consequences. Others said accepting any ongoing role for Hannah was enabling criminal behavior and setting precedent for future manipulation. I ultimately accepted our parents' compromise, but with strict conditions. Hannah would have operational responsibilities but no authority over finances, hiring, or strategic decisions. She'd report directly to me with no independent decision-making power. She'd sign a statement admitting she'd framed me and acknowledging that any future misconduct would result in immediate termination and prosecution. She'd pay me $50,000 from her ownership stake as compensation for my legal fees and emotional damages. Hannah accepted the terms because the alternative was criminal prosecution and complete removal. She apologized publicly to me and our parents, though the apology felt forced and strategic rather than genuinely remorseful. She admitted framing me but tried to minimize it as a desperate mistake rather than calculated fraud. The new structure has been in place for 10 months. It's been tense and difficult working with Hannah after what she did, but the business has remained stable. I make all major decisions and have systematically undone her most problematic changes. Hannah performs her limited duties adequately, but with obvious resentment at her reduced authority. The family relationships remain fractured. I barely speak to Hannah beyond necessary business communications. Our parents are relieved the business survived, but heartbroken about the permanent damage to family bonds. Family dinners are awkward affairs where we avoid discussing anything substantive. Then, last month, Hannah announced she's pregnant with her first child. Our parents are thrilled about their first grandchild and are treating Hannah with renewed warmth and attention. They've suggested that the baby represents new beginning and hope for family healing. They've asked me to consider forgiving Hannah fully and treating her pregnancy as an opportunity to move past the fraud and framing. I'm conflicted about the request. Anna committed serious crimes against me that nearly destroyed my career and reputation. She served no jail time and faced minimal consequences beyond reduced business authority. Now our parents want me to set aside the betrayal because she's having a baby, as if pregnancy erases fraud. But I also recognize that holding on to anger while working with Hannah daily is exhausting and unhealthy. Maybe our parents are right that finding some path toward forgiveness, even if not trust, would benefit everyone, including the business. Maybe the baby could represent a new chapter where past wrongs don't define every interaction. Hannah has been less hostile since announcing her pregnancy. She's made small gestures like bringing me coffee or asking for my input on decisions where she has authority. She hasn't explicitly asked for forgiveness, but seems to be attempting to rebuild some baseline of functional relationship beyond our formal business roles. Some friends think I should accept the opportunity for partial reconciliation. They say I've won in terms of business control and that continuing to punish Hannah just maintains negativity. They argue that working together civilly while raising the next generation would benefit everyone, including my future niece or nephew, who shouldn't grow up in a family war zone. Other friends think Hannah's pregnancy doesn't change what she did or earn my forgiveness. They say she manipulated our parents with fake drug accusations and should never be trusted again, regardless of life events. They worry that any softening on my part will encourage Hannah to push boundaries again, since she's learned she can commit fraud with minimal lasting consequences. My therapist asks what I actually want from my relationship with Hannah and our parents. Can I be content with the current business arrangement and minimal personal relationship? Or do I need more reconciliation to feel settled? She doesn't push either direction, but encourages me to be honest about what would actually improve my daily life versus what feels like the right principled stance. I'm also thinking about succession planning for the next generation. If Hannah has children, and I eventually have children, the business ownership will need to address the next generation. Do I want my future children working alongside Hannah's children in a company still haunted by her fraud against me? Or would full reconciliation now create better foundation for future family harmony? Our parents have started pressuring me more directly about forgiveness. They say life is short and grudges are exhausting. They point out that they forgave Hannah and that I should follow their example. They suggest that my nephew or niece deserves to grow up with an uncle who doesn't resent their mother, regardless of past actions. The pressure from our parents feels like another manipulation, asking me to prioritize family harmony over accountability for serious crimes. But they're also getting older and clearly want peace in the family before they die. Their desire for reconciliation between their children is understandable, even if their methods of pushing me toward forgiveness feel unfair. Hannah sent me a message yesterday saying she'd like to talk privately about the future. She said the pregnancy has given her perspective on family and legacy, and that she wants our child to grow up in a functional family environment. She asked if I'd be willing to discuss what forgiveness and healing might look like for both of us. I haven't responded yet. I don't know if Hannah's outreach is genuine or another manipulation. I don't know if forgiveness is possible or healthy when trust is permanently broken. I don't know if accepting our parents' request for reconciliation serves the business and family, or if it just enables Hannah's pattern of facing minimal consequences for serious misconduct. What I do know is that Hannah framed me as a drug addict to steal the family business. She planted drugs, contaminated my test results, and nearly destroyed my life and career. Those facts don't change regardless of her pregnancy or our parents' desire for family harmony. But I also have to work with her indefinitely and live with the consequences of however I respond to her current overtures. I'm trapped between principle and pragmatism with no clear path forward. Every option feels like compromising something important, whether it's accountability for past crimes or possibility of future family peace. I genuinely don't know what the right choice is, or even what right means in this impossible situation. My aunt evicted my dying mother to seize her home, then asked me to care for her. The heartless betrayal executed by my mother's sister, a ruthless woman named Sharon Patterson, 64, during my mother's terminal cancer, has left me with trauma, rage, and an impossible moral decision, now that Sharon herself needs help after destroying my mother's final months. I'm 36. My mother passed away 2 years ago at 61, and what Sharon did by exploiting a legal loophole to evict my dying mother from her home of 30 years so Sharon could sell the property is so unspeakably cruel that I've spent these 2 years processing the loss while watching Sharon profit from theft disguised as estate settlement. And now she has the audacity to ask me, her victim's daughter, to become her caregiver in her own medical crisis. My mother Linda was a single parent who raised me alone after my father abandoned us when I was 3. She worked as an elementary school teacher for 35 years, never remarried, and devoted her life to providing me with stability and opportunities. She owned a modest 3-bedroom house she'd purchased in 1990, the home where I grew up, and where she'd lived independently until her cancer diagnosis. Sharon was my mother's only sibling, younger by 3 years. They'd had a complicated relationship marked by jealousy and resentment. Sharon felt my mother had gotten preferential treatment from their parents and had always resented my mother's stability and success as a teacher. Sharon married and divorced twice, worked sporadically, and lived somewhat chaotically compared to my mother's structured life. 3 years ago, my mother was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. The prognosis was grim, maybe 18 months with aggressive treatment. Mom decided to fight the cancer while staying in her home as long as possible, rather than moving to hospice care immediately. I took a leave from my job as a graphic designer to move back home and help care for her. Mom's house was paid off, but she had some credit card debt and medical expenses were mounting. She had life insurance and retirement savings, but most of her liquid assets were being consumed by treatment costs, not covered by her teacher's pension insurance. She worried about leaving me with debt when she died. Sharon visited occasionally during the first months of Mom's illness, but never helped with care or expenses. She'd stay for an hour, make sympathetic noises, and leave. Her visits felt performative rather than genuinely supportive. But during one visit, about 8 months into Mom's illness, Sharon noticed some financial documents on Mom's desk. Those documents showed Mom had a reverse mortgage on her house. She'd taken it out 5 years earlier to pay for my wedding and help with my student loans, money she'd insisted on giving me despite my protests. The reverse mortgage meant the lender owned increasing equity in the house as interest accumulated, and the full balance would be due when Mom died or permanently left the home. Sharon researched reverse mortgages obsessively after discovering Mom's loan. She learned that if the borrower stops living in the home as their primary residence for more than 12 months, the loan becomes due immediately. If the heirs can't pay off the balance, the lender forecloses and sells the property. My mother's reverse mortgage balance had grown to $180,000 against a house worth approximately $350,000. When Mom died, I'd theoretically inherit the house but would need to pay off the $180,000 reverse mortgage within 6 months or lose the property to foreclosure. Mom's life insurance of $100,000 wouldn't be enough to cover both the reverse mortgage and her other debts. Sharon saw an opportunity in Mom's deteriorating condition and the reverse mortgage situation. If she could somehow force Mom to leave the house before she died, the reverse mortgage would come due while Mom was still alive. Mom wouldn't be able to pay off the $180,000 balance, and the house would go into foreclosure. Sharon could potentially purchase the house at the foreclosure sale for less than market value. Sharon's plan was monstrous, but technically legal. She began documenting that Mom was rarely home, spending most nights in the hospital during treatment complications. Sharon researched the reverse mortgage terms and discovered that if the borrower was absent from the home for more than 12 consecutive months, the lender could declare the loan due even if the borrower was still alive. When Mom came home from a 3-week hospital stay, Sharon contacted the reverse mortgage lender anonymously to report that the borrower had been absent from the property for extended periods and might have permanently relocated. The lender investigated and determined that Mom had indeed been absent from the home for over 12 months, collectively due to hospitalizations. The reverse mortgage company sent a notice that the loan was being called due because Mom no longer occupied the home as her primary residence. The full balance of $180,000 was due within 30 days, or foreclosure proceedings would begin. Mom was devastated and terrified of losing her home while fighting cancer. We consulted with an elder law attorney who explained the situation was dire. The reverse mortgage terms clearly stated the loan became due if the borrower didn't occupy the home as a primary residence. Mom's extended hospitalizations triggered that clause. Unless we could pay $180,000 within 30 days, we'd lose the house to foreclosure. Mom didn't have $180,000. Her retirement savings were depleted from medical expenses. Her life insurance couldn't be accessed until death. I didn't have that kind of money and couldn't get approved for a loan large enough to pay off the reverse mortgage. We were trapped by the legal terms Sharon had weaponized against us. Sharon waited until the 30-day notice period was almost expired, then contacted Mom with an offer. Sharon would purchase the house from the reverse mortgage lender at the foreclosure sale, allowing Mom to stay as a tenant until her death. Sharon said this was generous, saving the family home from going to a stranger while giving Mom security in her final months. The offer was actually another exploitation. Sharon planned to buy the house at foreclosure for approximately $200,000, including the reverse mortgage balance and fees, then sell it for its actual market value of $350,000 after Mom died. She'd profit $150,000 from Mom's misfortune while claiming to be helping family. Mom was too sick and defeated to fight. She accepted Sharon's offer because the alternative was being evicted from her home during cancer treatment with nowhere to go. Sharon purchased the house at the foreclosure sale and immediately made Mom sign a month-to-month rental agreement at $1,200 monthly, claiming this was market rate. The rental agreement was financial abuse. Mom was dying and could barely work. She had to use her dwindling savings to pay Sharon rent on the house Mom had owned outright until the reverse mortgage was called due. Sharon was extracting money from her dying sister while planning to sell the house for substantial profit after Mom's death. Mom lived for 9 more months after Sharon purchased the house. Those final months were haunted by the knowledge that her sister had engineered her homelessness and was profiting from her dying. Mom paid Sharon nearly $11,000 in rent during those months, while Sharon positioned herself to make $150,000 from the eventual sale. When Mom died, Sharon gave me 30 days to vacate the house where I'd grown up. No consideration for grief, no acknowledgement of the cruelty of evicting a daughter from her childhood home weeks after her mother's death. Sharon had purchased the property and wanted to prepare it for sale to maximize her profit. I moved out with whatever possessions I could take, storing much of Mom's belongings because I couldn't afford a large apartment. Sharon renovated the house with cosmetic improvements and sold it 6 months later for $360,000. After renovation costs and selling expenses, Sharon netted approximately $140,000 from a house she'd purchased for $200,000 by exploiting her dying sister's reverse mortgage situation. The financial and emotional devastation was complete. Mom died knowing her sister had betrayed her for profit. I lost my mother, my childhood home, and any inheritance Mom had hoped to leave me. Sharon walked away with $140,000 profit from systematic exploitation of family vulnerability during terminal illness. I cut off all contact with Sharon after Mom's death. I didn't attend any family events where she'd be present. I refused to speak to her or acknowledge her existence. My extended family, Sharon's children and our cousins, didn't understand the full story and thought I was overreacting to a complicated real estate situation. Sharon told people her version, where she'd heroically saved the family home from foreclosure and allowed Mom to stay until death. She positioned herself as generous rather than predatory. People who didn't know the details thought I was being ungrateful and holding grudges about normal family property transactions. For 2 years, I've been processing Mom's death and Sharon's betrayal while rebuilding my life. I got therapy, found a new apartment, returned to work, and tried to heal from the trauma of watching my mother die, knowing her sister had stolen her home. I've been very clear with anyone who asks that I want nothing to do with Sharon and consider her dead to me. Then, 3 weeks ago, Sharon's daughter contacted me. Sharon has been diagnosed with aggressive lung cancer, and the prognosis is poor. She's starting chemotherapy, but will need help with daily activities and care during treatment. Sharon's 2 daughters both live out of state and can't relocate to provide care. Sharon has asked if I, as her only local family member, would be willing to help care for her during her cancer treatment. The audacity of the request left me speechless. Sharon systematically exploited my dying mother, stole her home, profited $140,000 from that theft, and now wants me to be her caregiver during her own cancer battle. She wants the daughter of the woman she victimized to provide the compassionate care she never gave to my mother. Sharon's daughter, my cousin, says Sharon is genuinely remorseful about what happened with Mom in the house. She claims Sharon has been in therapy and recognizes how wrong her actions were. Sharon apparently wants to apologize and make amends, and caring for her during cancer could be an opportunity for reconciliation and healing. I told my cousin, absolutely not. Sharon engineered my mother's eviction while Mom was dying of cancer. She charged Mom rent on Mom's own home. She profited massively from Mom's misfortune and showed no remorse until she found herself needing help. I have no interest in providing care to someone who showed such cruelty to my mother. My cousin said I'm being vindictive and that Sharon is family who needs help. She said cancer is a terrible disease and that no one deserves to suffer alone, regardless of past mistakes. She implied I'd regret not helping Sharon if she dies without us reconciling, suggesting I'd carry guilt about refusing to be the bigger person. The guilt trip is effective because I do feel conflicted. Sharon is experiencing what my mother experienced: cancer and vulnerability and fear. Part of me recognizes that providing care could be an act of grace that transcends Sharon's cruelty. Part of me wonders if being present for Sharon's illness might provide some closure or healing around my mother's death. But a larger part of me is outraged at the request. Sharon engineered my mother's homelessness during terminal illness for profit. She extracted rent from a dying woman. She stole my inheritance and showed zero remorse until needing help herself. Why should I provide compassionate care to someone who showed my mother none? Sharon sent me a letter directly, which arrived yesterday. She apologized for what she'd done with Mom's house and acknowledged it was wrong. She said she'd been consumed by jealousy and financial desperation and made terrible decisions she deeply regrets. She said she understands if I can't forgive her, but asks if I'd be willing to help her through cancer treatment, saying she has no one else local and is scared of dying alone. The letter felt manipulative, even while being apologetic. Sharon could hire professional caregivers with the $140,000 she profited from Mom's house. She could ask her daughters to relocate temporarily. She has options beyond asking me, the person she victimized most directly, to provide care. Her request feels like another exploitation, asking me to give her the compassion she denied my mother. My therapist says this is a boundary decision, and that I shouldn't feel obligated to provide care regardless of Sharon's needs or family pressure. She says caregiving requires emotional resources I may not have available for someone who caused me trauma. She's not pushing either direction, but emphasizes that no is a complete and valid answer. Some friends think I should help Sharon despite what she did. They argue that providing care could heal some of my own trauma around Mom's death, and that being present for Sharon's vulnerability might provide closure. They say grace and compassion transcend past wrongs, and that I might regret not taking the opportunity for reconciliation before Sharon dies. Other friends think Sharon deserves nothing from me, and that her cancer doesn't erase what she did to my mother. They say she has the financial resources from her theft to hire professional care, and that asking me specifically is another manipulation. They worry that providing care would require me to suppress my grief and anger to serve someone who never acknowledged the harm she caused until needing something. My cousins, Sharon's daughters, are pressuring me through family channels. They say their mother is dying, and I'm the only local family who could help. They claim I'm being selfish and punishing Sharon for business decisions made years ago. They don't seem to fully understand or acknowledge that Sharon's business decisions were predatory exploitation of their dying aunt. Sharon's lung cancer is stage 3 with poor prognosis. She's starting aggressive chemotherapy that will make her very sick and unable to care for herself for weeks or months. She genuinely needs substantial help. The need is real, even if my obligation to fulfill it isn't. I'm also thinking about my own values and the person I want to be. Do I want to be someone who provides care even to people who've harmed me? Or do I want to maintain boundaries that protect my well-being from someone who showed cruelty to my mother? Neither choice feels purely right or wrong. If I refuse to help Sharon and she dies alone and suffering, will I feel guilt? Or will I feel I maintained appropriate boundaries? If I agree to help Sharon and provide care during her cancer, will I feel proud of my compassion? Or will I feel I betrayed my mother's memory by helping her victimize her? The questions have no clear answers. Sharon is experiencing what my mother experienced, and asking for what my mother never received from her. The parallel is impossible to ignore. But Sharon created that parallel through her own choices, and showed no compassion when the roles were reversed. Sharon's daughter called yesterday saying they need an answer soon so they can make alternative care arrangements if I refuse. She said Sharon's first chemotherapy treatment is next week, and she'll need help immediately after. The pressure to decide quickly adds to the stress of an already impossible choice. I don't know what to do. Sharon stole my mother's home and profited from her dying. Those facts don't change, regardless of Sharon's current medical crisis. But I'm faced with choosing whether to help a dying woman, regardless of her past actions, or maintain boundaries that honor my mother's memory and my own trauma. Some days helping Sharon feels like an opportunity for grace and healing. Other days it feels like betraying my mother and enabling Sharon's lifelong pattern of exploitation without real accountability. I genuinely cannot determine which interpretation is correct or which choice I can live with long term. I have 4 days to give Sharon's family an answer. 4 days to decide if compassion or justice should guide my response to someone who showed my mother neither. The deadline approaches, and I'm no closer to knowing what the right choice is, or even how to define right in this impossible situation. My brother sabotaged my engagement by telling my fiancée I'd cheated on her. The deliberate destruction of my relationship orchestrated by my younger brother, a jealous and vindictive man named Tyler Morrison, 27, who fabricated evidence of infidelity to convince my fiancée I'd been cheating on her throughout our relationship, has cost me the woman I planned to marry and exposed family dynamics so toxic that I've spent the past 8 months trying to rebuild my life while deciding whether Tyler deserves any role in it after what he systematically did to destroy my happiness. I'm 30, and what Tyler accomplished by creating fake text conversations, doctored photos, and elaborate lies that convinced my fiancée Rachel to leave me 3 weeks before our wedding is so comprehensively evil that I've been forced to choose between maintaining family connections and holding Tyler accountable for relationship sabotage that nearly destroyed my mental health. Tyler and I had always been competitive growing up, but I thought we'd outgrown childhood rivalry by adulthood. We both went into finance, with me working in investment banking while Tyler struggled in less prestigious positions at smaller firms. I made significantly more money and advanced faster in my career, which created some tension, but nothing I thought was serious. I met Rachel 4 years ago, and we fell deeply in love. She was a pediatric nurse with the kindest heart I'd ever encountered. We got engaged after 2 years together and were planning a wedding for last September. Everything about our relationship felt right, and I'd never been happier. Tyler was outwardly supportive of my engagement. He offered to help with wedding planning, threw me a bachelor party, and seemed genuinely happy for me. Rachel liked Tyler, and they'd become friendly over the years of family gatherings and holidays. I had no reason to suspect Tyler had any problem with my relationship or upcoming marriage. 3 weeks before the wedding, Rachel confronted me with devastating allegations. She said Tyler had contacted her privately with evidence that I'd been cheating on her with a coworker for months. Tyler had showed Rachel text message screenshots, photos, and bank statements allegedly proving I was having an affair with a woman from my office. I was blindsided by the accusations because they were completely false. I'd never cheated on Rachel, never even considered it. I tried to explain that whatever Tyler showed her must be fabricated or misunderstood, but Rachel said the evidence was overwhelming and specific. Tyler had provided detailed documentation of an affair that never happened. Rachel ended our engagement immediately. She said she couldn't marry someone who'd been lying and cheating throughout their relationship. She moved out of our shared apartment and called off the wedding. Despite my desperate attempts to prove my innocence, Rachel wouldn't listen. Tyler's fake evidence was too convincing. I lost Rachel, lost $25,000 in non-refundable wedding deposits, and fell into severe depression, wondering how Tyler had manufactured such convincing evidence of an affair that never existed. It took me weeks before I could even function enough to start investigating what Tyler had done. I hired a digital forensics expert to examine the text message screenshots Tyler had shown Rachel. The expert discovered they were sophisticated fakes, created by manipulating real messages I'd sent to colleagues about work projects and inserting fabricated content that appeared to be romantic and sexual conversations. Tyler had used photo editing software to create fake texts that looked authentic, but never actually existed. The photos Tyler showed Rachel appeared to show me in intimate situations with a coworker. The forensics expert determined these were also manipulated, using real photos of me from work events and inserting a woman through digital editing to create false images of intimacy. The technical work was impressive, but detectable under expert analysis. The bank statements Tyler provided supposedly showed me spending money on hotels and gifts for my affair partner. Investigation revealed Tyler had accessed my online banking using passwords he'd socially engineered from me, and created fake PDF statements that looked official but contained fabricated transactions. He'd researched my real spending patterns and inserted plausible fake purchases that would suggest infidelity. Tyler had spent months planning and executing his sabotage. He'd gathered information about my work, my colleagues, and my relationship. He'd learned digital manipulation techniques and created elaborate false evidence. He deliberately destroyed my engagement through systematic fraud, all apparently motivated by jealousy of my career success and happiness. I presented all the forensic evidence to Rachel, showing that every piece of proof Tyler provided was fabricated. The text messages were fake, the photos were manipulated, the bank statements were forgeries. I had expert testimony and technical analysis proving Tyler had manufactured everything. Rachel was devastated to learn she'd been manipulated. She apologized profusely for believing Tyler's lies and ending our engagement based on fabricated evidence. She wanted to reconcile and restart our wedding plans, but something had broken in our relationship that couldn't be immediately fixed. I needed time to process what happened and couldn't just resume wedding planning like nothing had occurred. Rachel understood, and we agreed to pause our engagement while I dealt with the betrayal from my brother and decided what I wanted for our future. I confronted Tyler with the forensic evidence of his sabotage. He initially denied everything, claiming I'd fabricated the expert analysis. When I presented him with technical details he couldn't refute, Tyler shifted to justifications. He said I'd always gotten everything easily while he struggled, that I didn't deserve Rachel, and that destroying my engagement was giving me a taste of failure and loss. Tyler's confession was chilling in its lack of genuine remorse. He admitted spending months creating fake evidence to destroy my relationship, but framed it as evening the score for years of me overshadowing him professionally and personally. He seemed to think his jealousy justified relationship sabotage. I filed a police report documenting Tyler's fraud and identity theft related to accessing my bank accounts and creating fake statements. The detective said the case was strong, but that prosecuting family members in these situations was complicated. The DA would need to decide whether to pursue charges. My parents were horrified when they learned what Tyler had done. They'd known about our competitive dynamic, but never imagined Tyler would fabricate evidence to destroy my engagement. They struggled with how to respond to one son who'd committed fraud against their other son out of jealousy. My parents begged me not to press criminal charges against Tyler. They said it would destroy our family and that Tyler needed therapy rather than prison. They offered to pay for intensive psychological treatment for Tyler and suggested we handle the situation privately without law enforcement involvement. I was furious at my parents for asking me to let Tyler escape consequences for deliberately destroying my engagement 3 weeks before the wedding. Tyler hadn't made a momentary mistake. He'd executed a months-long campaign of fraud and manipulation. He deserved to face full accountability, not family therapy and forgiveness. But prosecuting Tyler meant permanently fracturing family relationships. My parents said they couldn't maintain relationships with both of us if I sent Tyler to prison. They'd be forced to choose, and the family would be irreparably divided. They pressured me to accept their compromise of private accountability rather than criminal consequences. Rachel's perspective was that Tyler had victimized her as much as me. He'd manipulated her into ending our engagement through fabricated evidence. She felt violated by the fake text messages and photos Tyler had created. Rachel supported criminal prosecution because Tyler's actions were clearly illegal and harmful beyond just family conflict. The DA ultimately decided to prosecute after reviewing the evidence. Tyler was charged with identity theft for accessing my bank accounts, forgery for creating fake bank statements, and fraud for the overall scheme to destroy my engagement. He faced potential prison time if convicted. Tyler's lawyer negotiated a plea deal. Tyler would plead guilty to reduced charges, receive probation instead of prison, pay restitution for the wedding deposits I'd lost, and complete mandatory psychological treatment. The plea deal avoided trial, but gave Tyler a criminal record. I had to decide whether to accept the plea deal or push for trial with potential prison sentence. The plea deal guaranteed conviction and restitution, but let Tyler avoid incarceration. Trial might result in prison time, but also might result in acquittal if a jury sympathized with family conflict rather than seeing Tyler's actions as serious crimes. I accepted the plea deal. Tyler pleaded guilty to fraud and identity theft charges, received 3 years probation, was ordered to pay $25,000 restitution for my wedding deposits, and was required to complete a year of intensive therapy. He avoided prison, but had a permanent criminal record. The plea deal resolved the criminal case but didn't address my relationship with Tyler or family dynamics. My parents wanted me to forgive Tyler now that he'd faced legal consequences and was in therapy. Rachel wanted Tyler completely out of our lives permanently. Tyler completed his first 6 months of therapy and probation. His therapist says Tyler has shown progress, understanding his jealousy issues and taking accountability for his actions. Tyler has written me several letters apologizing and expressing remorse, though I haven't responded to any. That brings me to now. My parents are hosting Christmas next month and want both Tyler and me to attend. They say Tyler has served his consequences and is working on himself, and that it's time to start family healing. They're pressuring me to come to Christmas and at least be civil with Tyler for the sake of family unity. Rachel and I have reconciled and are engaged again, planning a wedding for next spring. Rachel has made it clear she never wants Tyler at any of our life events and doesn't want him to have any role in our future family. She's traumatized by what Tyler did and can't be around him. If I attend Christmas with Tyler present, I'm essentially validating his re-entry into family events despite Rachel's trauma. If I refuse to attend, I'm letting Tyler's actions drive me away from family gatherings and giving him another victory by making me the absent one. My parents say they understand Rachel's feelings, but that permanent estrangement isn't healthy, and that Tyler deserves a path back to family after completing his consequences and therapy. They frame attending Christmas as a test of whether I can move toward forgiveness. But Tyler's probation hasn't even ended yet. His consequences were minimal compared to the damage he caused, and I haven't seen evidence of genuine change beyond his therapist's claims of progress and Tyler's letters that might be strategic rather than authentic. Some friends think I should skip Christmas and maintain boundaries until I genuinely feel ready to see Tyler, which might be years or never. They say my parents are pushing reconciliation on their timeline, rather than respecting my needs for processing Tyler's betrayal. Other friends think attending Christmas and maintaining cool but civil contact might be the mature path that allows family relationships to continue, while acknowledging that trust with Tyler is permanently damaged. They say I can attend family events without forgiving Tyler or acting like nothing happened. Rachel says she'll support whatever I decide, but that she won't attend any events where Tyler is present. If I go to Christmas, I'll be going without her, which creates another division and consequence of Tyler's actions. I have 3 weeks to tell my parents whether I'll attend Christmas. The decision will set precedent for all future family events and will define what kind of relationship, if any, I'll have with Tyler going forward. What I know is, Tyler spent months creating fake evidence to destroy my engagement 3 weeks before my wedding. He manipulated Rachel into leaving me through sophisticated fraud. He showed no remorse until facing criminal charges. And now, he wants back into family events after 6 months of therapy and probation. I genuinely don't know if Tyler deserves the Christmas invitation my parents are pressuring me to accept. I don't know if being the bigger person means showing up or maintaining boundaries. I don't know what choice honors both my family connections and Rachel's trauma. I'm paralyzed between competing obligations with no clear path forward. My brother spread rumors I was embezzling from our family's nonprofit organization. The character assassination campaign executed by my younger brother Nathan Chen, 34, who manufactured evidence and spread allegations throughout our community that I was embezzling from the charitable foundation our parents established, has destroyed my reputation, cost me my position as executive director, and created a scandal that nearly collapsed an organization that serves hundreds of vulnerable families. I'm 38, and what Nathan accomplished by creating fake financial documents, planting false information with board members, and anonymously reporting supposed fraud to authorities has forced me through investigations, audits, and public humiliation, while he positioned himself to take over leadership of a foundation I'd managed successfully for 8 years before his lies made my continued involvement impossible. Our parents established the Chen Family Foundation 15 years ago to provide educational support and resources to low-income immigrant families in our city. They'd built successful careers and wanted to give back to communities like the one they'd come from. The foundation started small, but grew to distribute approximately $800,000 annually in scholarships, tutoring programs, and family services. I'd been executive director for 8 years, taking over leadership when my parents transitioned to advisory roles as they approached retirement. I'd grown the foundation's impact, expanded our donor base, and built strong community relationships. The work was meaningful, and I took a modest salary of $72,000 annually, well below market rate for executive directors of comparable organizations. Nathan had been peripherally involved with the foundation, serving on the board but rarely attending meetings or contributing meaningfully to operations. He worked in corporate finance and had his own career priorities. Our parents had hoped both their sons would be engaged with the foundation, but Nathan had shown minimal interest until about 18 months ago. Nathan's involvement increased suddenly after he was passed over for a promotion at his firm. He started attending board meetings regularly, asking detailed questions about finances, and expressing concern about operational efficiency. I welcomed his engagement initially, thinking he was finally connecting with our family's charitable mission. But Nathan's questions became increasingly pointed and accusatory. He'd challenge budget decisions in board meetings, question vendor selections, and suggest financial controls were inadequate. His tone implied he was uncovering problems rather than seeking to understand operations. Other board members started noticing Nathan's hostile approach, but attributed it to his finance background, making him particularly detail-oriented. Then, 12 months ago, someone anonymously sent the board chairman a dossier claiming I was embezzling from the foundation. The document included altered financial records, suggesting I'd been creating fake vendors, inflating expenses, and redirecting foundation funds to my personal accounts. The allegations claimed I'd stolen approximately $150,000 over 3 years. The board chairman was required to take the allegations seriously, given his fiduciary duties. He immediately hired an outside forensic accountant to audit the foundation's finances and retained a law firm to investigate. I was placed on administrative leave while the investigation proceeded, a humiliating suspension from work I'd devoted years of my life to building. The investigation took 4 months and cost the foundation $85,000 in professional fees. The forensic accountants examined every transaction, interviewed vendors, and reviewed my personal finances. The investigation found zero evidence of embezzlement, confirming all foundation funds had been used appropriately for charitable purposes. But the damage was done. Word of the investigation spread through our donor community. Major supporters pulled contributions pending resolution of the allegations. Families we served heard rumors the foundation was involved in fraud. Our reputation was damaged even though the investigation cleared me of wrongdoing. During the investigation, I hired my own attorney to protect my interests. My lawyer obtained the anonymous dossier and hired digital forensics experts to examine the documents. The experts determined the altered financial records in the dossier had been created recently and deliberately manipulated to appear to show embezzlement that never occurred. The forensic analysis traced the creation of the fake documents to Nathan's personal computer. He'd accessed real foundation financial records through his board member login, altered them to show fraudulent activity, and submitted the fabricated evidence anonymously to destroy my reputation and credibility. When confronted with the forensic evidence, Nathan initially denied involvement, but the digital trail was definitive. Nathan had created the fake documents showing embezzlement, manufactured the entire fraud narrative, and submitted it anonymously to force my removal from the executive director position. Nathan's motivation became clear during subsequent confrontations. He'd felt I'd been favored by our parents my entire life, and that being appointed executive director, while he was just a board member, represented continued preferential treatment. He wanted the executive director position for himself, and saw destroying my reputation as the path to getting it. I reported Nathan to law enforcement for filing false reports and fraud related to the manufactured documents. The district attorney investigated, but ultimately declined to prosecute, saying family business disputes were better handled civilly. The DA's office characterized Nathan's actions as unethical, but didn't believe they met the threshold for criminal charges. I filed a civil lawsuit against Nathan for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and interference with business relationships. I sought damages for the harm to my reputation, the cost of defending myself during the investigation, and the damage Nathan's false allegations caused to the foundation. The board reinstated me as executive director after the investigation cleared me, but the relationship was irreparably damaged. Some board members remained suspicious despite my exoneration, believing the thoroughness of Nathan's fake evidence suggested there must have been some underlying issues, even if not provable embezzlement. Our parents were devastated by Nathan's actions. They'd built the foundation as a family legacy, and Nathan had nearly destroyed it for personal ambition. They removed Nathan from the board immediately and cut off most contact with him. The family fractured, with siblings on different sides and extended family members uncomfortable with the conflict. I continued as executive director for 6 more months, but found it impossible to work effectively under the cloud of Nathan's false allegations. Even though I'd been cleared, donors remained wary, and some families we served questioned whether to trust an organization that had been investigated for fraud. The scandal's impact persisted, regardless of the investigation's conclusions. I resigned as executive director 8 months ago, stepping away from work I loved because Nathan's lies had made my continued leadership untenable. The foundation hired a new executive director from outside the family, hoping fresh leadership would help restore confidence and move past the scandal. The civil lawsuit against Nathan has been in litigation for 10 months. Nathan's attorneys argue his submission of concerns to the board was protected activity under whistleblower laws, and that he genuinely believed there were financial problems, even though the investigation disproved his allegations. My attorney argues Nathan manufactured evidence, knowing it was false, with the specific intent of destroying my reputation and taking my position. The case will likely go to trial in the next few months, with uncertain outcomes, despite strong evidence of Nathan's fraud. That brings me to yesterday. Our parents both tested positive for COVID-19 and are hospitalized with serious complications. They're both 68, with underlying health conditions, and doctors are concerned about their prognosis. My parents need family support and advocacy during their hospitalization and recovery. I'm the logical person to coordinate their care, given my proximity and availability. But Nathan contacted me saying he also wants to be involved in our parents' medical decisions and hospital visits. He's proposing we set aside our conflict and work together as their sons to ensure they get proper care during this crisis. Nathan's proposal would require me to interact regularly with him, make joint decisions about our parents' care, and present a united family front during their health crisis. He's framing the request as prioritizing our parents' needs over our personal conflict, suggesting that's what good sons should do, regardless of past betrayal. But Nathan filed false fraud allegations that destroyed my career and nearly collapsed our family's charitable foundation. He manufactured evidence of embezzlement, cost me my reputation, and showed no remorse beyond claiming he'd believed there were genuine financial issues. Now he wants to co-parent our sick parents like our history doesn't matter. Some family members think I should work with Nathan for our parents' sake. They say mom and dad are seriously ill and need both their sons coordinating care without the added stress of family conflict. They argue this is bigger than my justified anger at Nathan and that I should prioritize our parents' health. Other family members think Nathan forfeited his right to equal involvement when he committed fraud to destroy my career. They say I should coordinate our parents' care without Nathan's input, and that he can visit on his own time, without requiring my cooperation in decision-making or family coordination. My lawyer says I should be cautious about extensive contact with Nathan while the civil lawsuit is ongoing. Anything said during coordination of our parents' care could potentially be used in litigation. The lawyer isn't saying I can't work with Nathan, but is warning me to be careful about what I communicate. I'm also thinking about our parents' wishes. They removed Nathan from the foundation board after his fraud, but haven't completely cut him off. They'd likely want both sons involved in their medical care if possible. But they might also understand why I'm unwilling to trust Nathan or work collaboratively with him after what he did. The hospital needs to know who has medical decision-making authority and who should receive updates on our parents' condition. I need to decide whether to insist on being sole contact or to include Nathan in coordination of their care. What I know is Nathan manufactured evidence that I was embezzling from our family's charitable foundation, cost me my position as executive director, and nearly destroyed an organization serving vulnerable families. And now, our parents are seriously ill, and Nathan wants to work together as their sons. like his lies and fraud are just water under the bridge. I have 2 days to respond to Nathan's proposal and to inform the hospital about family contact and decision-making. I genuinely don't know if being a good son means setting aside my anger at Nathan to provide unified care for our parents, or if protecting myself means maintaining boundaries, even during a family medical crisis. My brother-in-law sabotaged my adoption to keep his kids as only grandchildren. The devastating interference executed by my husband's brother, a calculating man named Craig Matheson, 42, has cost my husband and me years of effort toward adopting a child and left us questioning whether we can ever trust his family again. I'm 38, my husband Dean is 40, and what Craig did to derail our adoption while pretending to support us is so cruel and strategically timed that we've spent the past 10 months dealing with the emotional wreckage while watching Craig's children remain the only grandchildren in the family dynamic he was determined to preserve. Dean and I have been married for 11 years. We struggled with infertility for 7 years before deciding to pursue adoption. The decision was painful, but ultimately felt right for us. We wanted to build our family and give a child a loving home, regardless of biology. We began the adoption process 3 years ago, working with a reputable agency that specializes in domestic infant adoption. The process was extensive, requiring background checks, home studies, financial documentation, reference letters, and psychological evaluations. We spent over $40,000 on agency fees, legal costs, and preparation expenses. Dean's family initially seemed supportive. His parents said they'd love an adopted grandchild just as much as biological grandchildren. Craig, Dean's older brother, said all the right things about supporting our decision and welcoming a new niece or nephew into the family. Craig's wife and their 3 kids, ages 8, 6, and 4, were the only grandchildren at that point. The adoption process moved slowly. We were matched with 2 expectant mothers during the first 2 years, and both ultimately decided to parent their children rather than proceed with adoption. These disruptions were heartbreaking, but we understood they were part of the process. Birth mothers have every right to change their minds, and we respected their decisions while grieving our losses. 20 months ago, we were matched with an expectant mother named Jessica. She was 23, facing an unplanned pregnancy, and felt adoption was the best choice for her baby. We spent months building a relationship with Jessica, attending doctor appointments, discussing her preferences for the adoption plan, and preparing for the baby's arrival. Jessica's due date was in October. Everything seemed to be progressing well. We'd completed all legal paperwork, prepared a nursery, and felt cautiously optimistic that this adoption would succeed. Dean's family seemed excited about finally becoming grandparents to our child. Then, in late August, 2 months before Jessica's due date, the adoption agency called with devastating news. Jessica had decided not to proceed with the adoption. She'd had a change of heart and wanted to parent her baby. We were crushed, but tried to be supportive of her decision. The agency caseworker mentioned something strange, though. She said Jessica had received concerning information about us from an anonymous source. Someone had contacted Jessica claiming to be a family friend and sharing information that made us seem unstable and potentially unfit as parents. The caseworker wouldn't provide details but said Jessica had been shaken by the contact and it influenced her decision to parent. Dean and I were confused and disturbed. Who would sabotage our adoption? The agency couldn't tell us much due to confidentiality, but they shared that the anonymous contact had happened through Jessica's social media, where someone found her public posts about her adoption plan. We hired a private investigator to look into it. The PI traced the anonymous social media account that had contacted Jessica back to an IP address belonging to Craig's home internet service. The messages sent to Jessica included accurate details about our family, our finances, and our personal lives that only close family would know. Craig had found Jessica through her public posts about adoption and had sent her messages designed to make her doubt us as adoptive parents. He'd twisted facts about Dean's job transition 2 years earlier to suggest financial instability. He'd mentioned my history of anxiety and depression during our infertility struggle to suggest mental health issues. He'd implied our marriage had problems because Dean and I had been to couples therapy during our hardest infertility years. Everything Craig told Jessica was based on truth, but presented in the most damaging context possible. He'd taken difficult periods in our lives and weaponized them to make us look unfit to parent. His goal was to ensure Jessica wouldn't proceed with placing her baby with us. When we confronted Craig with the evidence, he denied it initially. Then he admitted what he'd done but justified it by saying he'd been protecting Jessica from making a mistake. He claimed he had concerns about whether we were stable enough to adopt and thought Jessica deserved to know the whole truth about us. His real motivation became clear during the confrontation. Craig said his kids had always been the only grandchildren and that Dean's parents' attention and resources were focused on them. If we adopted, we'd be competing for attention and inheritance. Craig wanted to preserve his children's status as the only grandchildren and the primary focus of Dean's parents' affection and financial support. It was grotesque. Craig had destroyed our chance at parenthood to protect his children's position in the family hierarchy. He'd traumatized Jessica by making her doubt her adoption plan and left her to parent alone when she'd felt adoption was her best choice. He'd caused devastation to multiple lives to serve his own petty interests. We showed Dean's parents the evidence of what Craig had done. They were horrified, but struggled with how to respond. Craig was their son and the father of their existing grandchildren. Cutting him off completely would mean losing access to their grandchildren. They condemned his actions but couldn't bring themselves to impose meaningful consequences. Dean and I felt betrayed not just by Craig, but by Dean's parents' inability to truly hold him accountable. They gave Craig a stern talking to, but continued family gatherings and relationships as if he'd merely made an error in judgment, rather than deliberately sabotaging our adoption. We consulted with lawyers about potential legal action. Our attorney said we might have a case for intentional interference with contractual relationships or emotional distress. However, proving damages would be difficult. We'd lost an adoption opportunity, but couldn't prove we'd definitely have succeeded without Craig's interference. Jessica might have changed her mind anyway for unrelated reasons. The attorney estimated litigation would cost $60,000 plus, with uncertain outcomes, and would permanently destroy Dean's family relationships. We could pursue it on principle, but needed to consider whether the emotional and financial cost was worth potential recovery of legal fees at best. We decided not to sue, but did cut off contact with Craig completely. We stopped attending family gatherings where he'd be present and made clear to Dean's parents that we couldn't have Craig in our lives after what he'd done. This meant missing holidays, birthdays, and family events, essentially separating ourselves from Dean's extended family. Dean's parents were caught in the middle. They wanted relationships with both their sons, but we refused to be in the same space as Craig. They had to choose between splitting holidays or excluding someone. They tried rotating arrangements, but it was awkward and painful for everyone. Meanwhile, we had to restart the adoption process. Jessica's decision meant we were back at square one, waiting to be matched with another expectant mother. The emotional toll of losing another placement was significant. We questioned whether we could survive another disruption, and whether pursuing adoption was worth the continued heartbreak. We took a 6-month break from active adoption matching to heal and reconsider our path forward. During that break, Craig's wife reached out to me. She apologized for her husband's actions and said she'd been unaware of what he'd done. She said Craig had been going to therapy and claimed to recognize how wrong his interference was. Craig's wife asked if there was any path to reconciliation for the sake of family unity. She said their kids were confused about why they no longer saw Uncle Dean and Aunt Me. She suggested that Craig wanted to apologize and make amends, though Craig hadn't reached out to us directly. Dean and I weren't interested in reconciliation at that point. Craig had deliberately sabotaged our adoption and showed no remorse until facing consequences. We needed space to heal, and didn't trust that Craig had genuinely changed rather than just wanting to restore family harmony. We resumed our adoption journey 5 months ago, getting matched with a new expectant mother named Alicia. This time, we were extremely protective of information. We didn't share details with Dean's family about our match, the timing, or anything that could be used to interfere. We kept the adoption completely separate from family relationships. Alicia gave birth 3 weeks ago to a healthy baby girl. The adoption proceeded smoothly, and we finalized placement. We're now parents to a beautiful daughter we've named Maya. The joy we feel is overwhelming, but tinged with sadness about how we got here and what we lost along the way. Dean's parents learned about Maya's birth through our announcement after placement was finalized. They were hurt that we hadn't shared the pregnancy journey with them, but understood we'd been protecting ourselves from potential interference. They desperately want to meet their granddaughter and be involved in her life. We're torn about how to handle Dean's family relationships now. We want Maya to know her grandparents and to have family connections. But we can't trust that Craig won't create problems, and Dean's parents haven't truly held Craig accountable for sabotaging our previous adoption. Craig sent us a letter last week through Dean's parents. He congratulated us on Maya's arrival and apologized for what he'd done to derail Jessica's adoption plan. He said he'd been in therapy working on his issues and recognized his actions were inexcusable. He asked if we'd be willing to consider supervised contact at family events, so Maya could know her cousins and extended family. The letter felt rehearsed and strategic. Craig wants access restored now that we have a child, and the family dynamic he was trying to preserve has changed anyway. His apology comes when it benefits him, not when we needed support and accountability. Dean's parents are pressuring us to consider Craig's request. They say Maya deserves to know her whole family, and that cousins' relationships are important. They argue that Craig has apologized and is in therapy, and that holding a grudge indefinitely punishes Maya by depriving her of family connections. But I can't shake the image of Craig finding Jessica online and deliberately sending her messages designed to make her doubt us. He interfered with another woman's adoption plan and our chance at parenthood for purely selfish reasons. The manipulation was calculated and cruel. My therapist asks what boundaries would make us feel safe if we did allow limited family contact. She suggests we have power in this situation and can set conditions for any relationship with Craig. She doesn't push reconciliation, but encourages me to think about what Maya's needs are, separate from our anger at Craig. Dean is more open to considering limited contact than I am. He says Maya does deserve to know her grandparents and cousins, and that we can maintain strict boundaries with Craig while allowing supervised family gatherings. He thinks we can protect Maya from Craig's toxicity while not completely isolating ourselves from Dean's family. I worry that any contact gives Craig opportunities to create new problems. What if he undermines our parenting decisions? What if he treats Maya differently than his biological children? What if his true motivations for wanting contact are about maintaining appearances rather than genuine remorse? Some friends think we should allow supervised contact for Maya's sake. They say holding on to anger hurts us more than Craig, and that Maya shouldn't pay the price for her uncle's past actions. They argue that setting firm boundaries while allowing some family connection is possible. Other friends think Craig hasn't earned the privilege of being in Maya's life. They say his apology is self-serving, and that we have no obligation to expose our daughter to someone who deliberately tried to prevent her from joining our family. They worry that Craig's presence would be a constant reminder of the trauma he caused. Dean's parents have offered to host a small gathering where we could bring Maya to meet them without Craig present. They say they'd respect our boundaries and never pressure us to interact with Craig, but they're desperate to meet their granddaughter and be part of her life. That offer is tempting because we do want Maya to know her grandparents. But we worry it's a slippery slope. If we allow some contact, will Dean's parents gradually push for fuller family inclusion with Craig present? Will they guilt us about excluding Craig from holidays and events once we've re-established connection? Craig's wife called me yesterday saying their kids have been asking about their new cousin and don't understand why they can't meet her. She said we're punishing innocent children for their father's mistakes, and that cousin relationships matter. She offered to facilitate meetings between the cousins without Craig present if that would help. I feel manipulated by these requests that frame our boundaries as punishing children rather than protecting ourselves from someone who sabotaged us. Yes, Craig's kids and Maya are innocent, but we're also trying to protect our family from someone who proved he'd interfere with our attempts to build it. Dean and I need to decide soon what level of contact, if any, we'll allow with his family. Maya is 3 weeks old, and Dean's parents are becoming more insistent about meeting her. Craig continues to send messages through intermediaries asking for reconciliation. The pressure is intense, and I don't know what's right for Maya, for us, or for the family relationships that have been fractured by Craig's actions. We have no deadline, but the situation feels urgent. Every day we delay is another day Maya's grandparents miss of her infancy. Every decision we make sets precedent for future family dynamics. I'm paralyzed between protecting our family from Craig and giving Maya the extended family connections that children deserve. I genuinely don't know what to do. Children rather than protecting ourselves from someone who sabotaged us. Yes, Craig's kids and Maya are innocent, but we're also trying to protect our family from someone who proved he'd interfere with our attempts to build it. Dean and I need to decide soon what level of contact, if any, we'll allow with his family. Maya is 3 weeks old, and Dean's parents are becoming more insistent about meeting her. Craig continues to send messages through intermediaries asking for reconciliation. The pressure is intense, and I don't know what's right for Maya, for us, or for the family relationships that have been fractured by Craig's actions. We have no deadline, but the situation feels urgent. Every day we delay is another day Maya's grandparents miss of her infancy. Every decision we make sets precedent for future family dynamics. I'm paralyzed between protecting our family from Craig and giving Maya the extended family connections that children deserve. I genuinely don't know what to do. Children rather than protecting ourselves from someone who sabotaged us. Yes, Craig's kids and Maya are innocent, but we're also trying to protect our family from someone who proved he'd interfere with our attempts to build it. Dean and I need to decide soon what level of contact, if any, we'll allow with his family. Maya is 3 weeks old, and Dean's parents are becoming more insistent about meeting her. Craig continues to send messages through intermediaries asking for reconciliation. The pressure is intense, and I don't know what's right for Maya, for us, or for the family relationships that have been fractured by Craig's actions. We have no deadline, but the situation feels urgent. Every day we delay is another day Maya's grandparents miss of her infancy. Every decision we make sets precedent for future family dynamics. I'm paralyzed between protecting our family from Craig and giving Maya the extended family connections that children deserve. I genuinely don't know what to do. Children rather than protecting ourselves from someone who sabotaged us. Yes, Craig's kids and Maya are innocent, but we're also trying to protect our family from someone who proved he'd interfere with our attempts to build it. Dean and I need to decide soon what level of contact, if any, we'll allow with his family. Maya is 3 weeks old, and Dean's parents are becoming more insistent about meeting her. Craig continues to send messages through intermediaries asking for reconciliation. The pressure is intense, and I don't know what's right for Maya, for us, or for the family relationships that have been fractured by Craig's actions. We have no... My cousin claimed she invented my art style and sued me for copyright infringement. The completely fraudulent legal attack launched by my cousin, an unsuccessful artist named Valerie Parker, 31, who filed a lawsuit claiming that my distinctive illustration style was actually her original creation that I'd stolen and built my career on, has cost me a year of litigation expenses and nearly destroyed the freelance business I'd spent a decade building from nothing. I'm 33, and what Valerie accomplished by fabricating backdated sketches, recruiting false witnesses, and manufacturing an elaborate timeline claiming she'd developed my artistic style years before I supposedly copied it, has forced me into exhausting legal battles, where I've had to prove my own creative work is actually mine, while watching Valerie attempt to claim ownership of an illustration style I developed independently through years of practice and evolution. Valerie and I grew up in the same city and both pursued art careers, though we took very different paths. I went to art school, developed my skills methodically, and built a successful freelance illustration business, creating artwork for children's books, advertising campaigns, and editorial publications. My distinctive style combined watercolor techniques with digital elements in a way that became recognizable and sought after by clients. Valerie struggled more as an artist. She'd taken some community college art classes but never completed a degree. She worked various non-art jobs while creating artwork in her spare time. Her style was inconsistent, and she hadn't developed a strong portfolio or client base. She'd occasionally expressed frustration at family gatherings that I was more successful, despite her feeling she had equal or better talent. About 2 years ago, I was commissioned by a major publisher to illustrate a children's book that became a bestseller. The book's success significantly raised my profile and led to numerous high-paying commissions. My work was featured in industry publications, and I was making approximately $180,000 annually from illustration work. Valerie's reaction to my success was initially congratulatory, but with undertones of resentment. She'd make comments about how luck plays such a large role in artistic success, and how she'd been creating similar work for years without the same opportunities. I attributed her comments to normal artistic jealousy and didn't think much of it. Then, 14 months ago, Valerie filed a federal copyright lawsuit against me. The complaint claimed that my illustration style, techniques, and artistic approach were actually her original creations that she'd developed between 2015 and 2018. She alleged I'd copied her style after seeing her work at family gatherings and had built my entire career on stolen artistic concepts. Valerie's lawsuit demanded I cease using her style, pay her all profits I'd earned from work using the allegedly stolen techniques, and provide attribution crediting her as the originator of the artistic approach I'd become known for. The financial damages she sought exceeded $500,000. I was stunned by the allegations. My illustration style had evolved over a decade of professional work. I had thousands of sketches, practice pieces, and client projects documenting my artistic development from art school through present day. My style was mine, developed through years of experimentation and practice, not copied from Valerie. Valerie's lawsuit included what she claimed was evidence of her prior creation of the style. She submitted sketches allegedly created between 2015 and 2018 that showed techniques similar to my current work. She provided testimony from friends who claimed they'd seen her creating this work years before I supposedly started using similar approaches. She'd constructed an elaborate false timeline, claiming she'd originated everything I was known for. I hired an intellectual property attorney who specialized in copyright and artistic disputes. My lawyer reviewed Valerie's evidence and immediately identified problems. The sketches Valerie claimed were from 2015-2018 appeared to be recent creations deliberately mimicking my current style. The paper, materials, and techniques didn't match what would have been available or popular during the dates she claimed. My attorney hired forensic art experts and document examiners who analyzed Valerie's submitted sketches. The experts found multiple indicators that the sketches were recently created and backdated. The paper was manufactured after 2018, despite Valerie claiming some pieces were from 2015. The digital elements showed metadata indicating recent creation dates. The artistic techniques showed awareness of trends that only became popular after 2019. The evidence clearly showed Valerie had created recent sketches in deliberate imitation of my style and was fraudulently claiming they preceded my work. She'd manufactured fake evidence to support a completely fabricated claim that I'd stolen her artistic approach. We also investigated Valerie's supposed witnesses. The friends who testified they'd seen Valerie creating the disputed work in 2015-2018 had inconsistent stories under deposition. Several admitted under oath that Valerie had showed them recent sketches, but asked them to testify the work was older. Some witnesses had never actually seen the specific pieces Valerie submitted as evidence. The discovery process revealed Valerie's lawsuit was entirely fraudulent. She'd created fake evidence, recruited false witnesses, and constructed an elaborate lie to try to claim ownership of my artistic style and extract money from my success. But defending against the fraudulent lawsuit cost me enormous time, stress, and money. I'd spent $125,000 in legal fees over 14 months fighting Valerie's claims. Client relationships suffered because some companies were hesitant to commission work that might be subject to copyright disputes. My income dropped significantly during the litigation. My attorney filed motions for summary judgment based on the forensic evidence proving Valerie's sketches were fraudulent. We also filed counterclaims for abuse of process, fraud, and malicious prosecution. We sought to not only defeat Valerie's claims, but to recover my damages and impose sanctions for her fraudulent lawsuit. The court ruled decisively in my favor. The judge found Valerie's evidence was fraudulent, that her lawsuit lacked any factual or legal basis, and that she'd filed it in bad faith to extract money from my success. Valerie's claims were dismissed completely. The judge also sanctioned Valerie, ordering her to pay $75,000 toward my legal fees as punishment for filing a fraudulent lawsuit. The court's ruling included harsh language condemning Valerie's manufacture of false evidence and recruitment of false witnesses. But the sanctions didn't come close to covering my actual legal costs, and Valerie had limited assets to collect from. She'd filed the lawsuit without resources to pay if she lost, essentially judgment-proof. I'd won the legal battle, but was still out over $50,000 after the partial fee recovery. The counterclaims for fraud and malicious prosecution are still ongoing. My attorney says we'll likely win additional damages, but that collecting from Valerie will be difficult given her limited income and assets. Legal vindication doesn't necessarily mean financial recovery. The family fallout has been severe. Valerie's immediate family initially supported her claims, believing she was fighting for recognition of her artistic contributions. When the evidence of fraud emerged, some family members apologized, while others remained defensive. Valerie's mother, my aunt, has been particularly difficult. She continues to claim Valerie was treated unfairly by the legal system and that the forensic evidence was manipulated. She's convinced that Valerie really did originate my style and that somehow the experts were wrong or biased. She's created an alternative narrative where Valerie is still the victim. My parents were horrified by what Valerie did and supported me throughout the litigation, but they're uncomfortable with ongoing legal action and family division. They've suggested I drop the remaining counterclaims and try to move past the situation rather than continuing to pursue Valerie financially. That brings me to yesterday. Valerie's mother contacted me saying Valerie is facing bankruptcy from the $75,000 sanctions plus her own legal fees. Valerie apparently owes approximately $140,000 total between sanctions and her attorney fees. My aunt is asking me to forgive the $75,000 Valerie owes me in court-ordered sanctions and to drop my remaining counterclaims. My aunt says Valerie made a terrible mistake, but has already been punished enough through the lawsuit loss and public humiliation. She claims continuing to pursue Valerie financially will destroy her life and push her into permanent poverty. My aunt is asking me to show family mercy and let Valerie rebuild without the crushing debt. The request is outrageous, given that Valerie filed a completely fraudulent lawsuit, manufactured fake evidence, recruited false witnesses, and tried to claim my artistic work as her own creation. She attempted to destroy my career and reputation for financial gain. Her terrible mistake was actually calculated fraud. But I'm also aware that Valerie will likely never be able to pay the full amount she owes. Pursuing the remaining counterclaims to judgment will cost me additional legal fees with uncertain recovery. I might spend another $30,000 in legal costs to get a judgment Valerie can't pay. Some friends think I should continue all legal action to full conclusion on principle. They say Valerie committed serious fraud and should face maximum consequences regardless of her ability to pay. They argue that letting her off financially rewards fraudulent behavior and suggests copyright fraud has minimal real consequences. Other friends think I should accept the $75,000 sanctions already awarded and drop the remaining counterclaims. They say I've been vindicated legally, my reputation is restored, and continuing to pursue someone who can't pay is just accumulating my own legal bills without meaningful recovery. My attorney says it's a business decision at this point. The remaining counterclaims might yield another $100,000 in damages if we prevail, but collecting would be difficult, and the legal costs to get there would be substantial. The attorney can't tell me whether continued litigation makes financial sense. I'm also thinking about my career recovery. The lawsuit is behind me, but continuing legal action keeps the dispute alive in professional circles. Some potential clients might prefer working with an illustrator who's completely moved past legal conflicts, rather than someone still embroiled in family litigation. My aunt has given me 2 weeks to respond to her request. She says if I refuse to forgive the debt and drop the counterclaims, Valerie will file bankruptcy, which will discharge most of what she owes me anyway. My aunt is positioning this as my last chance to show family grace before Valerie takes the bankruptcy route. Valerie hasn't contacted me directly or apologized personally. The request comes through her mother, which feels like Valerie is still avoiding direct accountability for what she did. If Valerie were genuinely remorseful, wouldn't she reach out herself, rather than having her mother negotiate on her behalf? I have 13 days to decide whether to forgive $75,000 in court-ordered sanctions and drop counterclaims that might yield another $100,000, or to continue legal action that will cost me money to pursue with limited likelihood of actual collection, even if I win. What I know is Valerie filed a fraudulent copyright lawsuit claiming my artistic style was actually her creation. She manufactured fake evidence, recruited false witnesses, and tried to destroy my career for financial gain. I've already spent $125,000 defending against her fraud, and now her family wants me to forgive her debts and drop remaining claims because continuing to pursue her will cause her financial hardship. I genuinely don't know if the right answer is continued legal pursuit of someone who tried to steal my career, or pragmatic acceptance that I've been vindicated legally, even if not financially. Every option feels unsatisfying in different ways. My cousin stole my identity to open credit cards and destroyed my credit score. The complete financial sabotage perpetrated by my first cousin, someone I'd trusted my entire life named Melissa Torres, 32, has left me with ruined credit, tens of thousands in fraudulent debt, and years of legal battles to restore my financial identity. I'm 30, and what Melissa did by systematically using my personal information to open credit accounts, max them out, and destroy my credit score while I was serving overseas in the military is so comprehensively devastating that I've spent the past 2 years fighting to rebuild my life while watching Melissa face minimal consequences for the identity theft that nearly cost me my career and future. Melissa and I grew up together, more like siblings than cousins. Our mothers are sisters who lived next door to each other throughout our childhood. We were inseparable growing up, sharing everything from toys to secrets to family vacations. When we became adults, we remained close friends who trusted each other completely with personal information and life details. I joined the Army at 22 and served for 6 years, including 2 deployments overseas. During my first deployment to Afghanistan when I was 24, I gave Melissa limited power of attorney to handle some of my affairs back home. I needed someone to manage my apartment lease, collect my mail, and handle any emergency situations that might arise while I was unreachable in a combat zone. The power of attorney was meant to be narrowly focused on specific tasks like apartment management and emergency medical decisions. But it included my social security number, birth date, and other personal information Melissa needed to act on my behalf with landlords and utilities. I trusted Melissa completely and never imagined she'd use that information for anything beyond helping me. During my 9-month deployment, Melissa started opening credit card accounts in my name. She'd use my personal information to apply online, having the cards sent to her address instead of mine. She'd claim to be me, forge my signature on applications, and create accounts that I had no knowledge of. Over 18 months, Melissa opened 9 credit cards in my name, with combined limits totaling $87,000. She maxed out every card, making only minimum payments or missing payments entirely. She used the cards for everything: shopping, vacations, cash advances, luxury purchases. She was living far beyond her actual means, using credit obtained fraudulently in my name. I discovered the identity theft when I applied for a car loan after returning from my second deployment. The lender rejected my application, saying my credit score was 490 with multiple delinquent accounts. I was shocked. I'd always had excellent credit and had no outstanding debts. When I reviewed my credit report, I found 9 credit cards I'd never opened, all maxed out and most in collections. I immediately filed identity theft reports with the credit bureaus and police. I contacted each credit card company, explaining I'd never opened these accounts, and providing documentation that I'd been deployed overseas during many of the application dates. The credit card companies began fraud investigations. As the investigations progressed, evidence pointed clearly to Melissa. The accounts used her address, her phone number, and her email. Transaction records showed purchases at stores near her home and restaurants she frequented. When I confronted Melissa, she initially denied everything, then broke down and admitted what she'd done. Melissa claimed she'd been in financial crisis and saw the credit applications as borrowing from family, not theft. She said she'd planned to pay everything back before I noticed, and that using my credit temporarily was helping both of us because she was supporting her mother, my aunt, who had medical expenses. Melissa framed the identity theft as family helping family rather than fraud. The rationalization was insane. Melissa had stolen my identity, destroyed my credit, and accumulated $87,000 in fraudulent debt. There was nothing temporary or helpful about identity theft, and my aunt's medical expenses didn't justify fraud. Melissa had committed serious crimes and was trying to manipulate family loyalty to avoid consequences. I filed a police report specifically naming Melissa as the identity thief. The detective investigated and found overwhelming evidence. IP addresses from Melissa's home computer on the credit applications, transaction records matching her spending patterns, and Melissa's own partial admission. Melissa was arrested and charged with multiple counts of identity theft, fraud, and forgery. The criminal case was straightforward given the evidence, but Melissa's family, including my aunt and uncle, pressured me to drop the charges. They said Melissa had made a mistake but didn't deserve prison. They said I was destroying the family by prosecuting my own cousin over money. They claimed family should handle problems privately without involving police. My mother, Melissa's aunt, was caught in the middle. She knew what Melissa did was wrong but felt pressure from her sister to protect Melissa from criminal consequences. My mother begged me to consider a resolution that didn't involve Melissa getting a criminal record, suggesting Melissa could pay restitution without going to prison. But the damage Melissa caused was severe and required full accountability. My credit score had dropped from 780 to 490. I had $87,000 in fraudulent debt that creditors were pursuing me for, despite my identity theft reports. My security clearance for military work was under review because of the delinquent debts showing on my record. Melissa's fraud had put my entire military career at risk. The credit card companies required police reports and criminal prosecution before they'd write off the fraudulent debts. Without criminal charges being pursued, they considered the debts potentially legitimate and continued collections. Dropping charges against Melissa would leave me personally liable for $87,000 in debt she'd created. Melissa eventually accepted a plea deal. She pleaded guilty to felony identity theft and fraud, receiving 3 years in prison, followed by 5 years probation. She was ordered to pay full restitution of $87,000, plus my legal fees and credit repair costs, totaling approximately $95,000. The criminal conviction allowed the credit card companies to close the fraudulent accounts and remove them from my credit report. But the damage persisted beyond the immediate debts. My credit score only gradually recovered as the fraudulent accounts were removed and disputed. It took 18 months for my score to return above 700. During that time, I couldn't qualify for mortgages, car loans, or even some apartment rentals. The identity theft Melissa committed had practical consequences that extended years beyond the criminal case resolution. My security clearance review concluded without revocation, but included documentation of the identity theft incident in my file. My commanding officers were understanding once they learned the full story, but the situation had created scrutiny and complications that affected my military career trajectory. I ended up leaving the Army after my contract ended rather than re-enlisting, partly because of the stress from dealing with Melissa's identity theft. Melissa served 2 years of her 3-year sentence before being released on parole 18 months ago. She's been making restitution payments through wage garnishment from her retail job, approximately $250 monthly. At that rate, she'll be paying me for the next 30 years. I've received about $6,000 so far against the $95,000 judgment. The family split over the situation. Melissa's immediate family blamed me for prosecuting her and causing her criminal record and imprisonment. They said I'd destroyed Melissa's life over money that insurance and banks ultimately covered. They claimed I'd been vindictive and unforgiving when family should support each other through mistakes. My parents supported my decision to prosecute, but struggled with the family division. My mother's relationship with her sister, Melissa's mother, became strained. Family gatherings became impossible because Melissa's family refused to attend events where I'd be present. What had been a close, extended family fractured into factions. The emotional cost of Melissa's betrayal exceeded even the financial damage. Someone I'd trusted, as much as a sister, had stolen my identity for personal gain. She'd exploited our childhood bond and the trust I'd given her while I was deployed and vulnerable. The betrayal cut deeper than any stranger's identity theft would have. I've had to change my social security number, a complicated process that affects everything from employment records to medical history to financial accounts. I've had fraud alerts on my credit permanently and monitor my credit reports obsessively. The identity theft Melissa committed created lasting anxiety and hypervigilance about my financial security. Then, 3 months ago, Melissa reached out through my mother, asking to meet. She said she'd completed intensive therapy while in prison and during her parole. She wanted to apologize in person and discuss how she could make meaningful restitution beyond the court-ordered payments. She claimed she'd found religion and was trying to make amends to people she'd harmed. My mother encouraged me to consider meeting with Melissa. She said Melissa seemed genuinely changed and remorseful, that prison and therapy had given her perspective on what she'd done. My mother wanted the family to heal and saw Melissa's outreach as a potential path toward reconciliation. I was skeptical. Melissa had 2 years in prison to reflect on her crimes, but only reached out after her release when reconciliation would benefit her by potentially restoring family relationships. Her timing suggested self-interest rather than genuine remorse. But my mother's plea for family healing made me consider the meeting despite my reservations. I agreed to meet Melissa in a public place with my mother present. Melissa arrived looking worn and nervous, markedly different from the confident cousin I'd known. She apologized extensively for the identity theft, acknowledging it was fraud and betrayal rather than borrowing between family. She explained she'd been dealing with addiction issues that spiraled her into financial crisis, and that she'd made terrible decisions she now recognized as unforgivable. Melissa's explanation of addiction added context, but didn't excuse the systematic identity theft. She'd made deliberate choices over 18 months to repeatedly use my information for fraudulent accounts. Addiction might explain financial desperation, but not the calculated fraud and betrayal of family trust. Melissa asked what she could do to make amends beyond the restitution payments. She acknowledged the court-ordered payments were minimal and would take decades to complete. She said she wanted to find ways to restore what she'd taken from me, including the trust and family relationships her crimes had destroyed. I didn't have a clear answer. Money couldn't restore the 2 years I'd spent fighting identity theft, or repair my relationship with extended family. Melissa couldn't undo the stress, anxiety, and practical consequences her fraud had caused. The damage was too comprehensive for simple amends. My mother suggested Melissa could write letters to extended family, explaining what really happened, and taking full accountability without blaming me for prosecuting her. She thought Melissa publicly acknowledging her crimes, rather than letting me remain vilified, might help repair the family split. Melissa agreed to write the letters. But 2 weeks later, I learned Melissa hadn't sent any letters. My aunt, Melissa's mother, said Melissa had tried to write them, but found it too emotionally difficult to publicly admit the full extent of her crimes to extended family. Melissa asked if there was another way to make amends that didn't require her to face family judgment about what she'd done. The request revealed Melissa's remorse had limits. She wanted forgiveness and family reconciliation, but didn't want to face the social consequences of publicly admitting her fraud. She wanted me to facilitate her reintegration into the family without her having to fully acknowledge what she'd done to earn exile. I told my mother I wasn't interested in further meetings with Melissa until she actually followed through on writing those accountability letters. My mother was disappointed, saying I was being rigid and unforgiving. She said Melissa was trying and that I should accept partial amends rather than demanding perfection. But partial amends felt like Melissa wanted reconciliation on her terms, without real accountability. She'd committed identity theft that nearly destroyed my financial life and military career. She divided our family with her crimes. The bare minimum for reconciliation was her publicly acknowledging what she'd done and clearing my name with family members who blamed me for prosecuting her. Then, last month, the situation escalated. Melissa's parole was modified to allow her to move across the country for a job opportunity. She'll be working remotely for a tech company that doesn't care about her criminal record and making substantially more money than her current retail wage. The job would increase her restitution payments to approximately $600 monthly instead of $250. My mother framed this as good news, saying Melissa would pay me back faster and that her life was improving post-prison. But I saw it differently. Melissa was moving away from family accountability and starting fresh somewhere people didn't know about her identity theft. She'd rebuild her life while I remained in the community, dealing with family members who blamed me for her imprisonment. My mother asked if I'd be willing to write a letter supporting Melissa's parole modification. The parole board wanted input from victims about whether they supported the parolee relocating. My mother said supporting Melissa's move would be a gesture of forgiveness and would help Melissa make restitution faster. I refused. Supporting Melissa's parole modification after she'd failed to write accountability letters felt like enabling her escape from local consequences. Let her rebuild somewhere else without my facilitation. My mother said I was being punitive and preventing Melissa from moving forward with her life. The parole modification was approved without my letter, and Melissa moved across the country 3 weeks ago. My restitution payments increased to $600 monthly as promised, but Melissa is now 2,000 miles away, removed from family pressure or accountability, starting fresh, while I'm still dealing with the aftermath of her crimes. My aunt sent me an email saying I'd lost my chance for reconciliation with Melissa by being unforgiving and rigid. She said Melissa had tried to make amends, but I'd rejected her efforts. She claimed I was holding grudges that were damaging the whole family and preventing healing. The email infuriated me. Melissa committed identity theft, destroyed my credit, nearly cost me my military career, and divided the family through her crimes. She'd served minimal prison time and made minimal restitution payments. She'd failed to follow through on the one accountability action I'd requested. and somehow I was the problem for not facilitating her escape and fresh start. Some friends think I should let go of the anger and accept Melissa's higher restitution payments as sufficient amends. They say she's clearly trying to improve her life, and that I'll get my money back faster with her new job. They argue that continuing to demand apology letters or public accountability is keeping me stuck in victim mode. Other friends think Melissa got off easy, and that my expectations were minimal and reasonable. They say Melissa committed serious crimes with lasting consequences, and that writing accountability letters to restore my reputation with family was the least she could do. They think her moving away without completing that amends is another betrayal. My therapist asks what I actually need to move forward. Can I heal without Melissa's public accountability? Does holding firm on the letters serve my well-being, or just maintain conflict? She doesn't push either direction, but encourages me to think about what outcome would actually let me find peace. I'm also thinking about the practical realities. Melissa is paying $600 monthly now, which is $7,200 annually. The increased payments are meaningful financially, even if they don't address the emotional and relational damage. Maybe accepting the money and abandoning the demand for accountability letters is pragmatic, even if unsatisfying. But every time I consider dropping my requirement for the letters, I remember family members who still blame me for prosecuting Melissa. I remember my aunt saying, "I destroyed Melissa's life over money." I remember the family gatherings I missed because Melissa's family wouldn't attend if I was there. Those relationships remain damaged because Melissa never set the record straight about what she actually did. Melissa sent me an email from her new location saying she hoped we could stay in touch and work toward rebuilding our relationship over time. She said the distance might actually help because it removes the pressure of constant family scrutiny. She suggested we could take things slowly and see if trust could be rebuilt through consistency rather than grand gestures. The email sounded reasonable on its surface, but avoided addressing her failure to write the accountability letters. Melissa was proposing reconciliation on her timeline and terms, while dodging the one specific amends I'd requested. The pattern of self-serving behavior continued even in her attempts at making peace. I haven't responded to Melissa's email. I don't know if I should maintain my boundary about the letters, accept her higher restitution payments as sufficient, or find some middle ground that acknowledges both practical realities and my need for her to face some accountability for dividing the family with her crimes. What I do know is that Melissa stole my identity, destroyed my credit, and nearly cost me my military career. She served 2 years in prison and is now rebuilding her life 2,000 miles away, while I'm still dealing with family members who blame me for her consequences. Those facts don't change, regardless of how much she pays monthly or how sincere her emails sound. I'm stuck between wanting to move forward and needing acknowledgement that what Melissa did was serious and had lasting consequences beyond the criminal case. I don't know if those two things are compatible, or if I have to choose between financial restitution and emotional accountability. The choice feels impossible, and I genuinely don't know what serves my healing better. My ex-husband hid marital assets, then claimed I abandoned our kids for money. The elaborate financial fraud combined with parental alienation executed by my ex-husband, a vindictive man named Derek Sullivan, 39, who systematically hid marital assets during our divorce while simultaneously convincing our teenage children that I'd abandoned them to pursue wealth, has destroyed both my financial security and my relationship with my kids. I'm 37, and what Derek accomplished by transferring assets to offshore accounts, creating shell companies, and coaching our daughters ages 15 and 13 to testify that I'd prioritized money over family has left me with a fraction of what I should have received in the divorce settlement, while my children refuse to see me, based on lies Derek manufactured about my character and priorities during the most contentious year of our lives. Derek and I married 15 years ago, when I was finishing my MBA, and he was establishing his financial advisory practice. We built our life together, with me eventually leaving my corporate career to manage Derek's growing business operations, while raising our daughters Madison and Harper. Derek's practice became very successful, generating over $400,000 annually by the time our marriage deteriorated. Our divorce was initiated by me after discovering Derek had been having an affair with a colleague for over a year. I filed for divorce, asking for equitable distribution of marital assets, reasonable spousal support, given I'd left my career to support his business, and joint custody of our daughters. Everything I requested was standard and fair, given the length of marriage and my contributions to Derek's professional success. Derek's response to the divorce was immediate warfare. He hired an aggressive attorney and fought every single request. He claimed the business was worth far less than actual value. He disputed my contributions to his success. He argued I should receive minimal spousal support because I was capable of returning to work. He transformed our divorce into a scorched earth battle. But Derek's most devastating tactic was weaponizing our daughters. He began telling Madison and Harper that I was leaving the family for selfish reasons, that I cared more about getting money from the divorce than about their well-being, and that I was destroying their stable home life over greed. He positioned himself as the protective parent, fighting to preserve family, while I was the greedy spouse, prioritizing financial gain. Madison was 14, and Harper was 12 when we separated. Old enough to understand adult concepts, but young enough to be influenced by a parent who was systematically lying to them. Derek had daily access during our separation, since I'd moved out of the family home per temporary orders. He used that access to poison them against me. During the divorce proceedings, forensic accountants I'd hired discovered Derek had been hiding marital assets extensively. He'd transferred money to offshore accounts, created shell companies to hide business income, and undervalued business assets to minimize what he'd have to split with me. The forensic evidence showed Derek had hidden approximately $1.8 million in marital assets that should have been subject to equitable distribution. My attorney filed motions exposing Derek's financial fraud and requesting sanctions. We had clear evidence Derek had violated discovery obligations and hidden assets. The court should have imposed serious consequences, including awarding me a greater share of discovered assets and covering my forensic accounting costs. But Derek's attorney effectively used our daughters as leverage. Derek had our daughters write letters to the judge saying they were traumatized by the divorce and by my pursuit of their father's money. Madison and Harper testified in chambers that I'd become obsessed with getting money from their father, and that my financial demands were hurting their family. The girls' testimony was clearly coached by Derek, but was effective nonetheless. They genuinely believed the narrative Derek had fed them, that I was a greedy ex-wife destroying their family to extract maximum financial benefit. They couldn't understand that I was fighting for fair distribution of assets I'd helped build during 15 years of marriage. The judge was swayed by Madison and Harper's distress. Despite clear evidence Derek had hidden assets, the judge seemed reluctant to impose harsh sanctions or give me a disproportionate share when it would further alienate me from my daughters. The final divorce decree gave me less than I deserved because the court prioritized avoiding additional conflict that might damage my relationship with the girls. I received approximately $850,000 from a marital estate that forensic evidence showed was worth at least $2.6 million. Derek was ordered to pay 5 years of spousal support at $3,500 monthly, far less than justified given my career sacrifice and his income. Custody was technically joint, but the girls chose to live primarily with Derek, and my visitation became increasingly sporadic. The divorce concluded 18 months ago, but the damage continues. Madison and Harper have progressively distanced themselves from me based on Derek's ongoing narrative that I'd prioritized money over family. They see me as the parent who destroyed their stable home and pursued their father vindictively for financial gain. I've tried to maintain relationship with my daughters, but they're resistant. Madison barely speaks to me and often cancels our scheduled visits. Harper is slightly more engaged, but clearly believes Derek's version of events. Both girls blame me for the divorce and see Derek as the victim who's been trying to protect them from my greed. My attempts to explain that Derek committed financial fraud and that I was fighting for fair treatment are dismissed as me still being obsessed with money. The girls can't distinguish between pursuing legitimate marital rights and the greedy behavior Derek has portrayed. My legal efforts to get what I deserved have been reframed as evidence of my mercenary character. I've taken the girls to family therapy, trying to address the parental alienation, but Derek undermines the process. He claims I'm using therapy to manipulate the girls and turn them against him. The girls themselves are resistant to therapy, believing it's just another arena where I'm trying to badmouth their father. I've rebuilt my career and now work as a business consultant making decent income. The $850,000 divorce settlement has been invested to provide long-term security. Financially, I'm stable, if not where I should have been. But the loss of my relationship with Madison and Harper is devastating in ways financial recovery can't address. That brings me to 3 weeks ago. Derek contacted me saying he's been diagnosed with a serious heart condition, requiring surgery with uncertain outcome. He's asking if I'd be willing to temporarily take Madison and Harper if something happens to him during or after surgery. Derek's parents are elderly and unable to manage 2 teenage girls, and he has no siblings. The request is loaded with complexity. Derek systematically turned my daughters against me, hid assets during our divorce, and portrayed me as a money-obsessed villain. Now, he wants me to step up as their caregiver if his medical situation becomes dire. He's asking me to prioritize our children over my justified anger at what he did to me and to them. Derek's framing of the request is typically manipulative. He says that whatever happened between us, the girls need a parent who can care for them if he's incapacitated or dies. He's positioning my response as a test of whether I truly prioritize the girls over money and grudges. Exactly the narrative he's been feeding them for 2 years. But Madison and Harper barely speak to me now. Taking them if Derek becomes incapacitated would mean caring for teenagers who resent me and believe their father's lies about my character. It would mean trying to parent children who've been systematically alienated from me and who would likely be hostile and difficult while grieving their father's illness or potential death. Some friends think I should agree to take Madison and Harper because they're my daughters, regardless of Derek's manipulation or their current attitudes toward me. They say being the parent who steps up during Derek's medical crisis might actually help repair my relationship with the girls by showing them I prioritize their needs over past conflicts. Other friends think Derek is manipulating me again by creating a scenario where refusing makes me look like the selfish parent he's always claimed I am. They worry that agreeing to take the girls gives Derek continued power to define the narrative, while I'm left managing alienated teenagers who've been taught to hate me. My lawyer says I should clarify custody terms before agreeing to anything. If Derek becomes incapacitated, what authority would I have? Would Derek's parents or other family members undermine my parenting? Would I have legal custody, or just be providing housing while others maintain decision-making authority? The legal structure matters for protecting both the girls and me. I'm also thinking about Madison and Harper's perspective. They currently believe their father's narrative about me. If Derek's health crisis forces them to live with me, will they see it as abandonment by their protective parent, or as an opportunity to finally understand the truth about our divorce and what Derek did? Derek's surgery is scheduled in 3 weeks. He needs my answer within days so he can finalize guardianship arrangements if I decline. He's framed the deadline as urgent medical necessity, but it also feels like pressure tactic to force my decision before I can fully think through implications. Madison and Harper apparently don't know Derek has reached out to me about this. He's handling the conversation privately, which means the girls might not even want to stay with me if something happens to him. They might prefer their grandparents or friends' families over living with the mother Derek has taught them to resent. I have 5 days to respond to Derek's request. The decision will affect my daughter's stability during a potential family crisis, and will either provide opportunity to rebuild our relationship or could make the alienation even worse if they're forced to live with a parent they currently view negatively. What I know is Derek hid $1.8 million in marital assets, cost me hundreds of thousands in divorce settlement, and systematically turned my daughters against me by lying about my character and motivations. And now he's asking me to be the responsible parent who takes care of Madison and Harper if his medical situation becomes dire. I genuinely don't know if being a good mother means agreeing, despite Derek's betrayal and the girls' alienation, or if protecting myself means declining and letting Derek make alternative arrangements that don't involve me caring for teenagers who resent me based on his lies. Every option feels impossibly difficult, and I can't determine which serves my daughter's actual well-being versus which serves Derek's continued manipulation. My father-in-law convinced my wife I was abusive to get custody of our children. The devastating manipulation campaign executed by my wife's father, a controlling man named Richard Caldwell, 59, who systematically convinced my wife that I was psychologically abusive and dangerous to our children in order to facilitate our divorce and gain primary custody for himself as the protective grandfather, has destroyed my marriage and separated me from my 2 young daughters, while I fight through courts and counseling to prove I'm not the monster Richard manufactured. I'm 37, my wife Sarah is 35, and what Richard accomplished by documenting normal parental frustrations as evidence of abuse, recording private marital arguments, and coaching Sarah to fear me, has cost me daily access to my daughters, ages 6 and 4, created a year of supervised visitation, and forced me to prove my fitness as a father against fabricated allegations designed solely to give Richard control over my children's upbringing. Sarah and I married 8 years ago and had what I believed was a strong partnership. We had our disagreements like any couple, but nothing I considered abnormal or unhealthy. We had 2 daughters, Emma, who's now 6, and Lily, who's 4. I worked as a software engineer while Sarah was a stay-at-home mom by choice. Richard had always been involved in Sarah's life, perhaps overly so. He called her daily, visited at least twice weekly, and had strong opinions about how we should raise our daughters. Sarah was close with her father, and I tried to be respectful of their relationship, even when Richard's involvement felt intrusive. About 2 years ago, Richard started making comments about our marriage and my parenting. He'd mentioned to Sarah that I seemed stressed or short-tempered. He'd question whether I was treating her well. He'd suggest the girls seemed anxious when I was around. The comments were subtle but persistent, planting seeds of doubt about my character and our marriage. I attributed Richard's concerns to normal grandfather protectiveness and didn't take them seriously. I had no idea Richard was building a systematic case that I was psychologically abusive and that Sarah and the girls needed protection from me. Richard had been secretly recording arguments Sarah and I had in our home. He'd given Sarah a recording device disguised as a pen that she'd leave on the kitchen counter during our conversations. Richard captured me raising my voice during arguments about finances, parenting decisions, and household responsibilities. Normal marital disagreements, but Richard was creating an audio library of me sounding angry and frustrated. Richard also documented every instance where I'd been impatient or frustrated with the girls. If I raised my voice, telling Emma to stop hitting her sister, Richard would note it as evidence of verbal abuse. If I put Lily in timeout for a tantrum, Richard would characterize it as cruel punishment. He was reframing normal parenting moments as proof of psychological abuse. Over 18 months, Richard convinced Sarah that our marriage was abusive and that I posed a psychological threat to our daughters. He played her the audio recordings of our arguments, showed her his documentation of my anger issues, and coached her to recognize my behavior as abuse rather than normal stress and frustration. Sarah began pulling away from me emotionally. She became defensive about parenting decisions and started questioning my interactions with the girls. She'd intervene when I was disciplining them and would remove them from my presence during any conflict. I knew something was wrong, but didn't understand the extent of Richard's campaign against me. Then, 15 months ago, Sarah filed for divorce. The divorce petition included a request for emergency custody, restricting my access to the children. Sarah's filing claimed I had anger management issues, engaged in psychological abuse, and posed a risk to the children's emotional well-being. She requested the court grant her sole custody, with my visitation limited to supervised sessions until I completed anger management and parenting classes. I was blindsided by the allegations. I'd never abused Sarah or our daughters. I was a normal parent who sometimes got frustrated but who loved my family deeply. Richard had manufactured a narrative of abuse from normal family stress and convinced Sarah I was dangerous. The family court took Sarah's allegations seriously. Based on her sworn statements and Richard's documentation, the court issued a temporary order restricting me to supervised visitation twice weekly for 2 hours per session. I went from being a full-time father to seeing my daughters 4 hours per week with a supervisor present. The supervised visitation was humiliating and traumatic. I had to pay $45 per hour for a supervisor to watch my interactions with Emma and Lily. Every hug, every conversation, every moment was scrutinized. The girls were confused about why Daddy couldn't come home and why a stranger had to watch us together. I hired a lawyer and began fighting the custody restrictions. My attorney explained that allegations of psychological abuse are difficult to prove or disprove. Unless I could show Sarah was lying or mistaken, the court would err on the side of caution and maintain restricted access until I could demonstrate I wasn't abusive. The court ordered psychological evaluations for both Sarah and me, plus interviews with the children by a forensic psychologist. I also had to undergo anger management evaluation, parenting assessment, and substance abuse screening. I was being treated as a potential abuser required to prove my fitness, while Sarah was treated as a protective mother, acting in the children's best interests. The evaluations took 6 months and cost me $15,000. The psychologists found no evidence I was abusive or posed any risk to the children. The anger management evaluation showed normal stress responses but no pathological anger issues. The parenting assessment concluded I was a capable and loving father. Every professional evaluation supported that I was not the abusive figure Sarah claimed. But the evaluations couldn't directly disprove Sarah's claims because psychological abuse is subjective. Sarah believed I was abusive because Richard had convinced her to interpret normal behavior as abuse. Her belief was genuine, even though the underlying allegations were manufactured. The forensic psychologist who interviewed Emma and Lily noted that the children showed no signs of trauma or fear related to me. They spoke positively about me and expressed confusion about why visits were supervised. The psychologist specifically noted the children's responses didn't align with Sarah's claims that they were anxious around me or afraid of my anger. My lawyer discovered Richard's role in orchestrating the abuse allegations during depositions. Sarah admitted under oath that her father had been documenting my behavior and had helped her recognize the abuse. She testified that Richard had recorded our arguments without my knowledge and had shown her that my behavior constituted psychological abuse. The revelation that Richard had secretly recorded me in my own home was shocking, but explained how Sarah became convinced I was abusive. Richard had taken normal marital stress, amplified it through selective recording and documentation, and coached Sarah to interpret my behavior as abuse rather than typical frustration. My lawyer argued that Richard had manufactured the abuse allegations to facilitate divorce and gain access to the children. Evidence showed Richard had been pushing Sarah to leave me for months before she filed. Text messages revealed Richard had consulted with the divorce attorney before Sarah had, essentially planning her divorce and custody strategy. The court appointed a guardian ad litem to investigate and make recommendations about custody. The guardian ad litem interviewed everyone, reviewed all documentation, and spent months evaluating the family dynamics. The guardian's report was damning for Sarah and Richard. The report concluded that the abuse allegations were unfounded and appeared to be the result of Richard's influence rather than actual abuse. The guardian noted that every professional evaluation supported my fitness as a parent, and that the children showed no trauma or fear related to me. The guardian recommended ending supervised visitation and establishing a shared custody arrangement. The judge ultimately agreed with the guardian's recommendations. After 13 months of supervised visitation, the court lifted restrictions and established a 50-50 custody schedule. The judge specifically noted in the ruling that Richard had exercised inappropriate influence over Sarah's perception of the marriage, and that the abuse allegations appeared to be manufactured rather than based in reality. But winning custody didn't undo the damage. I'd lost 13 months of normal parenting with my daughters. The supervised visitation period had created confusion and distance in our relationship. Emma asked why we'd needed a supervisor if I wasn't bad, a question I had no good answer for. My relationship with Sarah was destroyed beyond any possibility of reconciliation. Even after the court ruled the abuse allegations were unfounded, Sarah remained convinced Richard was right about me. She'd internalized his narrative so completely that professional evaluations and court rulings couldn't shake her belief that I was psychologically abusive. Richard faced no legal consequences for manufacturing abuse allegations and secretly recording me. The court condemned his behavior, but didn't impose sanctions. He'd attempted to destroy my relationship with my children and faced only a judge's disapproval in a written ruling. That brings me to 3 weeks ago. Sarah was diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer, requiring immediate treatment. She's starting chemotherapy next month and will be unable to care for the girls during treatment cycles. Sarah asked if I'd take the girls full-time for the 6 months of her intensive treatment, rather than having Richard care for them. Sarah said the girls need stability during her illness, and that keeping them in Richard's home while she's hospitalized frequently wouldn't be ideal. She acknowledged that despite our conflicts, I'm their father, and I've proven through the custody evaluation that I'm capable of caring for them. She's asking me to prioritize the girls' needs over my anger at her and Richard. The request is complicated by everything Richard did to separate me from my daughters. He convinced Sarah I was abusive, cost me 13 months of supervised visitation, and faced no real consequences. Now, Sarah wants me to provide full-time care during her cancer treatment, essentially asking me to step up as the stable parent after spending over a year fighting allegations that I was dangerous to my children. But refusing to take the girls means they'd be with Richard full-time, giving him exactly what he wanted through his manufactured abuse allegations. He'd have primary custody of my daughters while their mother undergoes cancer treatment. The thought of Richard raising my girls while I maintain the 50-50 custody schedule is unbearable. Some friends think I should take the girls full-time because it serves their best interests, regardless of what Sarah and Richard did. They say, being the bigger person means prioritizing my daughter's stability during their mother's illness over my justified anger at the adults who tried to separate us. Other friends think agreeing to full-time custody rewards Sarah for believing Richard's lies and gives Richard access to the children he tried to steal through false abuse allegations. They worry that taking the girls full-time establishes a precedent where Sarah and Richard can ask for flexibility when convenient, while having treated me as an abuser who required supervised visitation. My lawyer says this is a personal decision rather than a legal one. The current custody order gives both Sarah and me the right to care for the children during our respective time. If Sarah can't care for them during her scheduled time due to illness, the default would be offering that time to me before considering other caregivers like Richard. I'm also thinking about how the girls will perceive my choice. If I refuse full-time care during Sarah's cancer treatment, will Emma and Lily understand it was about protecting them from Richard? Or will they remember that Daddy wouldn't take care of them when Mommy was sick? Sarah's cancer treatment is scheduled to begin in 3 weeks. She needs my answer within days to finalize care arrangements. If I decline full-time custody, she'll proceed with having Richard care for the girls during her treatment-related hospitalizations and recovery periods. Richard hasn't contacted me directly, but Sarah says he's pushing her to keep the girls with him during her treatment, rather than giving me full-time custody. Richard apparently argues that changing the girls' routine during their mother's cancer treatment would be additionally traumatic, and that they should stay with family they're comfortable with, rather than increasing time with their father. The framing is offensive, given that I'm their father, and the only reason I have less time than I should is because of Richard's manufactured abuse allegations. But Sarah says Richard has a point that stability matters during her illness, and that maybe the girls should stay with him, since that's what they're used to. I have 4 days to give Sarah my answer. The decision will affect my daughter's next 6 months, and will define how I respond to the people who tried to destroy my relationship with my children, now asking for help during crisis. What I know is, Richard convinced Sarah I was abusive, cost me 13 months of supervised visitation, and faced no consequences. Now Sarah has cancer and wants me to take the girls full-time, essentially asking me to be the responsible parent while she undergoes treatment. I genuinely don't know if prioritizing my daughters means taking them or protecting them from giving Richard more access during their mother's vulnerability. My grandfather changed his will because my husband isn't white. The shocking bigotry displayed by my grandfather, who I'd considered progressive and loving, a man named Edward Morrison, 84, who disinherited me completely because I married someone of a different race, has shattered my understanding of family and exposed the conditional nature of love I thought was unconditional. I'm 29, my husband Jamal is 31, and what my grandfather did by rewriting his will after our wedding 3 years ago to remove me entirely while leaving substantial inheritances to my cousins who married within their race has created a family crisis that came to light when he died 6 weeks ago, and I discovered his betrayal, along with letters explaining exactly why he disowned me for choosing love over maintaining the family's white bloodline. I grew up extremely close to my grandfather Edward. My parents divorced when I was young, and my mother struggled financially as a single parent. Grandpa Edward stepped in to help raise me, paying for private school, funding family vacations, and providing the stability my mother couldn't afford on her teacher's salary. I spent summers at his house, learned to sail on his boat, and considered him one of the most important people in my life. Grandpa Edward always seemed socially progressive for his generation. He'd supported civil rights movements in the 1960s, hired diverse employees at his manufacturing company, and spoke often about equality and justice. I never heard him make racist comments or display prejudice. He seemed like a genuinely good person who judged individuals by character rather than racial categories. I met Jamal in graduate school, where we were both studying public health. He's brilliant, compassionate, and ambitious, working now as an epidemiologist for the state health department. We fell in love quickly and got engaged after 2 years together. I was excited to introduce Jamal to my family and anticipated they'd love him as much as I did. Most of my family was welcoming when I brought Jamal home. My mother adored him immediately. My younger brother thought he was great. Extended family members were polite and friendly, but Grandpa Edward was noticeably cool and distant during that first meeting. He was polite, but didn't engage with Jamal the way he usually connected with people I brought around. I attributed Grandpa Edward's reserve to normal grandfather protectiveness, assuming he needed time to warm up to the man I'd chosen. I didn't suspect racial prejudice from someone who'd always presented himself as socially progressive. We got married 3 years ago in a beautiful ceremony that both families attended. Grandpa Edward came to the wedding but seemed subdued and left early, claiming he was tired. I was disappointed he didn't stay for the full celebration, but understood he was in his 80s and had limited stamina. After the wedding, Grandpa Edward's contact with me decreased noticeably. He stopped inviting me for Sunday dinners that had been our tradition. He didn't return my calls promptly, and conversations became brief and superficial. When I'd visit, he was polite but distant, nothing like the warm, engaged grandfather I'd known my entire life. I confronted Grandpa Edward about the change in our relationship about a year after my wedding. I asked directly if my marriage to Jamal had affected his feelings toward me. He denied any problem, claiming he was just getting older and less social. He said he loved me the same as always, and that I was imagining distance that didn't exist. I wanted to believe him because the alternative was too painful. I told myself he was genuinely aging and becoming less engaged with everyone, not specifically withdrawing from me because of my interracial marriage. I pushed away my suspicions and tried to maintain our relationship despite the noticeable change. Grandpa Edward died 6 weeks ago from complications of pneumonia. He was 84 and had been declining for several months. I was devastated by his death and grieved the loss of someone who'd been instrumental in raising me. At the funeral, I gave a eulogy about his generosity, progressive values, and the impact he'd had on my life. The will reading was scheduled for 2 weeks after the funeral. I expected to inherit something meaningful, not because I cared about money, but because I'd assumed my close relationship with Grandpa Edward meant I'd be included in his estate distribution. His estate was valued at approximately $3.8 million from the sale of his manufacturing company, real estate holdings, and investments. What I learned at the will reading destroyed my remaining good memories of my grandfather. He'd completely removed me from his will 14 months after my wedding. I received nothing, not even personal mementos or family heirlooms. My brother received $600,000. Each of my 3 cousins received between $400,000 and $600,000. Various charities received the remainder. I alone was excluded entirely. The executor provided me with a sealed letter Grandpa Edward had written to accompany the will. The letter explained his decision with crushing clarity. He said he'd raised me with family values and expectations that I'd marry within my race and maintain the family's heritage. My marriage to Jamal had been a profound disappointment and betrayal of everything he'd taught me. The letter detailed Grandpa Edward's beliefs about racial purity and maintaining white family lineage. He said interracial marriage was a form of racial betrayal, and that any children Jamal and I had would be diluting the Morrison family bloodline. He'd removed me from his will to punish my choice and to ensure his wealth didn't support an interracial family. The letter concluded by saying he'd loved me, but couldn't support my life choices. He hoped that being disinherited would teach me and others in the family that abandoning racial heritage had consequences. He framed his bigotry as tough love meant to preserve family values. Reading the letter was one of the most painful experiences of my life. The grandfather who'd raised me, who I'd considered progressive and loving, had been harboring racist beliefs throughout my childhood. His financial support and affection had always been conditional on my conforming to his racial expectations. When I married Jamal, I violated those expectations, and Grandpa Edward cut me out completely. My brother and cousins were shocked by Grandpa Edward's letter and the will's racial motivation. Several cousins offered to share their inheritances with me, recognizing the injustice. But I was too devastated to even discuss money. I'd lost not just an inheritance, but my entire understanding of my grandfather and my childhood relationship with him. Jamal was hurt and angry on my behalf. He'd always been polite to Grandpa Edward, despite sensing disapproval. Learning the extent of Grandpa Edward's racism, and that I'd been disinherited specifically because of our marriage, made Jamal feel guilt for being the reason I'd lost my grandfather's support, even though the racism was entirely Grandpa Edward's choice. My mother was horrified. She'd known her father was old-fashioned, but hadn't realized he held such explicitly racist views. She apologized repeatedly for not recognizing the signs and for encouraging me to maintain relationship with Grandpa Edward after the wedding. She felt guilty for exposing me to ongoing relationship with someone who'd rejected me for marrying Jamal. I considered challenging the will, not because I wanted the money, but because I wanted to expose Grandpa Edward's racism and refused to let it stand as his final statement about our family. My lawyer said contesting the will would be difficult because testators have broad discretion in deciding how to distribute their estates. Unless I could prove undue influence or lack of capacity, Grandpa Edward's racial motivations didn't invalidate the will legally. The lawyer explained that being offensive or even explicitly racist in will motivations doesn't make the will invalid. As long as Grandpa Edward had testamentary capacity and wasn't under undue influence, he could distribute his estate however he wanted for whatever reasons he chose. His racism was morally repugnant, but legally permissible. I filed a will contest anyway, arguing that Grandpa Edward's racial motivations violated public policy, and that enforcing a will explicitly designed to punish interracial marriage would be unconscionable. My lawyer said it was a long shot, but that some courts had invalidated wills motivated by illegal discrimination. The will contest attracted media attention because of its explicit racism. Local news covered the story, and civil rights organizations expressed interest in the case as a test of whether courts would enforce wills motivated by racial discrimination. The publicity made Grandpa Edward's racism public knowledge and permanently tarnished his reputation in the community. Some family members supported my will contest as a way to denounce Grandpa Edward's racism and refused to accept wealth distributed based on bigotry. Others thought I was creating unnecessary drama and publicity that hurt the entire family's reputation. They wanted to quietly distribute the estate and move forward without controversy. The legal arguments were complex. My lawyer argued that enforcing a will explicitly motivated by racial discrimination violated public policy against racial classifications. The estate's lawyers argued that individuals have constitutional rights to free association and testamentary freedom, including the right to make estate decisions based on personal values, even if those values are discriminatory. The case was in litigation for 11 months before the court issued a ruling. The judge acknowledged that Grandpa Edward's motivations were deeply offensive and contrary to our society's values regarding racial equality. However, the judge ruled that testamentary freedom included the right to make discriminatory inheritance decisions for personal reasons. The court distinguished public accommodations and employment discrimination, which are prohibited by law, from private inheritance decisions where individual freedom outweighs public policy concerns. Unless I could show the will itself contained racial conditions, like requiring beneficiaries to only marry within their race, Grandpa Edward's private motivations didn't invalidate the will. I lost the will contest, but felt I'd achieved something important by publicly exposing Grandpa Edward's racism and forcing a court ruling that racial motivations in wills, while legal, are morally repugnant. Grandpa Edward's reputation was permanently damaged, and his racism became part of his permanent public legacy. But losing meant my cousins kept their inheritances while I received nothing. The money itself wasn't the point, but the vindication of being included would have meant something. Instead, Grandpa Edward's racism was validated legally, even while being condemned morally. That brings me to yesterday. My cousin Rebecca, who inherited $550,000 from Grandpa Edward, contacted me with a proposal. She wants to give me half of her inheritance, approximately $275,000, acknowledging that I was excluded purely due to racism. She said she doesn't feel right keeping money that I was denied because I married someone Grandpa Edward disapproved of for racist reasons. Rebecca's offer is generous and meaningful. It would provide financial resources Jamal and I could use for a house down payment or graduate school costs. More importantly, it would be family acknowledgement that Grandpa Edward's racism was wrong, and that I deserved to be included in his estate, regardless of his bigoted motivations. But accepting Rebecca's gift feels complicated. It wouldn't change that Grandpa Edward rejected me for marrying Jamal. It wouldn't restore my relationship with my grandfather, or repair the damage of learning someone I loved harbored such deep racism. The money can't fix the fundamental betrayal. I'm also worried about how accepting Rebecca's gift might affect Jamal. He already feels guilty that I was disinherited because of our marriage. Taking money that Rebecca is offering as acknowledgement of racist exclusion might make Jamal feel even more responsible for what Grandpa Edward did, even though the racism was entirely Grandpa Edward's moral failure. My mother thinks I should accept Rebecca's offer. She says Rebecca is trying to do something good to counteract Grandpa Edward's racism, and that refusing her gesture would be punishing her for trying to make things right. My mother also thinks the money would meaningfully help Jamal and me build our future. My brother thinks I shouldn't accept the money because it doesn't address the fundamental problem of Grandpa Edward's racism and my cousins still keeping their inheritances based on his approval of their racially homogeneous marriages. He says accepting a portion from Rebecca while the overall distribution remains based on Grandpa Edward's racism, validates the structure, even while trying to compensate for it. Jamal says the decision is mine alone, but that he doesn't want me accepting money out of guilt or obligation. He says we have good careers and can build our future without inheritance, and that my well-being and peace about Grandpa Edward matter more than financial compensation. Some friends think accepting Rebecca's gift would be healing and restorative, showing that the next generation rejects Grandpa Edward's racism and is trying to repair the harm he caused. They say turning down the money punishes Rebecca for trying to do the right thing. Other friends think accepting a portion of the inheritance doesn't address that the overall distribution was based on explicit racism, and that I should refuse any part of an estate distributed according to racist motivations. They worry accepting Rebecca's money lets other cousins off the hook for benefiting from racist inheritance distribution. I'm torn, because Rebecca's intentions are good and her offer is meaningful. But I'm not sure money can resolve or heal the fundamental betrayal of learning my grandfather's love was conditional on racial conformity. I don't know if accepting part of his estate through Rebecca's gift brings closure or just complicated compromise. What I do know is my grandfather disinherited me completely because I married a black man. He wrote a letter explaining his racist motivations and distributed $3.8 million to family members who married white partners. The court said this was legal, even if morally repugnant, and now my cousin wants to give me money from her inheritance to compensate for his racism. I need to respond to Rebecca by the end of this week. She needs to know whether to prepare the gift transfer or keep her full inheritance. I genuinely don't know if accepting her offer brings healing or just creates more complex feelings about money, family, and the racist motivations that created this entire situation. My half-sister tried to prove I wasn't my father's child to steal my inheritance. The malicious attack on my parentage and identity orchestrated by my father's daughter from his first marriage, a vindictive woman named Jessica Callahan, 42, has put me through genetic testing, invasive family scrutiny, and a year-long legal nightmare while she attempted to prove I wasn't biologically related to our father so she could claim my entire inheritance. I'm 35. Our father passed away 9 months ago at 68, and what Jessica did by hiring investigators to find evidence of my mother's supposed infidelity and challenging my legitimacy as an heir is so deeply violating that I've been forced to prove my own identity and defend my relationship with my deceased father against fabricated doubt manufactured purely for financial gain. My father David married Jessica's mother when he was 22, had Jessica at 23, and divorced at 26 in what was apparently a bitter split. I never knew the details, but Jessica grew up with limited contact with our father, visiting summers, but never developing a close relationship. Dad paid child support and college tuition, but Jessica always felt he'd abandoned her for his new life. Dad married my mother when he was 33, and I was born when he was 34. I grew up with both parents in a stable, loving home. Dad built a successful engineering consulting firm over 30 years and provided well for our family. Jessica lived across the country with her mother and stepfather, and while Dad tried to maintain relationship with her, she remained distant and resentful. Dad's will left 60% of his estate to me, 30% to Jessica, and 10% to charity. The total estate was valued at approximately $2.8 million, including the business, real estate, investments, and life insurance. I was inheriting roughly $1.68 million, while Jessica received $840,000. The distribution reflected our respective relationships with Dad and my involvement in his business, where I'd worked for 10 years after getting my engineering degree. Jessica was furious about the inheritance split. She'd expected 50-50, despite our different relationships with Dad and my role in building his company's value. At the will reading, Jessica said the distribution was unfair, and that Dad had favored me throughout our lives because I was the child from his real marriage, while she was treated as an obligation from a failed early relationship. I tried to be sympathetic to Jessica's feelings of being treated differently, but the will distribution was Dad's choice and reflected reality. I'd worked in his company, had daily relationship with him, and provided care during his final illness. Jessica had visited maybe twice a year and had minimal involvement in Dad's life. The inheritance disparity reflected those realities, not favoritism. 2 months after Dad's death, Jessica filed a formal challenge to the will. Her petition claimed I wasn't actually Dad's biological child and therefore shouldn't inherit as a legal heir. She alleged my mother had been unfaithful during her marriage to Dad and that I was the product of an affair, making me ineligible to inherit under intestacy laws, even if Dad had mistakenly believed I was his child. The allegation was devastating and absurd. My mother had been completely faithful during her marriage, and I strongly resembled Dad physically. But Jessica had hired a private investigator who'd interviewed old friends and neighbors looking for any hint of infidelity or evidence that Mom had been involved with someone else around the time of my conception. Jessica's investigator produced a report claiming my mother had been friendly with a coworker during her pregnancy with me. The report included interviews with former colleagues who vaguely remembered Mom spending time with a male coworker 35 years ago. There was no evidence of an affair, but Jessica argued the circumstantial evidence created reasonable doubt about my paternity. The will challenge required me to undergo genetic testing to prove biological relationship to Dad. Jessica demanded exhumation of Dad's body for DNA sampling, since he hadn't left biological samples that could be tested. The court initially denied the exhumation request, but ordered me to undergo genetic testing against Dad's siblings, my aunt and uncle, to determine biological relationship. The genetic testing was invasive and humiliating. I had to provide DNA samples and wait weeks for lab analysis comparing my genetic markers to my aunt and uncle's to determine probability of shared parentage with Dad. The testing would show either that I was definitely related to Dad's siblings, making paternity extremely likely, or that I wasn't, supporting Jessica's claim. While awaiting test results, Jessica spread her theory throughout our extended family. She told everyone I probably wasn't actually Dad's child, and that the inheritance split had been based on Dad's mistaken belief in my paternity. She positioned herself as the only legitimate heir, and me as a fraud who'd deceived Dad for decades. Some family members believed Jessica's allegations despite the lack of evidence. They'd always seen Jessica as the child from Dad's first marriage who'd been treated poorly. They wanted to believe Jessica's narrative because it explained the inheritance disparity in a way that made Jessica the victim rather than the consequence of her own distant relationship with Dad. My mother was devastated by the accusations. She'd been completely faithful during her marriage to Dad and was being publicly accused of infidelity and fraud. The stress of the allegations and genetic testing affected her health. She developed anxiety and depression, dealing with the assault on her character and our family. The genetic test results came back after 6 weeks. The analysis showed I shared significant genetic markers with Dad's siblings, establishing biological relationship with over 99.9% probability. I was definitely Dad's biological child. Jessica's entire theory collapsed with those results. But Jessica didn't stop. Her lawyer argued the genetic testing wasn't definitive because it compared me to Dad's siblings rather than Dad directly. Jessica demanded exhumation of Dad's body for direct paternity testing, claiming that was the only way to definitively establish biological relationship. The exhumation request was ghoulish and traumatic. Jessica wanted to dig up our father's grave and extract tissue samples for DNA testing, all to serve her inheritance challenge. The court was initially skeptical, but Jessica's lawyer argued that definitive paternity establishment required direct testing. I fought the exhumation request vigorously. Dad deserved to rest in peace without being disturbed for Jessica's financial manipulation. The genetic testing through Dad's siblings was scientifically sufficient to establish paternity. Exhumation was unnecessary and cruel. The court ultimately denied Jessica's exhumation request, finding the genetic testing via Dad's siblings was adequately probative of biological relationship. The judge noted that Jessica had provided no actual evidence of infidelity beyond vague 35-year-old recollections of my mother being friendly with a coworker. The will challenge was dismissed, but Jessica filed an appeal. She argued the trial court had erred in denying exhumation and that direct paternity testing was necessary for inheritance disputes. The appeal extended the estate settlement process by another 8 months. During that time, the estate assets were frozen, and neither Jessica nor I could access our inheritances. The appeal failed. The appellate court affirmed that genetic testing through siblings was scientifically sufficient for paternity establishment in will contests. Jessica's challenge was finally concluded 15 months after Dad's death, but the damage to family relationships and my mother's well-being was permanent. The executor finally began distributing the estate according to Dad's will. I received my 60% share, and Jessica received her 30%. But I'd spent over $120,000 in legal fees defending against Jessica's paternity challenge. Jessica had spent her own legal fees prosecuting the challenge. We'd both diminished our actual inheritances fighting over the distribution rather than accepting Dad's wishes. More significantly, Jessica's allegations had permanently destroyed what little family relationship remained. My mother would never forgive Jessica for publicly accusing her of infidelity and challenging my legitimacy. I could never trust Jessica or have relationship with someone who'd tried to disinherit me by claiming I wasn't my father's child. Extended family relationships were fractured. Jessica's challenge had forced everyone to take sides. Some family members supported Jessica's right to challenge the will, even if they didn't believe the paternity allegations. Others were appalled that Jessica had manufactured doubt about my parentage for financial gain. The family split into factions that didn't communicate. That brings me to last month. Jessica's daughter, my half-niece Maya, who's 19, reached out to me. She said she wanted to meet and get to know her uncle despite the inheritance conflict between her mother and me. Maya said she didn't blame me for the will distribution and wanted family connection. I was cautious but agreed to meet Maya for coffee. She seemed like a sweet young woman who was caught in the middle of her mother's vendetta against me. During our conversation, Maya mentioned she was starting college and struggling with tuition costs. She said Jessica had spent much of her inheritance on legal fees and personal expenses and didn't have sufficient funds remaining to fully support Maya's education. Then, Maya asked if I'd be willing to help with her college expenses. She said Dad had been her grandfather, even though they'd been distant, and that he probably would have wanted her to have educational opportunities. She asked if I'd consider providing some financial support for her tuition and living expenses since I'd received the larger inheritance share. The request felt like another manipulation by Jessica, this time using Maya as the messenger. Jessica had spent her $840,000 inheritance fighting me in court and living beyond her means. Now she was using her daughter to extract money from me to cover educational expenses Jessica should have preserved her inheritance to fund. But Maya seemed genuine and wasn't responsible for her mother's choices. She was a young woman starting college who genuinely needed help that her mother couldn't provide because Jessica had squandered her resources. Did Maya deserve to be punished for Jessica's poor decisions? I told Maya I needed to think about her request. Then I did some research on her college expenses. She was attending a private university with tuition of $58,000 annually. Her total 4-year costs would be approximately $240,000, including room, board, and expenses. She was asking me to fund education that Jessica should be providing from her inheritance. I also learned Maya had been accepted to several public universities with much lower costs, around $25,000 annually. She'd chosen the expensive private school, knowing her mother's financial situation was limited after the legal battle. The decision to attend an expensive private university felt entitled given the circumstances. Maya called me last week, asking if I'd made a decision about helping with her education. She said she'd been counting on family support and was worried about taking massive student loans. She implied I had an obligation as her uncle and as someone who'd received more inheritance than her mother. The framing bothered me. I didn't have an obligation to fund Maya's expensive private school education. Jessica had received $840,000 and chose to spend it on failed legal challenges and personal lifestyle rather than preserving funds for her daughter's future. Maya's financial situation was Jessica's responsibility, not mine. But refusing to help Maya means she either takes on huge debt or transfers to a cheaper school, both significant impacts on her future. I have the financial means to help without substantially affecting my own life. The question is whether I should help someone whose mother tried to disinherit me by falsely claiming I wasn't my father's child. My mother thinks I shouldn't give Jessica or Maya anything. She says Jessica tried to destroy our family with her paternity lies and doesn't deserve any consideration. She worries that helping Maya rewards Jessica's behavior and sets precedent for future requests. My wife thinks I should consider helping Maya, but only if she transfers to a less expensive school. My wife suggests offering to pay the difference between public university costs and private school costs if Maya transfers, essentially subsidizing a reasonable education without funding luxury choices made with Jessica's squandered money. Some friends think I should help Maya because she's innocent family who deserves educational opportunities regardless of her mother's choices. They say my father probably would have wanted his granddaughter to have support, and that I'm in a position to provide it without significant sacrifice. Other friends think helping Maya enables Jessica's pattern of irresponsibility and entitlement. They say Jessica should have preserved her inheritance for Maya's future, and that bailing them out now teaches that poor choices have no consequences. They worry Maya will return with future requests if I establish precedent of providing financial support. I'm also thinking about what Dad would have wanted. He left Jessica 30% knowing their relationship was distant. He didn't specifically provide for Maya in his will, though he'd occasionally sent her birthday money. Would he want me to use my inheritance to fund Maya's education, despite Jessica's attempt to disinherit me? Maya sent me her university's financial aid forms, showing her tuition costs and her mother's limited contribution ability. She's asking for $35,000 per year for 4 years, totaling $140,000 to cover the gap between financial aid and actual costs. The amount is significant, but represents about 8% of my inheritance. Jessica has not reached out directly, but Maya mentioned her mother knows about the request and supports it. Jessica is apparently telling Maya, I have an obligation to help since I got more than my fair share of the inheritance. Jessica is still positioning herself as the victim entitled to more, rather than acknowledging she received exactly what Dad wanted her to have. The request puts me in an impossible position. Helping Maya means providing financial support to someone whose mother tried to prove I wasn't my father's child for financial gain. Refusing to help means a young woman struggles with education costs because of her mother's poor decisions. I don't know what the right answer is. Part of me wants to help Maya because she's family and innocent of Jessica's actions. Part of me feels helping her rewards Jessica's behavior and creates ongoing financial entanglement with someone who tried to destroy my relationship with my father's memory. Maya needs an answer by next week to finalize her financial aid and housing for next semester. I'm running out of time to make a decision I can live with. I genuinely don't know if family obligation means helping Maya, despite what Jessica did, or if protecting myself from further manipulation means maintaining boundaries that unfortunately affect an innocent young woman. What I do know is Jessica tried to disinherit me by claiming I wasn't my father's child. She put me through genetic testing, tried to exhume my father's body, and publicly accused my mother of infidelity. And now she's using her daughter to extract money from the inheritance she tried to steal. Those facts shape everything about this decision, even though Maya herself seems genuine in her request. I have 6 days to respond to Maya. The choice will define what kind of uncle I am, what boundaries I maintain with Jessica, and how I honor my father's memory and intentions. I'm paralyzed between competing values with no clear path forward. My in-laws secretly gave my son allergen foods to prove I was exaggerating his allergy. The recklessly dangerous act committed by my husband's parents, Mark and Susan Richardson, both 62, who deliberately fed my 5-year-old son foods containing peanuts after I'd explicitly told them about his severe allergy, because they believed I was being an overprotective mother and wanted to prove the allergy wasn't real, resulted in my child going into anaphylactic shock and being hospitalized in critical condition for 3 days. I'm 34. My husband James is 36. And what Mark and Susan accomplished by secretly adding peanut butter to cookies they gave our son during an unsupervised visit has created a permanent rift in our family, while they face criminal charges for reckless endangerment, and I'm left trying to protect my child from grandparents who literally almost killed him because they didn't believe medical diagnoses and thought they knew better than his doctors and parents. Our son Liam was diagnosed with a severe peanut allergy when he was 18 months old after a reaction to a granola bar. Subsequent testing confirmed he has one of the most dangerous types of peanut allergies, with risk of anaphylaxis from even trace exposure. His allergist stressed the absolute importance of avoiding any peanut contact and always having epinephrine available. We'd educated all family members about Liam's allergy from the moment of diagnosis. We explained the severity, showed them how to use his EpiPen, and made clear that even small exposures could be life-threatening. My husband's parents initially seemed to understand and take the allergy seriously, but over the years, Mark and Susan made increasingly skeptical comments about Liam's allergy. They'd suggest that food allergies were overdiagnosed, that kids grew out of most allergies, and that parents today were too cautious. They'd mention articles they'd read about allergy hysteria and overprotective parenting. The comments bothered me, but they always backed down when we insisted the allergy was serious and medically documented. 6 months ago, Mark and Susan asked if they could take Liam for an afternoon while my husband and I attended a wedding. We agreed because we trusted them as his grandparents and believed they understood the allergy protocols. We left detailed instructions, provided safe snacks, and confirmed they had Liam's EpiPen and knew how to use it. During that visit, Mark and Susan decided to test whether Liam's allergy was real. According to what they later admitted, they'd been convinced we were exaggerating the severity, and that exposing Liam to a small amount of peanuts would prove he didn't actually have a dangerous allergy. They baked cookies with peanut butter and gave them to Liam, deliberately not telling him what was in them. Liam started showing reaction symptoms within minutes of eating the cookies. He complained his mouth felt funny, then his face started swelling, he developed hives, and began having difficulty breathing. Mark and Susan initially didn't recognize these as allergy symptoms, thinking Liam was just being dramatic like they believed I'd trained him to be about his supposed allergy. By the time they realized Liam was having a genuine medical emergency, he was in full anaphylactic shock. Susan called 911 while Mark administered the EpiPen, but the delay in recognizing the reaction and treating it meant Liam had been without oxygen long enough to lose consciousness. Paramedics arrived and transported Liam to the hospital, where he was admitted to pediatric intensive care. We received the emergency call while at the wedding reception and rushed to the hospital. Liam was unconscious, intubated, and in critical condition. Doctors told us the next 24 hours would determine whether he'd have permanent brain damage from oxygen deprivation during the anaphylaxis. The medical team was asking what Liam had been exposed to and how long before treatment was administered. Mark and Susan confessed at the hospital that they'd deliberately given Liam peanut butter cookies to test whether his allergy was real. They claimed they'd thought a small exposure would just cause mild symptoms that would either prove the allergy was exaggerated or help Liam build immunity. They seemed shocked that their test had resulted in critical hospitalization. I was beyond devastated and furious. My son was fighting for his life because his grandparents had deliberately exposed him to the exact allergen we'd warned them could kill him. They'd literally experimented on my child because they believed their internet research over medical professionals and their grandson's documented allergy history. Liam survived, but spent 3 days in intensive care before being transferred to a regular pediatric unit. He experienced some respiratory complications, but fortunately didn't have permanent brain damage. Doctors said that if Mark and Susan had administered the EpiPen immediately instead of waiting, the severity could have been significantly reduced. The hospital reported the incident to Child Protective Services as required when a child's guardians deliberately expose them to known allergens. CPS investigated and determined that Mark and Susan had recklessly endangered Liam through their allergy test. While CPS didn't remove Liam from our care since we were protective parents, they recommended we pursue criminal charges against the grandparents. We filed a police report detailing that Mark and Susan had knowingly and intentionally given Liam peanuts, despite being repeatedly informed of his life-threatening allergy. The district attorney charged them with reckless endangerment of a child, a felony carrying potential prison time. Mark and Susan initially defended their actions, claiming they genuinely believed the allergy was exaggerated and that they'd been trying to help Liam overcome what they thought was largely psychological. They hired attorneys who argued that while their judgment was poor, they'd acted out of misguided love rather than criminal intent to harm their grandson. The prosecutor argued that deliberately exposing a child to a known life-threatening allergen constituted reckless endangerment, regardless of the perpetrator's claimed motivations. The fact that Mark and Susan had been educated about the allergy, had been provided emergency medication, and still chose to secretly give Liam peanuts demonstrated criminal disregard for his safety. The case attracted local media attention as an example of grandparents' rights versus parental authority in medical decisions. Some people sympathized with Mark and Susan as well-meaning grandparents who'd made a terrible mistake. Others were horrified that grandparents would deliberately expose a child to an allergen that could kill him. Mark and Susan eventually accepted a plea deal. They pleaded guilty to reduced charges of child endangerment, received 2 years probation, were required to complete parenting classes specifically about respecting parents' medical decisions, and were prohibited from any unsupervised contact with minor children during probation. They avoided prison, but had criminal records and restrictions on grandparent access. The family fractured over the situation. James's siblings were divided about whether prosecuting their parents was appropriate or excessive given they hadn't intended to harm Liam. Some relatives thought we'd overreacted by involving law enforcement instead of handling it privately. Others were appalled at what Mark and Susan had done and supported our decision to pursue charges. My relationship with Mark and Susan is permanently destroyed. They literally almost killed my child because they didn't believe his medical condition was real. The criminal case is resolved, but I've made clear they'll never have unsupervised access to Liam again, and that I don't trust them to prioritize his safety. James is caught between his loyalty to me and Liam and his desire to maintain some relationship with his parents. He agrees they acted horribly, but struggles with having them essentially banned from meaningful grandparent relationships with their only grandchild. That brings me to yesterday. Susan was diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer, requiring surgery and chemotherapy. She'll need significant support during treatment over the next 6 months. James's siblings are asking if we'd consider allowing Susan supervised visits with Liam during her cancer treatment, arguing that denying her time with her grandson while she faces potentially life-threatening illness is unnecessarily cruel. The family pressure is intense. James's siblings say Susan has learned her lesson, that she's genuinely remorseful, and that keeping Liam away during her cancer battle punishes her beyond what's reasonable, given she's already faced criminal consequences and is facing her own mortality. But Susan almost killed Liam by deliberately giving him peanuts despite knowing about his allergy. Her current medical crisis doesn't erase what she did or suddenly make her trustworthy with my child's safety. Cancer is terrible, but it doesn't restore my trust in someone who committed criminal child endangerment against my son. James wants to consider allowing supervised visits because he's grieving his mother's diagnosis and feels guilty about her facing cancer without access to her grandson. He's asking if we could arrange visits where I'm present the entire time, ensuring Liam's safety while letting Susan have some grandparent connection during her treatment. Some friends think I should allow supervised visits because Susan is sick, and because it would help my husband support his mother during cancer. They say I can maintain absolute control over Liam's safety while showing compassion for someone facing serious illness. Other friends think Susan forfeited grandparent privileges when she deliberately endangered Liam, and that her cancer doesn't change the fundamental trust violation. They worry that any accommodation now sets precedent for gradually reduced boundaries, and that my protective instincts are more important than Susan's desire for grandparent access. My son's allergist says the decision is mine as the parent, but emphasizes that Liam's safety must be the primary consideration, regardless of family dynamics. The allergist notes that people who didn't take the allergy seriously once may continue to pose risks, even under supervision. Liam is now 5 and doesn't fully understand what happened. He knows Grandma and Grandpa made him very sick and had to go to the hospital, but he doesn't grasp that they did it deliberately or that they almost killed him. He sometimes asks why he doesn't see them anymore like he sees my parents. What I know is, Mark and Susan deliberately gave my son peanuts despite knowing about his life-threatening allergy, caused him to go into anaphylactic shock, and nearly killed him because they didn't believe his medical condition was real. Now, Susan has cancer, and the family wants me to allow supervised visits so she can see her grandson during treatment. I have no deadline, but the pressure from James and his siblings is intense and ongoing. I genuinely don't know if compassion means allowing a sick woman access to her grandson despite what she did, or if protecting my child means maintaining boundaries regardless of her health crisis. My mother-in-law hired a PI to prove I married her son for his money. The invasive investigation orchestrated by my husband's mother, a paranoid and controlling woman named Patricia Donovan, 63, who hired a private investigator to surveil me and build a case that I'd married her son for his wealth rather than love, has violated my privacy, damaged my marriage, and created a year-long nightmare of defending my character against manufactured evidence designed to prove I'm a gold digger. I'm 32, my husband Marcus is 37, and what Patricia accomplished by documenting every purchase I made, every conversation I had with friends, and every moment of my life she could twist into evidence of mercenary intentions, has forced me to prove my love is genuine, while watching her attempt to convince Marcus that our entire 5-year relationship has been an elaborate financial con I've perpetrated against their family. Marcus and I met 6 years ago when I was working as a pediatric nurse, and he was an established software entrepreneur. He'd sold his first company 2 years earlier for $8 million and was comfortable financially, though not extravagantly wealthy. We connected at a charity event and started dating based on genuine attraction and compatibility. I'd never dated anyone wealthy before Marcus, and honestly his financial situation was somewhat intimidating. I made $68,000 as a nurse and lived modestly. Marcus's world of investment portfolios, real estate, and business ventures was foreign to me. But we connected on deeper levels, and I fell in love with his character, not his bank account. Patricia was suspicious of me from our first meeting. She made comments about the age difference, questioned my intentions, and seemed convinced I was targeting Marcus for his money. She'd apparently seen Marcus through previous relationships with women she'd considered fortune hunters, and was determined to protect him from another one. We got engaged after 2 years of dating and married a year later. Throughout our engagement, Patricia maintained subtle hostility toward me while appearing supportive to Marcus. She'd make comments to me privately about prenuptial agreements and protecting family assets. She'd question whether I truly understood the responsibilities of marrying into their family. Marcus had insisted on a prenuptial agreement, which I'd signed without objection. The prenup protected his premarital assets and business interests while providing fair terms for any assets acquired during marriage. I'd agreed because I loved Marcus and wanted him to feel secure, not because I was strategizing about divorce settlements. But signing the prenup didn't satisfy Patricia's suspicions. She remained convinced I'd somehow manipulate Marcus into giving me access to his wealth despite the legal protections. She watched me constantly during family gatherings, scrutinizing my interactions with Marcus and making notes about anything she found suspicious. Then, about 18 months ago, Patricia escalated from passive suspicion to active investigation. She hired a private investigator to surveil me and gather evidence of my supposed gold-digging intentions. The PI followed me, photographed me, documented my spending, and investigated my background. I had no idea I was being investigated until Marcus confronted me with a thick dossier Patricia had compiled. The dossier contained photographs, financial records, interview transcripts, and Patricia's interpretive narrative claiming everything proved I'd married Marcus for his money. The evidence Patricia presented was my life, taken completely out of context. The PI had photographed me shopping at high-end stores, which Patricia claimed proved my expensive tastes. The photos didn't show that I was shopping for Marcus's birthday gift, not for myself. The PI had documented my conversations with friends, which Patricia claimed included admissions about marrying for money. The conversations had been about normal relationship challenges, not financial motivations. Patricia had obtained my credit card statements somehow, probably through the PI's investigations. She'd highlighted purchases at expensive restaurants, spas, and boutiques. She claimed these expenditures proved I was living beyond my nursing salary and must be spending Marcus's money inappropriately. She didn't acknowledge that many of these expenses were gifts from Marcus, or costs he'd explicitly asked me to put on my card for rewards points. Most damningly, Patricia had recorded a conversation I'd had with my sister about Marcus's upcoming business deal. My sister had asked if the deal would affect our lifestyle, and I'd said it would provide more financial security. Patricia claimed this proved I was tracking Marcus's business ventures for financial gain, rather than normal spousal interest in my husband's work. The dossier was comprehensive and invasive. Patricia had documented 6 months of my life, twisted every detail to fit her narrative, and presented it to Marcus as proof our marriage was a financial scam I'd perpetrated against him. Marcus was shaken by Patricia's dossier. He said he didn't believe I'd married him for money, but that his mother's investigation had raised questions he couldn't ignore. He wanted explanations for every purchase, every conversation, every interaction Patricia had documented. I was devastated and furious. Patricia had hired someone to follow me, invaded my privacy, obtained my financial records illegally, and created a false narrative about my character and intentions. I'd been subjected to surveillance and investigation like a criminal suspect, all because I'd married someone whose mother couldn't accept that I loved her son. I contacted a lawyer immediately. My attorney reviewed Patricia's dossier and explained that much of the investigation likely violated privacy laws and potentially involved illegal obtaining of my financial records. I could pursue civil claims against Patricia for invasion of privacy, potentially against the PI for illegal investigation methods, and could seek restraining orders preventing further surveillance. But my attorney warned that suing Patricia would permanently fracture family relationships and might damage my marriage if Marcus felt I was attacking his mother. The lawyer suggested I needed to decide whether legal vindication was worth potential marital consequences. I demanded Marcus confront his mother about the investigation and require her to cease all surveillance and delete all materials she'd gathered. Marcus agreed, but was clearly torn between defending me and managing his relationship with his mother. Marcus confronted Patricia and demanded she stop investigating me. Patricia defended her actions, claiming she was protecting her son from a woman who'd deceived him about her intentions. She said the evidence spoke for itself, and that Marcus was being manipulated by someone who'd successfully hidden her true nature for years. The confrontation accomplished nothing except making Patricia more entrenched in her beliefs and more hostile toward me. She continued making comments to family members about my gold digging, showing them portions of her dossier and trying to convince people that Marcus had been conned into marriage. I filed a civil lawsuit against Patricia for invasion of privacy. I included claims for the emotional distress of being surveilled, the damage to my reputation from her sharing false narratives with family, and the violation of obtaining my financial records without authorization. I sought damages and injunctive relief, preventing further investigation or harassment. Patricia hired expensive attorneys and fought aggressively. Her lawyers argued she'd acted as a concerned mother, protecting her son's financial interests, and that her investigation had been reasonable given Marcus's wealth and history of being targeted by fortune hunters. The case was in litigation for 15 months and cost me $85,000 in legal fees. During that time, Marcus and I attended marriage counseling, trying to rebuild trust that Patricia's investigation had damaged. Marcus said he believed I loved him, but that his mother's suspicions had planted doubts he struggled to overcome. The court ultimately ruled partially in my favor. The judge found Patricia's surveillance had violated my privacy rights, and that sharing the investigation materials with family constituted defamation. However, the damages awarded were only $45,000, barely covering half my legal costs. Patricia was also ordered to destroy all investigation materials and cease any further surveillance or investigation of me. The court issued an injunction prohibiting her from sharing any information about me with third parties, or making statements about my character or intentions. But winning the lawsuit didn't repair the damage. Marcus's relationship with his mother became strained after he supported my legal case against her. Patricia blamed me for turning her son against her and positioning myself as a victim when she'd only been trying to protect family assets. Marcus's extended family split over the situation. Some relatives supported Patricia's concern about protecting wealth and thought I'd overreacted by suing her. Others were appalled that Patricia had hired investigators to surveil her son's wife and thought her behavior was paranoid and controlling. That was 6 months ago. Marcus and I have been rebuilding our marriage, but the trust damage from Patricia's investigation remains. Marcus sometimes questions my motivations, despite consciously believing I love him. Patricia's narrative has poisoned our relationship in ways that court victories can't fully remedy. Then, last week, Patricia was diagnosed with early-stage Alzheimer's disease. Her doctor says she'll need increasing support and care as the disease progresses. Patricia has limited financial resources after spending extensively on the investigation and subsequent legal fees defending my lawsuit. Marcus's father died 10 years ago, and Marcus is Patricia's only child. The responsibility for her care falls primarily to Marcus, and by extension, to our family. Marcus asked if Patricia could move into our guest house, which would allow us to provide care and supervision while maintaining some physical separation. The request is emotionally impossible. Patricia spent 18 months investigating me, violated my privacy, and tried to convince Marcus I'd married him for money. Now she needs care and support from the daughter-in-law she's spent years trying to expose as a fraud. But Patricia has Alzheimer's and genuinely needs help. Her condition will deteriorate, and she'll require increasing care. Marcus is her only family, and he's torn between his obligations to his mother and his loyalty to me after what she did. Some friends think I should agree to having Patricia in the guest house because she's sick and vulnerable, and caring for her would be the compassionate choice, regardless of past conflicts. They say Alzheimer's may actually help because Patricia might forget her suspicions as the disease progresses. Other friends think Patricia forfeited my care when she hired investigators to surveil me and tried to destroy my marriage. They say I have no obligation to provide housing and support to someone who violated my privacy and spent years trying to prove I was a con artist. Marcus needs my answer within the week. If I refuse to have Patricia on our property, Marcus will need to find alternative care arrangements that will be expensive and complicated. Patricia will likely end up in a facility rather than with family. I genuinely don't know if compassion means caring for someone who tried to destroy me, or if self-protection means maintaining boundaries even when that person is sick and vulnerable. Every option feels wrong in different ways. What I know is Patricia hired a PI, surveilled me for 6 months, obtained my financial records illegally, created a dossier claiming I married Marcus for money, and tried to convince him our relationship was fraudulent. And now, she has Alzheimer's and needs care from the family she tried to tear apart. I can't decide if this is an opportunity for grace or a situation where protecting myself justifies refusing help to someone who deliberately tried to harm me. My nephew posted deepfake videos showing me saying racist things to ruin my career. The technologically sophisticated defamation attack orchestrated by my sister's 21-year-old son, a tech-savvy college student named Kyle Henderson, who created convincing deepfake videos showing me making racist and offensive statements that were then distributed across social media to destroy my professional reputation, has cost me my senior management position, made me unemployable in my industry, and subjected me to threats and public harassment based on words I never actually spoke. I'm 44, and what Kyle accomplished by using artificial intelligence software to manipulate video and audio of me into appearing to express hateful views has forced me through a nightmare of defending my actual character against viral content that millions of people believe is real footage of me expressing racism, while Kyle faced minimal consequences for creating fraudulent content that nearly destroyed my life completely. Kyle had always been interested in technology and video editing. He studied computer science in college and was particularly fascinated by artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. I'd supported his interests, even helping fund some of his college expenses when my sister faced financial difficulties. I thought we had a decent uncle-nephew relationship, despite not being particularly close. I worked as a senior director of human resources for a large regional healthcare system, managing diversity initiatives, employee relations, and talent development for over 3,000 employees. I'd built my career on values of inclusion and equitable treatment. My professional reputation was centered on being someone who advocated for underrepresented employees and worked to create welcoming workplace environments. The trouble began about 15 months ago when Kyle applied for an internship at the healthcare system where I worked. He submitted his application through normal channels, and I wasn't involved in the selection process due to the family relationship and conflict of interest. Kyle wasn't selected for the internship, with the team citing candidates with more relevant healthcare experience. Kyle was angry about the rejection and blamed me. He believed I should have used my position to ensure he got the internship despite the conflict of interest issues. He sent me angry messages, saying I'd failed to support family and had embarrassed him by letting him be rejected from a company where I was senior leadership. I tried to explain that nepotism would have been inappropriate and potentially illegal, that I couldn't ethically use my position to benefit family members, and that the hiring team had made their decision based on qualifications. Kyle refused to accept my explanation and accused me of caring more about political correctness and workplace rules than about helping family. The conflict seemed to settle after a few weeks, and I assumed Kyle had moved on. I had no idea he was planning an elaborate revenge campaign using his technical skills and knowledge of deepfake technology. 3 months after the internship rejection, videos started appearing on social media showing me making shocking, racist statements. The videos appeared to be from virtual meetings or recorded conversations where I was allegedly expressing hateful views about minority employees, making racist jokes, and using deeply offensive language. The videos were sophisticated deepfakes. Kyle had collected footage of me from various sources, including family gatherings, virtual meetings, and public videos. He'd used AI software to manipulate my facial expressions and voice to create fabricated videos where I appeared to be saying things I'd never said. The technical execution was convincing enough that most viewers believed they were watching real footage. The videos went viral almost immediately. They were shared across Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok, with outraged commentary about how a senior HR professional responsible for diversity initiatives was secretly a racist. The healthcare system where I worked received thousands of complaints demanding my termination. Local news outlets reported on the videos as evidence of racism in corporate leadership. I was suspended from my position within 48 hours as the organization investigated. I tried to explain the videos were fake, but had no immediate way to prove it. The clips looked and sounded like me. Without technical forensic analysis, there was no obvious way to demonstrate they were manipulated content rather than real recordings. I hired a digital forensics firm to analyze the videos. The experts confirmed they were deep fakes, identifying technical artifacts that proved the facial movements and audio had been synthetically generated. But the forensic analysis took 2 weeks and cost $18,000. By the time I had proof the videos were fake, the damage to my reputation was catastrophic and largely irreversible. The healthcare system terminated my employment, despite the forensic evidence proving the videos were fake. They said my continued employment had become untenable given the public outcry, and that regardless of the video's authenticity, my ability to function in my role had been destroyed by the controversy. I lost my $185,000 annual salary and my professional reputation in an industry built on trust and ethical leadership. I traced the origin of the deepfake videos to accounts linked to Kyle. Digital forensics identified Kyle's IP address as the source of the original uploads, and found the AI software used to create the deepfakes on his laptop. The evidence conclusively proved Kyle had created and distributed the fake videos. When I confronted Kyle with the evidence, he initially denied involvement. When the proof became undeniable, he shifted to justification. He said I'd betrayed family by not getting him the internship, and that destroying my career was fair retaliation for my failure to support him. He showed no remorse, only satisfaction that his technical skills had successfully ruined me professionally. I reported Kyle to law enforcement for defamation, identity theft, and cyber harassment related to the deepfake videos. The district attorney took the case seriously, given the technological sophistication and the severe harm to my reputation and career. Kyle was charged with multiple felonies related to creating and distributing fraudulent content. Kyle's case became a test of laws around deepfake technology and criminal liability for AI-generated defamation. His defense attorneys argued that existing laws weren't designed for deepfake scenarios, and that Kyle's actions, while unethical, didn't clearly violate specific criminal statutes. The prosecution countered that creating false videos to damage someone's reputation was criminal, regardless of the technology used. The case was in the legal system for 8 months before Kyle accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to cyber harassment and was sentenced to 18 months in prison, 3 years probation after release, and was ordered to pay $50,000 in restitution for my damages. The sentence was less than I'd hoped for, given the destruction Kyle caused, but prosecutors said it was reasonable for a first offense involving emerging technology. But Kyle's conviction didn't restore my career. The deepfake videos remain online, despite my efforts to have them removed. Social media platforms are inconsistent about removing proven fake content. Some videos have been taken down, but others remain circulating with millions of views. People who saw the original viral videos often never see the later corrections, explaining they were deep fakes. Potential employers Google my name and find the racist videos first, the explanations that they're fake second, if they find those corrections at all. Multiple job opportunities vanished after background research uncovered the viral videos. Hiring managers don't want the controversy regardless of whether the content was real or fabricated. I've been unemployed for 13 months. I've exhausted my savings and am living on unemployment benefits and some consulting work. I'm applying for positions but struggling to overcome the reputational damage. The deepfakes have essentially ended my career in healthcare HR, where trust and reputation are fundamental to effectiveness. My sister initially refused to believe Kyle had created the videos, defending him as a good kid who wouldn't do something so malicious. When the evidence became undeniable, she was devastated but also defensive. She acknowledged Kyle's actions were wrong, but blamed me for not helping him get the internship in the first place, suggesting I'd created the conditions that led to his retaliation. The family split over the situation. Some relatives supported my pursuit of criminal charges against Kyle, while others thought prosecuting family was vindictive, especially given Kyle's age and his claim that he'd been responding to my failure to help him. Extended family members had different opinions about whether Kyle's 18-month prison sentence was appropriate or excessive. Kyle served his sentence at a minimum security facility and was released 2 months ago on probation. He's living with my sister and supposedly looking for work, though his criminal record and the publicity around his case make employment difficult. My sister says Kyle has learned his lesson and deserves a chance to rebuild his life without ongoing family conflict. That brings me to last week. Kyle reached out through a mutual family member, asking if I'd be willing to meet and discuss reconciliation. He claims he's deeply remorseful about what he did and wants to apologize in person. He's asking if I'd consider writing a letter supporting his expungement petition in a few years when he becomes eligible, saying that helping him move past his criminal record would show I've forgiven him. The request is staggering in its presumption. Kyle created deepfake videos showing me expressing racism, destroyed my career and reputation, cost me my livelihood, and subjected me to threats and harassment. He served 18 months in prison and now wants me to help him expunge that record so his future employment isn't affected by consequences of what he did to me. Kyle's message included an apology, saying he'd been immature and angry and had made a terrible mistake. He claimed he hadn't fully understood how destructive the deepfakes would be and that he regrets the harm he caused. He's framing his request for eventual expungement support as part of his accountability process and path to making amends. My sister supports Kyle's outreach and is encouraging me to meet with him. She says Kyle has genuinely changed, that prison was transformative, and that he's trying to take responsibility for his actions. She's asking me to show family forgiveness and help Kyle move forward rather than keeping him trapped by his worst moment. But I remain unemployed and professionally damaged by Kyle's deepfakes, while he's asking me to help him avoid long-term career consequences. The asymmetry is profound. Kyle destroyed my career permanently while asking me to help ensure his criminal record doesn't permanently affect his career prospects. Some friends think I should refuse any contact with Kyle and certainly shouldn't support his future expungement. They say Kyle committed a serious crime that destroyed my life and that he should face full consequences, including a permanent criminal record. They worry that any cooperation on my part enables Kyle and suggests deepfake defamation can be overcome with apologies and family pressure. Other friends think meeting with Kyle might provide closure, and that I could hear his apology without committing to support his expungement. They suggest there's value in Kyle taking accountability directly, even if I don't agree to help minimize his criminal record's long-term impact. My attorney says I should avoid any contact with Kyle that might be interpreted as forgiving his actions or minimizing the harm he caused. The restitution order of $50,000 covers only a fraction of my actual damages, and any statements I make that could reduce Kyle's perceived culpability might complicate my ability to pursue additional civil damages later. I'm also thinking about what meeting with Kyle would actually accomplish. Would hearing his apology provide any healing for the destruction of my career and reputation? Or would it just be an opportunity for Kyle to manipulate me into supporting his expungement through emotional appeals and family pressure? Kyle's message said he'd like to meet within the next 2 weeks. He's framing the timeline as being related to his probation requirements about making amends to victims, though I haven't received any official communication from his probation officer requesting that I meet with him. What I know is Kyle created deepfake videos showing me making racist statements, destroyed my professional reputation, cost me my career, and subjected me to threats and harassment. He served 18 months in prison and now wants me to help him expunge that record so it doesn't affect his future employment. The request asks me to prioritize his career recovery over my own ongoing unemployment caused by his actions. I have no deadline, but family pressure is mounting. My sister calls regularly, asking when I'll agree to meet with Kyle. She's positioning my hesitation as vindictiveness and inability to forgive, rather than reasonable boundaries with someone who committed serious crimes against me. I genuinely don't know if meeting with Kyle serves any purpose beyond giving him an opportunity to manipulate me into supporting his expungement. I don't know if family obligation means helping someone rebuild after they destroyed you, or if self-protection means maintaining boundaries regardless of their claimed remorse and family pressure for reconciliation. My sister had me declared mentally incompetent to control my lottery winnings. The comprehensive legal assault launched by my older sister, a calculating woman named Jennifer Hayes, 38, who petitioned the court to have me declared legally incompetent and appoint herself as my conservator after I won $4.2 million in the state lottery, has put me through psychiatric evaluations, legal battles, and family warfare while she attempted to seize control of my finances under the guise of protecting me from myself. I'm 34, and what Jennifer did by manufacturing evidence of mental instability and convincing our elderly parents I was suffering a psychological breakdown that required legal intervention is so brazenly exploitative that I've spent the past 14 months fighting to maintain my legal autonomy while watching Jennifer position herself to control wealth she has no legitimate claim to. I'd played the lottery occasionally for years, never expecting to win anything substantial. When I matched all 6 numbers 18 months ago, winning the $4.2 million jackpot, I was shocked and overwhelmed. After taxes, the lump sum payment was approximately $2.4 million, more money than I'd ever imagined having. I was working as a middle school history teacher, making $52,000 annually when I won. I lived in a modest apartment, drove an old car, and had about $8,000 in savings. The lottery win represented complete financial transformation and the ability to live without money stress for the rest of my life. I handled the initial lottery claim appropriately, consulting with a financial advisor and lawyer before going public. I chose the lump sum payment, set up investment accounts, paid off my student loans, and made sensible plans for the money. I wasn't splurging recklessly or making foolish decisions. I was being thoughtful about managing sudden wealth. Jennifer's reaction to my lottery win was initially enthusiastic and supportive. She congratulated me, offered advice about financial planning, and seemed genuinely happy for my good fortune. Jennifer worked as a pharmaceutical sales rep and was married with 2 kids. She lived comfortably but not luxuriously, and I had no reason to think my windfall would create problems between us. About 3 months after I won, Jennifer started making comments about my decision-making and mental state. She'd mention I seemed stressed or overwhelmed. She'd suggest the money was changing my personality. She'd express concern to our parents that sudden wealth was affecting my psychological stability. I dismissed Jennifer's comments because I felt completely fine. I was adjusting to having money, but wasn't experiencing any mental health crisis. I attributed Jennifer's concern to normal worry about the challenges of sudden wealth, not recognizing she was building a narrative about my supposed incompetence. 6 months after my win, Jennifer escalated dramatically. She filed a petition with the probate court seeking to have me declared legally incapacitated and requesting appointment as my conservator. The petition claimed I was suffering from psychological instability, making me unable to manage my own affairs, and that I needed a conservator to protect me from making harmful decisions with my lottery winnings. Jennifer's petition included affidavits from people claiming to have witnessed concerning behavior. Our parents signed statements saying I'd seemed different and erratic since winning the lottery. Jennifer's husband described me as manic and delusional about my financial situation. A former colleague claimed I'd made grandiose statements about my wealth and life plans. The petition was a complete fabrication. I wasn't mentally incapacitated or unable to manage my affairs. I'd been living independently, working full-time, managing my finances responsibly, and showing no signs of psychological breakdown. Jennifer had manufactured a mental health crisis that didn't exist to justify a conservatorship that would give her control of my money. The court took Jennifer's petition seriously enough to order a psychiatric evaluation. I was required to undergo examination by a court-appointed psychiatrist who would assess my mental capacity and ability to manage my own affairs. The evaluation was humiliating and invasive, requiring me to answer detailed questions about my life, decisions, and mental state while defending my competence against Jennifer's false allegations. I hired a lawyer immediately to fight Jennifer's conservatorship petition. My attorney explained that conservatorships are meant for people who genuinely cannot care for themselves due to dementia, severe mental illness, or developmental disabilities. Jennifer was abusing the conservatorship system to try to seize control of money she had no legal right to. The psychiatric evaluation concluded I was completely mentally competent, with no signs of psychological instability or impaired judgment. The psychiatrist's report stated I was managing my lottery winnings responsibly, making reasonable decisions, and showing no evidence of the mental health crisis Jennifer's petition described. But Jennifer didn't give up. Her lawyer argued the psychiatric evaluation wasn't sufficient and that my competence needed longer-term assessment. Jennifer claimed I'd been able to present well during a one-time evaluation, but that my family had observed problematic behavior over months that the psychiatrist hadn't witnessed. Jennifer demanded a more extensive evaluation, including interviews with family members, review of my financial decisions, and assessment of my judgment over time. She was trying to create enough questions about my competence to justify ongoing court oversight, even if full conservatorship wasn't granted. The judge ordered a secondary evaluation by a different psychiatrist and appointed a guardian ad litem to investigate and report on whether I genuinely needed a conservator. The guardian ad litem would interview me, my family, my friends, and review my life circumstances to determine if conservatorship was necessary. The guardian ad litem process took 4 months and cost me $18,000 in legal fees. The investigator interviewed everyone Jennifer suggested, plus people I identified who could testify to my competence and responsible behavior. The investigation reviewed my financial decisions, employment history, and overall life functioning. The guardian ad litem's report was unequivocal. I was fully competent, managing my affairs responsibly, and showed no signs of needing a conservator. The report specifically noted that Jennifer appeared motivated by desire to control my lottery winnings rather than genuine concern for my welfare. The guardian ad litem recommended Jennifer's petition be denied completely. With both psychiatric evaluations and the guardian ad litem report supporting my competence, the judge denied Jennifer's conservatorship petition. The ruling stated I demonstrated clear ability to manage my own affairs, and that Jennifer had failed to provide evidence of actual incapacity, justifying court intervention. I'd won the legal battle, but at significant cost. I'd spent $47,000 in legal fees defending myself against Jennifer's conservatorship attempt. I'd been subjected to invasive psychiatric evaluations and investigations into my personal life. I'd lost 6 months to legal proceedings when I should have been enjoying my good fortune. More devastating was learning that my parents had supported Jennifer's petition. They'd signed affidavits claiming I seemed unstable and had testified during proceedings that they were concerned about my judgment. Their support of Jennifer's attempt to have me declared incompetent felt like a profound betrayal. When I confronted my parents after the court victory, they defended their involvement. They said Jennifer had convinced them I was having a mental health crisis, and that they'd been trying to help me by supporting the conservatorship. They claimed Jennifer had manipulated them with concern for my well-being, and they'd only wanted to protect me. But their protection had involved signing legal documents declaring me mentally incapacitated when I was fine. They'd testified in court supporting Jennifer's false claims about my mental state. They'd sided with Jennifer's transparent attempt to seize my lottery winnings rather than trusting my demonstrated competence. I cut off contact with Jennifer completely after the conservatorship battle. I also reduced contact with my parents significantly, seeing them only occasionally and maintaining emotional distance. The breach of trust was too severe to simply forgive because the legal case had ended. Jennifer apparently struggled financially after spending her own money on the failed conservatorship attempt. She'd paid lawyers substantial fees prosecuting a case she lost. Her marriage became strained under the financial pressure and family conflict. She apparently blamed me for her problems, rather than acknowledging her own choice to pursue fraudulent conservatorship. Then, 2 months ago, my father had a major stroke. He survived, but has significant disabilities requiring extensive care and rehabilitation. My mother can't manage his care alone and needs family help both practically and financially. My mother called asking if I'd help with my father's care costs. His medical expenses and rehabilitation needs exceed what Medicare covers, and my parents' savings are limited. My mother said the family needed to come together during crisis, and that I should contribute to my father's care regardless of past conflicts. The request was stunning, given what my parents had done. They'd supported Jennifer's attempt to have me declared mentally incompetent and seize my lottery winnings. Now they wanted me to voluntarily provide the money Jennifer had tried to steal through conservatorship. I told my mother I'd need to think about her request. She said my father's health was urgent, and that I couldn't let old grievances prevent me from helping when family needed it. She framed my hesitation as vindictive and selfish. Jennifer heard about my mother's request and sent me a message saying we should put aside our differences for our father's sake. She said family helps family during medical crisis, and that my lottery winnings gave me the ability to ensure our father gets necessary care. She acted like the conservatorship battle was just an unfortunate misunderstanding, rather than her calculated attempt at financial exploitation. My friends are divided. Some think I should help my father because his medical needs are real and not his fault. Even though he supported Jennifer's conservatorship attempt, they say being the bigger person means providing care for sick parents, regardless of past betrayal. Other friends think my parents and Jennifer forfeited any claim to my help when they tried to have me declared incompetent to steal my money. They say my father's stroke, while tragic, doesn't erase what the family did or obligate me to fund his care with the lottery winnings they tried to seize. My therapist asks what outcome I can live with long term. Can I live with refusing help and potentially watching my father receive inadequate care due to cost? Or can I live with providing money to people who supported Jennifer's attempt to control my finances? I'm also thinking about precedent. If I provide money for my father's care, am I establishing that my family can make demands on my lottery winnings after trying to seize them legally? Will helping now lead to ongoing expectations that I fund family needs because I have money they tried to steal? My father's rehab facility is expensive, at $8,000 monthly, costs my parents can't sustain long term. Medicare covers some, but not all expenses. My mother is asking me to commit to covering the gap, which could be $3,000 to $4,000 monthly for an indefinite period. The total cost could be $36,000 to $48,000 annually, meaningful money even with my lottery winnings. It's not that I can't afford it, but rather whether I should provide it to people who supported declaring me legally incompetent 18 months ago. Jennifer has also suggested I could give our parents a lump sum, maybe $100,000, to cover my father's anticipated care costs for several years. She's positioning this as the most helpful option that would relieve financial stress on our mother while ensuring our father gets necessary care. But giving my parents $100,000 means giving Jennifer indirect access to money she tried to seize through conservatorship. If I provide that lump sum, some of it will likely benefit Jennifer's family through reduced financial pressure on shared family resources. I have no deadline, but my mother calls daily asking for my decision. She's getting increasingly desperate and emotional about my father's care needs. She's suggesting that refusing to help proves I'm as unstable and selfish as Jennifer claimed during the conservatorship case. The emotional manipulation is effective because my father's medical needs are real. His stroke wasn't his fault, and he does need care. But his choice to support Jennifer's conservatorship attempt was his fault, and I'm not sure medical crisis erases that betrayal. What I know is Jennifer tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to control my lottery winnings. My parents supported her attempt by signing affidavits and testifying I was unstable. I spent $47,000 defending my legal autonomy, and now they want me to voluntarily provide money for my father's care. I genuinely don't know if family obligation means helping despite past betrayal, or if protecting myself means maintaining boundaries even during medical crisis. Every option feels wrong in different ways, and I can't determine which choice I can live with. My sister-in-law falsely accused me of molesting her son to win a custody battle. The utterly horrific false accusation made by my brother's ex-wife, a vindictive woman named Angela Martinez, 36, who claimed during their custody dispute that I had sexually abused her 7-year-old son during family visits in order to restrict my brother's parenting time and gain leverage in their divorce, has subjected me to criminal investigation, destroyed my reputation in our community, cost me my teaching career, and created trauma that extends far beyond the 18 months it took to definitively prove the allegations were completely fabricated. I'm 33, and what Angela accomplished by coaching her son to make false statements to Child Protective Services and law enforcement about abuse that never occurred has forced me through interrogations, forensic interviews, and public suspicion, while my brother lost custody of his child based on lies designed to weaponize the most serious allegations possible in service of Angela's custody goals. I'm a middle school teacher, or I was until Angela's false accusations made it impossible to continue working with children. I'd taught social studies for 9 years, was well liked by students and parents, and had a spotless professional record. I was also very close with my brother Marcus and his son Ethan, frequently babysitting and spending time with my nephew who I loved dearly. Marcus and Angela's marriage deteriorated over 3 years before Marcus finally filed for divorce. Their relationship was contentious, with ongoing conflicts about finances, parenting decisions, and Angela's controlling behavior. Marcus sought joint custody with equal parenting time, which was standard in our state unless there were significant concerns about a parent's fitness. Angela opposed joint custody from the beginning. She wanted sole custody with Marcus limited to supervised visitation. She claimed Marcus was irresponsible and that Ethan wasn't safe in his care. Marcus's attorney said Angela's objections were typical divorce posturing, and that courts generally favored shared custody absent evidence of actual harm. Then Angela escalated to the most destructive allegation possible. During a routine custody evaluation interview, Ethan told the evaluator that his Uncle David, meaning me, had touched him inappropriately during a sleepover at Marcus's apartment. The evaluator was legally required to report the allegation to Child Protective Services and law enforcement immediately. CPS investigators interviewed Ethan in detail about the alleged abuse. According to their reports, Ethan provided specific statements about me touching his genitals and engaging in other sexually inappropriate behavior during overnight visits to Marcus's home. The allegations were detailed enough to be taken seriously and to trigger a criminal investigation. I was contacted by detectives and asked to come in for an interview about allegations of child sexual abuse. I was completely blindsided, having no idea what they were referring to. When they explained Ethan's accusations, I was devastated and horrified. I'd never touched Ethan inappropriately in any way. The allegations were completely false. I immediately retained a criminal defense attorney who advised me to cooperate fully with the investigation while asserting my innocence. I provided detailed information about my interactions with Ethan, including that I'd never been alone with him overnight, as Angela's accusation claimed. Marcus had always been present during Ethan's visits, and I'd only spent daytime hours with my nephew, never overnight. The investigation was intrusive and humiliating. Detectives interviewed everyone in my life, including colleagues, friends, and family members. My school was notified of the investigation as required by state law, and I was immediately placed on administrative leave pending resolution. Students and parents learned about the abuse allegations, destroying my reputation in the community where I'd taught for years. The forensic interview with Ethan was videotaped and reviewed by experts. Child abuse specialists noted several red flags suggesting Ethan's statements had been coached rather than being genuine disclosures of abuse. His language didn't match typical child descriptions of abuse. His timeline was inconsistent, and he seemed to be reciting memorized statements rather than describing lived experiences. My attorney hired an expert in false allegations who reviewed all the evidence and concluded that Ethan's statements showed clear signs of parental coaching. The expert noted that Ethan's initial disclosure happened during a custody evaluation where Angela was present, that his statements contained adult language and concepts, and that key details contradicted verifiable facts about when and where I'd actually spent time with him. Most significantly, Marcus's apartment building had security cameras that recorded everyone entering and exiting. The footage conclusively proved I'd never stayed overnight at Marcus's apartment during the time frame of the alleged abuse. I'd visited during daytime hours while Marcus was home, exactly as I'd stated. The security footage directly contradicted Ethan's coached statements about overnight abuse. The investigation also revealed Angela had researched child sexual abuse allegations extensively online in the weeks before Ethan made his disclosure. Her search history included how to recognize signs of abuse, how to support a child disclosing abuse, and forums discussing custody cases where abuse allegations were used strategically. After 7 months of investigation, the district attorney declined to prosecute due to lack of evidence and significant indications the allegations were false. The DA's letter specifically noted the security camera footage disproving Ethan's statements about overnight abuse and the expert opinions that his disclosure appeared coached rather than genuine. But the DA declining to prosecute isn't the same as being cleared. The investigation remained on my record. The school district's policy prohibited employees who'd been investigated for child abuse from returning to classroom teaching, regardless of whether charges were filed. I lost my teaching position and career permanently based on false allegations. CPS closed their case with a finding that the abuse allegations were unfounded rather than unsubstantiated, meaning the investigation had determined the abuse didn't occur rather than simply finding insufficient evidence. The unfounded finding was the strongest exoneration CPS could provide, but it didn't restore my career or reputation. Marcus fought back against Angela in family court. His attorney presented all the evidence that Ethan's statements were coached, including the security footage, the expert opinions, and Angela's suspicious online searches. The court found that Angela had likely made false allegations of abuse to gain advantage in the custody dispute. The judge sanctioned Angela for making false allegations and awarded Marcus primary custody of Ethan. The ruling specifically cited Angela's coaching of Ethan to make false abuse allegations as evidence of parental alienation and poor judgment. Angela's false accusation had backfired, costing her the custody she'd been trying to secure. But Marcus's custody victory didn't help me. I'd lost my teaching career, my reputation was destroyed, and I'd spent $127,000 in criminal defense attorney fees. Angela had achieved her goal of devastating me, even though her custody strategy ultimately failed. I filed a civil lawsuit against Angela for defamation, malicious prosecution, and intentional infliction of emotional distress related to the false abuse allegations. My attorney said we had a strong case given the evidence that Angela had coached Ethan to make deliberately false statements designed to destroy my reputation and career. Angela's defense was that she genuinely believed Ethan's disclosures and had a duty to report suspected abuse. She claimed she hadn't coached him, but had simply supported her child in disclosing what he'd told her. She positioned herself as a protective mother, rather than someone who'd manipulated her child to make strategic false allegations. The lawsuit has been in litigation for 14 months, with trial scheduled in 2 months. My attorney is confident we'll prevail, given the overwhelming evidence of Angela's coaching and the documented falsity of the allegations. But even a favorable verdict won't restore my teaching career or undo the trauma of being publicly investigated for child sexual abuse. That brings me to 3 weeks ago. Marcus called saying that Angela has been diagnosed with terminal cancer, with maybe 6 months to live. Angela is asking if I'd be willing to meet with her and Ethan together so she can apologize for the false allegations and help Ethan understand that she coached him to lie about abuse that never happened. Angela's oncologist and therapist apparently believe it's important for Angela to take accountability before she dies, and to help Ethan process the truth that his mother manipulated him to make false allegations against an uncle who'd never harmed him. They think this disclosure and apology are necessary for both Angela's peace and for Ethan's long-term emotional well-being. Marcus supports the meeting despite everything Angela did. He says Ethan deserves to know the truth from his mother before she dies, and that watching her take accountability might provide some closure for me as well. He's asking me to consider the meeting as a gift to Ethan, who was a victim of Angela's manipulation just as much as I was. But sitting across from Angela while she apologizes for destroying my career and subjecting me to criminal investigation for child sexual abuse feels impossible. Her terminal illness doesn't erase what she did or make the trauma less real. And involving Ethan in a conversation about his mother coaching him to lie about sexual abuse seems potentially more harmful than helpful, regardless of the therapist's recommendation. My attorney opposes any meeting while the civil lawsuit is ongoing. Any statements Angela makes could affect the litigation strategy and damages arguments. The attorney says if Angela wants to apologize, she can do so through a sworn statement that can be used in court, not through an informal family meeting. Some friends think I should absolutely refuse the meeting. They say Angela destroyed my life with false abuse allegations and that her terminal cancer doesn't obligate me to provide her deathbed closure. They worry Angela might manipulate the meeting to minimize her responsibility or create additional trauma under guise of apologizing. Other friends think meeting might provide closure and allow me to hear direct accountability from Angela before she dies. They say refusing means I'll never have that opportunity and might regret not taking it. They also point out that Ethan is an innocent victim who deserves to understand the truth before his mother dies. I'm also thinking about my relationship with Ethan going forward. He's 9 now and has been kept away from me since the allegations emerged 2 years ago. If Angela dies without helping him understand the truth, will Ethan grow up believing his uncle abused him? Or will the truth eventually emerge in more traumatic ways without his mother's acknowledgement? Marcus needs my answer within a week. Angela's health is declining rapidly, and the window for this conversation is closing. He's pressuring me to agree, framing it as being the bigger person and helping an innocent child understand a terrible truth before losing his mother. What I know is, Angela falsely accused me of sexually abusing her son, destroyed my teaching career, subjected me to criminal investigation, and cost me over $100,000 in legal defense. Now she's dying and wants me to help her apologize and explain to her son that she coached him to lie about abuse that never happened. The request asks me to prioritize her deathbed closure and Ethan's emotional needs over my own boundaries and ongoing trauma from what she did to me. I have 6 days to decide if I'll meet with the woman who accused me of child sexual abuse so she can apologize before she dies. I genuinely don't know if this is an opportunity for closure and healing, or just another situation where Angela's needs are prioritized over the catastrophic harm she caused to my life. My stepbrother drugged me at a party, then told everyone I had a drug problem. The malicious poisoning and subsequent smear campaign executed by my stepbrother, a sociopathic man named Trevor Walsh, 28, who secretly put drugs in my drink at his birthday party, then spent the following weeks telling family, friends, and my employer that I had a serious substance abuse problem requiring intervention, has destroyed my professional credibility, damaged relationships throughout my life, and subjected me to forced drug treatment based entirely on a single incident he deliberately orchestrated. I'm 30, and what Trevor accomplished by drugging me to cause a public breakdown at his party, documenting my resulting distress, and then positioning himself as the concerned family member trying to get me help, has cost me my promotion, created a false narrative about addiction that I've spent 11 months fighting to disprove, and revealed a level of premeditated cruelty I didn't know was possible from someone I'd considered family for over 15 years. Trevor and I became stepbrothers when our parents married when I was 15 and he was 13. We'd never been particularly close but maintained civil relations through adulthood. Trevor worked in sales while I'd built a career in accounting, recently being considered for a controller position at the mid-sized manufacturing company where I'd worked for 7 years. We saw each other at family events but weren't friends outside those obligatory gatherings. Trevor threw a large birthday party at his house about a year ago, inviting family and his extensive friend network. I attended because my mother expected family support, and because refusing would have created unnecessary conflict. The party was typical Trevor: loud music, heavy drinking, and a crowd of people I mostly didn't know. I had 2 beers over the first hour of the party, staying relatively sober since I was driving. At some point, Trevor handed me a fresh beer he'd opened, saying he'd grabbed one for me from the kitchen. I drank it without suspicion because why would I suspect my stepbrother of drugging me at his own birthday party? Within 30 minutes, I felt increasingly disoriented and anxious. My heart was racing, I was sweating profusely, and I was experiencing visual distortions and paranoia. I didn't recognize what was happening as a drug reaction because I'd never used drugs recreationally and had no reference point for those sensations. I told Trevor I felt sick and needed to leave. He insisted I stay, saying I seemed really out of it and shouldn't drive. He positioned himself as concerned while I became increasingly distressed. Other partygoers started noticing my condition, asking if I was okay, commenting that I seemed really messed up. Trevor was recording me during this time, capturing video of me sweating, disoriented, paranoid, and clearly not functioning normally. He asked me loudly if I'd taken something, if I needed help, whether this had happened before. I was too confused to understand he was creating a narrative on video that I was having a drug-related crisis. I eventually left the party despite Trevor's protests, calling an Uber because I recognized I couldn't safely drive. I went home and spent the night extremely sick, vomiting, anxious, and experiencing disturbing sensory distortions. I assumed I'd gotten food poisoning or had a severe reaction to something, not realizing I'd been deliberately drugged. The next day, Trevor started contacting family members. He told our parents, his mother and my mother, that I'd shown up to his party clearly under the influence of drugs, had behaved erratically, and had refused his offers to help. He showed them the videos he'd taken of me disoriented and distressed, positioning it as evidence of my drug problem. Trevor also contacted my employer. He called my boss, claiming to be a concerned family member, reporting that I had a serious substance abuse issue that was affecting my health and judgment. He said he was worried about my well-being and thought my employer should be aware I was struggling with addiction. My mother called me the day after the party saying Trevor had showed her disturbing videos and that we needed to talk about my drug use. I was confused because I didn't have a drug use problem. I explained I'd felt sick at the party but had no idea why. My mother said the videos showed obvious intoxication beyond what alcohol would cause, and that I needed to be honest about what I was using. Then my boss called me in for a meeting. He said he'd received a call from a family member expressing concern about substance abuse, and that, combined with my calling in sick the day after Trevor's party, the company wanted me to undergo drug testing and evaluation. I was blindsided, trying to explain that I didn't use drugs and that I'd simply been sick. I took the drug test my employer required. The results came back positive for MDMA, a party drug I'd never knowingly taken in my life. The positive test seemed to confirm Trevor's narrative that I had a substance abuse problem. My employer required me to enter their employee assistance program and complete substance abuse counseling before I could be considered for any promotions. I was devastated and confused. The only explanation was that someone had drugged me at Trevor's party. I reviewed the evening and realized the beer Trevor had handed me was the only drink I'd consumed that I hadn't personally opened or monitored. Trevor had drugged me, then documented my resulting distress and used it to create a false narrative about addiction. I confronted Trevor with my theory. He denied it initially, acting offended that I'd accuse him of something so serious. But his reaction seemed performative rather than genuinely hurt. When I said I'd be reporting the drugging to police and having toxicology experts review the timeline, Trevor's demeanor shifted. He admitted he'd put MDMA in my beer as a prank, claiming he thought it would be funny to see me loosen up at the party. Trevor's admission that drugging me had been a prank was chilling. He showed no real remorse, only annoyance that I was making such a big deal about it. He said people do party drugs all the time, and that I'd overreacted to a normal party experience. He dismissed the damage to my reputation and career as unintended consequences of what he'd meant as a joke. I reported Trevor to police for drugging me. The investigation was complicated by the time elapsed since the incident and difficulty proving Trevor's admission was genuine rather than him mocking my accusations. The detective said, without Trevor's confession on record or physical evidence of him putting drugs in my drink, prosecution would be difficult. Trevor recanted his admission when police contacted him, claiming he'd been sarcastic when he'd admitted drugging me and that I was creating a false narrative to explain my own drug use. He positioned my police report as a desperate addict trying to blame others for my own choices. The criminal case went nowhere without sufficient evidence. The DA declined to prosecute, saying my account wasn't corroborated and Trevor's alleged admission had been made in private, without witnesses or recording. I was left with a positive drug test, a substance abuse treatment requirement, and no way to prove I'd been deliberately drugged. I hired a toxicologist to review the timeline and my account of the evening. The expert's report concluded that my description of events was consistent with unknowing ingestion of MDMA and inconsistent with voluntary recreational use. The report noted I had no history of drug use, had consumed minimal alcohol, and had experienced sudden onset of severe symptoms shortly after accepting a drink from Trevor. I presented the toxicologist's report to my employer, along with my statement about being drugged. The company said they appreciated the information, but that their policy required completion of the substance abuse program, regardless of how the drug entered my system. I was still being treated as someone who'd tested positive for drugs, whether voluntary or not. The forced substance abuse counseling was humiliating. I sat through group sessions with people who had genuine addiction issues while repeatedly stating I'd been drugged without my knowledge. The counselor's notes indicated skepticism about my account, noting that denial was common among people mandated to treatment. The promotion I'd been considered for went to another candidate. My supervisor said the drug test and required treatment had raised concerns about my judgment and reliability. The professional opportunity I'd worked toward for years was gone because Trevor had drugged me and successfully framed it as my drug problem. Trevor's campaign continued beyond the initial incident. He told extended family members about my supposed drug problem, positioned himself as the family member who'd tried to get me help, and portrayed my accusations against him as an addict deflecting responsibility. Family members who didn't know me well believed Trevor's version, creating awkwardness and suspicion at family gatherings. My relationship with my mother became strained. She wanted to believe I'd been drugged as I claimed, but struggled to reconcile that with Trevor's videos and my positive drug test. She pressured me to just complete the treatment program and move on, rather than continuing to accuse Trevor and create family conflict. I sued Trevor civilly for battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and defamation. My attorney said we had a viable case based on the toxicologist's report, the timeline, and Trevor's initial admission, even though he'd later recanted. The lawsuit has been in litigation for 8 months, with trial scheduled in 3 months. That brings me to 2 weeks ago. Trevor was in a serious car accident and suffered significant injuries, including a traumatic brain injury. He's in rehabilitation, learning to walk and speak again, facing months of intensive therapy with uncertain recovery. His prognosis is that he'll likely have permanent cognitive and physical limitations. My stepmother called asking if I'd consider dropping the lawsuit against Trevor, given his condition. She said Trevor can barely function, and that continuing to pursue damages against someone with brain damage seems cruel. She's positioning my lawsuit as kicking Trevor while he's down, rather than seeking accountability for him deliberately drugging me. The request is complicated by Trevor's genuine medical crisis. He's seriously disabled and facing a difficult recovery. His insurance covered his immediate medical costs, but ongoing therapy and potential lifetime care needs will be expensive. A civil judgment against him would devastate his already precarious financial situation. But Trevor deliberately drugged me, documented my distress, told my employer I was an addict, and destroyed my professional advancement. He showed no remorse and actively defended his actions until facing a lawsuit. His car accident doesn't change what he did or the damage he caused to my career and reputation. Some family members think I should drop the lawsuit because Trevor has suffered enough through his injuries. They say he's permanently disabled, and that extracting money from him now would be vindictive rather than justice-seeking. They frame continuing the lawsuit as lacking compassion for someone facing life-altering challenges. Other friends and family think Trevor's car accident is unrelated to his deliberate drugging of me, and that I shouldn't abandon my legitimate legal claims because he coincidentally got hurt. They say Trevor caused serious harm and should face consequences regardless of his subsequent misfortunes. My attorney says this is my decision, but warns that a jury might be sympathetic to Trevor given his brain injury, and that continuing the case carries risk of looking punitive. The attorney also notes that even if I win, collecting damages from someone with Trevor's medical expenses and diminished earning capacity will be difficult. I'm also thinking about the precedent of dropping the lawsuit. Does letting Trevor avoid consequences because he was injured in an unrelated accident send the message that drugging people has no lasting accountability if you get lucky with jury sympathy? What I know is Trevor drugged me at his party, created a false narrative about my addiction, destroyed my promotion opportunity, and subjected me to forced substance abuse treatment. Now, he has a brain injury from a car accident, and his family wants me to abandon my lawsuit because he's disabled and vulnerable. I have 30 days before a major litigation deadline where I need to decide whether to proceed to trial or dismiss the case. I genuinely don't know if pursuing accountability against someone with brain damage is justice or cruelty, and whether his accidental injury should affect consequences for his deliberate poisoning of me. My stepmother forged documents to claim my late mother's life insurance as her own. The comprehensive fraud executed by my father's second wife, a conniving woman named Patricia Larson, 46, against my deceased mother's estate, has robbed me and my sister of financial security our mother specifically intended for us, and created legal chaos that's consumed 2 years of our lives. I'm 28. My sister Emma is 25. And what Patricia did by manufacturing documents to redirect our mother's $400,000 life insurance policy to herself is so audacious and methodically planned that we've been fighting through courts and insurance companies while watching Patricia live lavishly on money meant to fund our futures. Our mother died 4 years ago from ovarian cancer at age 49. She'd been divorced from our father for 12 years at that point, having left him when I was 16 due to his alcoholism and financial irresponsibility. Mom rebuilt her life after the divorce, working as a hospital administrator and carefully planning for our futures despite being a single parent. Mom took out a $400,000 life insurance policy 8 years before she died, during the divorce proceedings. The policy listed Emma and me as equal beneficiaries, 50% each. Mom discussed this with us multiple times, explaining she wanted to ensure we'd have money for education, down payments on homes, or whatever we needed after she was gone. She'd paid premiums faithfully for 8 years. Dad remarried 5 years ago to Patricia, a woman he'd met at an AA meeting. We were cautiously supportive of Dad's sobriety and new relationship. Patricia seemed pleasant enough initially, though Emma and I never developed a close relationship with her. She had 2 adult children from her first marriage and seemed primarily focused on her own family. Mom's death was devastating but not unexpected. She'd fought cancer for 2 years and we'd had time to prepare emotionally and practically. After the funeral, I contacted Mom's life insurance company to file beneficiary claims for Emma and me. That's when we discovered the first problem. The insurance company said the beneficiary designation on file showed Patricia Larson as the sole beneficiary, not Emma and me. I was confused and insisted there must be an error. The company sent me copies of the beneficiary change form allegedly signed by Mom 3 months before her death, designating Patricia as 100% beneficiary. The form was obviously fraudulent. The signature wasn't Mom's handwriting. The form was supposedly completed while Mom was in hospice care, barely conscious, and certainly not conducting life insurance business. Most damningly, the form listed Patricia using Dad's address, which made no sense since Mom would have had no reason to designate her ex-husband's new wife as her beneficiary. I immediately filed a fraud complaint with the insurance company and contacted the police. The insurance company launched an investigation and froze the policy while they examined the beneficiary change. Patricia claimed ignorance, saying she had no idea how she'd become beneficiary, and suggesting Mom must have made the change for reasons we didn't understand. The investigation revealed Patricia had submitted the beneficiary change form to the insurance company by mail, using a forged signature. She'd somehow obtained Mom's policy information, created a fake beneficiary change form, and submitted it during Mom's final weeks, when Mom was too ill to notice or respond. Patricia's scheme was sophisticated. She'd researched the insurance company's procedures, obtained the correct form templates, and used a combination of information from Dad's records and public information to complete the forgery. She'd timed the submission perfectly, late enough in Mom's illness that Mom couldn't contest it, but early enough that the insurance company processed it before Mom's death. The insurance company concluded the beneficiary change was fraudulent and announced they'd pay Emma and me as the original beneficiaries. Patricia immediately hired a lawyer and filed a lawsuit claiming the insurance company's investigation was flawed and that the beneficiary change was legitimate. She produced a notarized affidavit from someone claiming to have witnessed Mom sign the form, though the notary's credentials were questionable. Patricia's lawsuit delayed payment of the insurance proceeds indefinitely. Emma and I had to hire our own attorney to defend our interests in the insurance company's litigation with Patricia. We also filed criminal charges against Patricia for fraud, forgery, and identity theft related to the forged insurance documents. The criminal investigation took 8 months. Police forensic document examiners confirmed the signature on the beneficiary change form wasn't Mom's. They also discovered Patricia had obtained Mom's policy information by accessing Dad's old files that contained paperwork from the divorce, including life insurance documents Mom had disclosed during property division. The notary who supposedly witnessed Mom's signature was Patricia's cousin, who admitted under police questioning that he'd notarized the document as a favor without actually witnessing any signature. He was charged with notary fraud and eventually pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. Patricia was charged with felony fraud, forgery, and attempted grand theft. She fought the charges initially, but eventually accepted a plea deal. She pleaded guilty to felony fraud and received 3 years probation, 400 hours community service, and was ordered to pay restitution for our legal fees related to the criminal case. The criminal conviction resolved the insurance company's uncertainty. They agreed to pay Emma and me the $400,000 as Mom intended, split equally at $200,000 each. But we'd spent 2 years fighting Patricia's fraud and had incurred $42,000 in legal fees. The restitution order covered only about half our actual costs. More importantly, Patricia's conviction and probation didn't stop her civil lawsuit against the insurance company. Her lawyer argued the criminal case involved different standards of proof and that civil court should independently evaluate the beneficiary change. The civil case dragged on for another year, even after Patricia's criminal conviction. During this entire time, Dad remained married to Patricia and defended her actions. He claimed Patricia had been confused and made a mistake, but didn't commit fraud. He said we were being vindictive by pursuing criminal charges against our stepmother, and that Mom would be disappointed in us for destroying his marriage over money. Dad's support of Patricia, despite her obvious fraud, permanently damaged our relationship. Emma and I couldn't understand how he could defend someone who'd forged our dead mother's signature to steal our inheritance. His loyalty to Patricia over his own daughters revealed how little he valued us compared to his new wife. The civil lawsuit finally settled 8 months ago, 3 years after Mom's death. Patricia agreed to drop all claims to the life insurance in exchange for the insurance company not pursuing additional damages against her. Emma and I finally received our $200,000 each, minus the legal fees we'd paid over 3 years of fighting Patricia's fraud. We each netted approximately $179,000 after legal costs, less than half of what we should have received from the $400,000 policy. Patricia faced a criminal conviction but avoided jail time and paid minimal restitution. She remained married to Dad and continued her life with relatively minor consequences compared to the damage she'd caused. Then, last month, Patricia reached out to me through a mutual acquaintance. She said she'd completed her probation and wanted to apologize and make amends. She claimed she'd been in therapy dealing with her issues and recognized the harm she'd caused Emma and me. She asked if I'd be willing to meet with her to discuss reconciliation for the sake of Dad's relationship with his daughters. The request felt manipulative and self-serving. Patricia had spent 3 years fighting to keep money she'd stolen through forgery. She'd forced us into expensive litigation and sided with Dad against us throughout. Now, she wanted reconciliation because it would make her life easier and help repair Dad's relationship with us. I told the mutual acquaintance I wasn't interested in meeting with Patricia and had nothing to say to her. Then, 2 weeks later, Dad called. It was our first real conversation in over a year. He said Patricia was genuinely remorseful and that refusing to meet with her was preventing him from having a relationship with Emma and me. He asked if I could be the bigger person and hear Patricia out. Dad's framing of the situation as me needing to be the bigger person was infuriating. Patricia had committed fraud against his daughters, and he'd defended her throughout. Now he wanted me to facilitate reconciliation so he could maintain both his marriage and his relationship with us without having to choose or hold Patricia accountable. I told Dad I had no interest in reconciling with Patricia and that his defense of her throughout the fraud and litigation had irreparably damaged our relationship. Dad said I was being unforgiving and holding grudges, that Patricia had made a mistake but didn't deserve to be excluded from the family forever. The idea that forging my dead mother's signature to steal $400,000 was just a mistake showed how little Dad understood or acknowledged what Patricia had done. She'd committed calculated fraud over months of planning, fought us in court for 3 years, and only showed remorse after being convicted and losing. Emma is more open to meeting with Patricia than I am. She says we don't have to forgive Patricia, but that hearing her out might help us understand her motivations and get closure. Emma also wants to repair her relationship with Dad and thinks refusing any contact with Patricia makes that impossible. I understand Emma's perspective, but I can't imagine sitting across from Patricia and listening to her explain why she thought stealing our inheritance was acceptable. I don't need closure from Patricia. I need her to face full consequences for her actions, which she never really did, despite the conviction. My therapist asks what I actually want from this situation. Do I want Patricia to suffer more for what she did? Do I want Dad to choose us over her? Do I want acknowledgement and apology? She points out that none of those outcomes are likely, and that I need to decide what I can control versus what I need to accept. Some friends think I should meet with Patricia just to maintain some connection with Dad. They say I don't have to forgive her or trust her, but that completely cutting off contact punishes Dad, who's also a victim of Patricia's manipulation. They argue that Dad's alcoholism and recovery make him vulnerable to Patricia's influence, and that I should have compassion for his situation. Other friends think Patricia deserves no consideration after committing fraud against my dying mother's estate. They say she's manipulative, and that any meeting would just be another opportunity for her to play victim and extract sympathy. They argue that Dad made his choice by defending Patricia, and that I have no obligation to enable his relationship with someone who stole from me. Emma really wants me to at least consider meeting with Patricia. She says we're the only family each other has left since Mom died, and that continuing to ice out Dad because of Patricia means losing our father too. She's not asking me to forgive Patricia, just to hear her out for the sake of maintaining some family connection. Patricia sent me a letter through Dad that arrived yesterday. She apologized for forging Mom's signature and stealing our inheritance. She said she'd been in financial crisis when Mom was dying and made a terrible decision out of desperation. She claimed she'd intended to pay Emma and me back, but the plan got out of control. She asked for a chance to apologize in person and explain herself. The letter felt rehearsed and strategic. Patricia's claim that she'd intended to pay us back was absurd when she'd fought us in court for 3 years trying to keep the money. Her explanation of financial desperation doesn't justify forging a dead woman's signature or stealing from her children. But Dad called after I received the letter and begged me to meet with Patricia. He said his marriage was struggling because of the rift with Emma and me, and that Patricia's guilt was destroying their relationship. He said, if I truly cared about him, I'd give Patricia a chance to make amends so he could have both his wife and his daughters in his life. Dad's request essentially asked me to prioritize his marital happiness over my own boundaries and sense of justice. He wanted me to meet with someone who'd committed fraud against me so he could avoid consequences in his marriage to that person. The selfishness was staggering, but also so typical of how Dad had always operated. Emma has said she'll meet with Patricia regardless of my decision, but hopes I'll join her. She thinks we'd be stronger presenting a united front, and that Patricia might be more genuinely accountable if both of us are there. Emma's probably right tactically, but I'm not sure I can handle sitting in a room with Patricia, hearing her justify forging our mother's signature. I have no deadline, but the pressure from Dad and Emma is intense. Every day I delay is another day Dad guilts me about destroying his family, and another day Emma feels caught between supporting me and wanting family connection. Patricia's letter is sitting on my kitchen counter, and I still haven't responded. Some days, I think meeting with Patricia might give me an opportunity to tell her directly how much damage she caused and get some satisfaction from confronting her. Other days, I think any meeting would just be another manipulation, and that I should maintain my boundary of no contact, regardless of the pressure from Dad and Emma. What I know is that Patricia stole money my mother intended for me and Emma. Money Mom saved and planned for, despite being a single parent with cancer. Patricia forged Mom's signature while Mom was dying and fought us for 3 years trying to keep her stolen money. Those facts don't change regardless of whatever sob story Patricia wants to tell now. But I also know that refusing to meet with Patricia means probably losing whatever relationship with Dad might still be salvageable. Emma will meet with Patricia without me, and might develop some reconciliation that I'll be excluded from. My stance might be principled, but it's also isolating me further from the little family I have left. I genuinely don't know if meeting with Patricia would be healthy closure or just another trauma. I don't know if refusing to meet is protecting myself or punishing Dad for his choices. I don't know whether Emma's approach or mine serves our long-term well-being better. I'm paralyzed between principle and pragmatism with no clear path forward. My twin sister stole my job offer by impersonating me at the final interview. The audacious identity theft committed by my identical twin sister, a desperate and envious woman named Christina Walsh, 29, who attended my final job interview pretending to be me and deliberately performed poorly to ensure I wouldn't get the position she wanted for herself, has cost me a career opportunity I'd worked months to secure and revealed a level of sibling rivalry so pathological that I've spent the past year rebuilding my professional reputation while deciding whether Christina deserves any place in my life after sabotaging my career for her own advancement. I'm 29, obviously, and what Christina accomplished by studying my resume, research, and interview preparation to convincingly impersonate me while intentionally giving terrible answers has left me unemployed, humiliated, and questioning whether I can ever trust the person who literally shares my DNA after she weaponized our identical appearance to destroy an opportunity that should have been mine. Christina and I have always been competitive, perhaps inevitably given we're identical twins who grew up being compared constantly. We both went into marketing, working for different firms but in the same industry. Our careers had tracked similarly until about 2 years ago, when Christina's company downsized and she was laid off. She struggled to find equivalent work while I continued advancing at my firm. I'd been interviewing for a senior marketing director position at a prestigious tech company. The role was a significant advancement, with a $145,000 salary, equity compensation, and leadership responsibilities. I'd gone through 4 rounds of interviews over 3 months, and had made it to the final round with the CEO and executive team. Christina knew about my interview process because we still talked regularly, despite our competitive dynamic. I'd shared details about the company, the role, and my preparation. I was excited about the opportunity, and Christina seemed supportive, offering encouragement and advice. The final interview was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. I'd prepared extensively, researching the company's recent initiatives, developing strategic recommendations, and practicing responses to likely questions. I'd told Christina about my preparation, and she'd helped me practice, playing the role of tough interviewer. On Tuesday morning, I woke up violently ill with what appeared to be food poisoning. I was vomiting, feverish, and completely unable to function. I tried to push through and attend the interview, but physically couldn't leave my apartment. I called the company to explain my illness and request rescheduling. The recruiter was sympathetic but said the CEO had a packed schedule and couldn't reschedule. If I couldn't attend Tuesday's interview, they'd have to move forward with other candidates. I was devastated but too sick to do anything except stay near the bathroom. Christina came to my apartment that morning, supposedly to take care of me and bring supplies. She saw how sick I was and suggested she could attend the interview pretending to be me, giving me a chance to compete for the position rather than forfeiting due to illness. She said our identical appearance meant she could pull it off if she studied my materials. I was too sick and desperate to think clearly about the implications. I gave Christina my portfolio, my research materials, and my talking points. She'd already heard my preparation and knew the company background. She promised she'd represent me well and that we could explain the substitution later if I got the job. Christina attended the interview posing as me. She had my resume, my work samples, and enough knowledge about my career to answer basic questions. But according to the feedback I later received, the interview went terribly. I gave scattered, unfocused answers. I seemed unprepared, despite the previous strong interviews. I made comments that suggested poor strategic thinking and weak leadership skills. The company sent a rejection email that afternoon. They said while my background was strong, the final interview raised concerns about my strategic thinking and executive presence. They'd decided to move forward with another candidate who demonstrated clearer vision and leadership capability. I was heartbroken, but assumed I'd simply been outcompeted. I thanked Christina for trying to help and moved on, continuing my job search while dealing with the disappointment of losing an opportunity I'd wanted badly. Then, 3 months later, I saw a LinkedIn announcement that Christina had been hired as senior marketing director at the same tech company I'd interviewed with. She'd gotten the exact position I'd competed for, and according to her post, she'd gone through multiple rounds of interviews and was excited about joining the team. I was initially confused before the truth became horrifyingly clear. Christina had sabotaged my final interview while posing as me, ensuring I'd be rejected. Then, she'd applied separately under her own name, leveraging her knowledge of the company and the interview process to successfully compete for the position. Christina had used our identical appearance to impersonate me, deliberately tanked my interview, and then stolen the opportunity for herself. She'd exploited my illness and my trust to destroy my candidacy while positioning herself to take the job I'd spent months pursuing. I confronted Christina with my theory, and she initially denied everything. But when I pressed her with the timeline and the impossibility of coincidence, she broke down and admitted the truth. She said she'd been desperate for work and saw an opportunity she couldn't resist. She'd impersonated me at the final interview and given terrible answers, knowing I'd be rejected. Then she'd applied herself and used everything she'd learned to secure the position. Christina tried to justify her actions by saying we were both competing for jobs anyway, and that this was just aggressive competition. She claimed I'd have done the same if our positions were reversed. She seemed to genuinely believe identity theft and deliberate sabotage were acceptable sibling rivalry. I was devastated by the betrayal. Christina hadn't just competed against me, she'd actively sabotaged me by impersonating me and intentionally destroying my candidacy. She'd committed identity fraud and professional sabotage while pretending to help me during illness. I reported Christina's fraud to the company where she'd been hired. I provided evidence that Christina had attended my final interview impersonating me and had used knowledge gained during that fraudulent interview to later secure the position for herself. I explained the timeline and the circumstances of my illness. The company investigated and confirmed that Christina had attended an interview scheduled for me under my name. Security footage showed Christina entering the building, signing in as me, and attending the interview using my identity. The deception was documented and clear. The company terminated Christina immediately for fraud. They'd hired her based partly on insights she'd gained by fraudulently attending my interview. The deception violated their ethics policies and invalidated her entire candidacy. Christina lost the job after just 4 months. But the company didn't offer me the position, despite my having been the victim of Christina's fraud. They said the role had been filled and that rehiring would be complicated. They apologized for the situation, but said they'd moved on and couldn't reverse months of hiring decisions. I'd lost the job opportunity permanently. Christina had been fired, but I hadn't gained anything except vindication that her fraud had been exposed. We'd both ended up unemployed while the company hired someone else entirely. Christina blamed me for reporting her fraud and causing her termination. She said I'd been vindictive and that exposing her had hurt both of us rather than helping either of us. She claimed I should have handled it privately rather than costing her the job. The family split over the situation. Our parents were horrified by what Christina did, but also devastated that I'd reported her to her employer, resulting in her termination. They felt I'd been right about the fraud, but wrong to cause Christina's firing during her financial vulnerability. My parents pressured me to forgive Christina and help her find new work. They said siblings should support each other even after serious conflicts. They suggested Christina had made a terrible mistake, but had already paid the price by losing the job. I refused to help Christina professionally. She'd committed identity fraud and deliberately sabotaged my career. I'd reported her fraud to her employer as a matter of basic integrity. Christina's unemployment was the consequence of her own choices, not my vindictiveness. That was 13 months ago. Christina has struggled to find equivalent work since being fired for fraud. References from her former employer are minimal, and the gap in her employment history raises questions. She's working in a lower-level marketing coordinator role, making significantly less than she did before. I've rebuilt my career and recently accepted a director position at a different company, making $132,000, close to what the stolen opportunity would have paid. I've moved forward professionally despite the setback Christina caused. Christina reached out last week, asking if I'd be willing to provide her with a professional reference. She's applying for senior positions, and potential employers are asking about the gap in her resume and her brief tenure at the tech company. She needs references who can speak to her capabilities separate from the fraud incident. The request is breathtaking in its audacity. Christina wants me to help her career after she impersonated me, sabotaged my interview, and stole a job opportunity I'd earned. She apparently believes enough time has passed that I should be willing to support her professional advancement. Christina says she's been in therapy dealing with her competitive issues and has taken accountability for what she did. She claims she's genuinely remorseful and has learned from the experience. She's asking me to consider that she's my twin sister and that family should support each other despite past mistakes. Our parents support Christina's request. They say I've moved forward with my own career and that helping Christina wouldn't cost me anything. They frame providing a reference as the compassionate choice that would help my sister rebuild while showing I've forgiven her betrayal. But providing a professional reference feels like validating Christina's career despite her having committed fraud against me. It would require me to vouch for her character and capabilities when she's demonstrated neither. I'd be helping someone who deliberately sabotaged me advance in the same industry where she damaged my reputation. Some friends think I should refuse the reference request completely. They say Christina betrayed me fundamentally and that I have no obligation to help her career after what she did. They worry that providing any support rewards her fraud and teaches that serious betrayals can be overcome with enough time and family pressure. Other friends think I could provide a factual reference, limited to Christina's actual capabilities, without endorsing her character. They suggest I could speak truthfully about her marketing skills while declining to address the fraud incident. This would help Christina professionally without requiring me to forgive or validate what she did. My therapist asks what choice would help me move forward versus keeping me tied to Christina's betrayal. She says there's no obligation to help Christina, but that I should consider what decision would bring me peace rather than ongoing resentment. I'm also thinking about family dynamics. Refusing Christina's reference request will create more conflict with my parents who want family healing. Providing even a limited reference might ease family pressure while not costing me much personally. But every time I consider helping Christina, I remember waking up violently ill and trusting her to represent me honestly at that interview. She deliberately gave terrible answers, knowing I'd be rejected, then stole the opportunity for herself. That level of betrayal feels like it should have permanent consequences beyond 13 months of career difficulty. Christina needs my response by the end of this week. She's in final interviews for a position, and they've requested references. She says her career trajectory depends on whether people can speak to her capabilities separate from the fraud incident. I have 4 days to decide whether providing a professional reference for my twin sister, who impersonated me and sabotaged my career, is an act of compassion and family loyalty, or a betrayal of my own integrity and self-respect. What I know is Christina committed identity fraud, deliberately destroyed my job candidacy, and stole an opportunity I'd earned. She lost her job as a consequence and has struggled since, and now she wants my help advancing in the same career she sabotaged me in. I genuinely don't know if the right answer is grace or boundaries, family loyalty or self-protection.